right, BPL Season 6. I hope people are excited. I know I'm kind of excited. We've been, I at least have been waiting to see, some new competitive 1v1s, some new balance updates have hit, like the meta stabilized a little bit, maybe unstabilized even, one might say, I don't know, kind of hard to tell. But we're just going to quickly go through this because there are players waiting to start, but if we're going to look at previous BPLs, we have our multi-seasons of winners and round of 8 players, and as you can tell, there's a bit of a theme here. We got some Teddies, we got a lot of Chisatos, we got a lot of X Factors, and this one you might see some familiar names. If we go and quickly look at the round of 16 scores, you can see that most of these names will look relatively familiar if you guys, if you know these players, like how they have competed in these tournaments. There are some new players in this that you might not have seen before, as we have a shocking, I wouldn't even say upset, but a surprise with Akumar and Icarist coming out of their groups, dominating well-established players, and that's impressive. It's definitely impressive. As we have, this is our map pool for Season 6, which I believe Barcast is Kuchi. There's anything about this? Like, what anything you want to say about the map pool? Out of curiosity.
There's lots of versatility here. We have Paradise Lot, the water map. We have Cold Place, a bit of everything. Gas Bag is really nice. Lots of metal. Very choke point. We're gonna see a lot of tier 2 action today.
Ah, man, that's definitely exciting to see. I mean, I'm always a big fan of these little more macro-ish maps that go later into the 1v1s. But yeah, I think with that, I'm gonna actually hand it off to Barcast if you want to talk about BPL, and then we are probably good to get going.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Pretty excited for the matches today. So this is Bar Pro League Season 6. We hold about 3 or 4 of these every year, and the way the format works, it's very similar to GSL from StarCraft if you're familiar with it, but the top 8 players from the previous season get invited to the next season, and then we have a qualifier for the other 8 positions in the round of 16. So we had our qualifier, we had our round 6, we've arrived at the round of 8. It's down to single elimination, so players aren't holding their punches, they're showing their strats, and just pretty excited to get into the matches today.
Yeah, for sure. Well, if that's it, I mean, the players are yelling at us to do picks and bans, so I think I'll swap over to the picks and bans screen as we have some familiar names here. We got X Factor, we got Ubivator, although in game both of these players are renamed. We will be calling them by the names they're known by, but Darth Revan, X Factor, Bashi, which is Ubivator, and they're in lobby. We're ready to go. I think we can tell them to do their picks and bans.
Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna message them. Yeah, let them know they're good to go. While we're waiting for this to get started and to make their first selection, I just want to give a shout out to some of the sponsors of the tournament today. Got
Ooh.
Neb. Yeah. Got a few sponsors today, people who donated to the prize pool, so just wanted to say thank. It's going to be Neb, Chicken Tasty, ZMC, and then Paul Shin, who is also from the Academy. So thanks, guys, for doing that. Got a nice little tidy prize pool for these players, and just makes it a little more competitive. But I think if you ask most of these players, they kind of do it for the clout, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Bar tournaments, not the biggest prize pools, but they're quite fun. It's for the competitive feeling, It's that's why I imagine basically everybody shows up. All right, so first ban, Falendel, and immediately followed up with a ban on Prismatic Anomaly by Ubivator, with X Factor immediately picking Paradise Lost. I know this map is weirdly, like, I've seen this in a few BPLs now, Barcast, or I guess even Kuchi, like, this Paradise Lost is a map that's either, like, not picked at all, or it's picked actually like a weird amount by like people that are specifically very comfortable with C. And it's kind of interesting. I don't know what leads to it being picked more or just like banned more, but it's just it's an interesting map. Ooh, Cold Place. Ubi Vader liking Cold Place. I could kind of see that. X Factor following it up with a ban on Mithril Mountain, which then Ubi Vader follows that up with a ban on Aurelia. And we got another ban from X Factor, Gas Bag.
This is going so quickly.
It is.
Usually this takes a while, right? But yeah.
It's crazy, man. They actually usually the lobby sim for tournaments. It's so hard to get these guys going, but no, they are actually just screaming through this. But yeah, X Factor banning Gas Bag, and then Ubi Vader banning Otago, which I'm a little disappointed. I want to see that map. It seems like a very cool 1v1 map. So Pools Villas is our last map. Should we get there?
Yeah, that's right. So I'm sure the players are ready to get going. We can introduce our next caster, or who's going to be going in casting the first match with you, LDM. So Slick, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hey, hello. Very, very happy to be here. And I'm very happy with this map selection. All three of these maps have water on them, unlock so many possibilities for different techs and stuff. And yeah, it would be great to see these matches.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. I've seen some very interesting maps, I think, on almost every single one of these maps. Interesting maps? Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting games on every single one of these maps.
Yeah, I gotta say I'm really happy with the map selection for this specific BPL. I feel like all these maps have something special and are interesting in their own way, and yeah, each different to the rest. So yeah.
Yeah. Now I'll admit one of these days I will convince Barcast to add flats, but we're not quite there yet. But one of these days.
Yeah.
That's looking
If you want to select a map, you just donate $100 to the prize pool. You can pick any map you want. So.
Look, one day, man, one day.
Well, I'll be signing off. These players are loading into their match, right? So take it away, guys.
Yep, thank you.
There we go. Hold on. Sorry. Now, still just we're getting things going. There we go. Boom. Figured it out. Match scores. You know, because there'll be always somebody yelling about match scores. It's there. Nobody can yell. Have you? I'm assuming, Slick, you've seen a decent amount of probably games on this map. I actually don't even know. Do you play a lot of 1v1s? I don't play a lot of 1v1s, but I watch a lot of 1v1s.
Yeah, I've been following these people practice lately. Everybody has been doing a pretty decent amount of practice. I've come across some Paradise Lost games, yeah.
Yeah, it leads to like the spawn differences between both sides of the map are kind of interesting, and you can I think you can clearly see that with how both players are spawning. You know, with X Factor opting for a bit of more of a land spawn, right? Which will eventually, I would say, lead to him having I would say having more mexes than Ubi Vader, but Ubi's actually going to walk quite far. And
Ubi Vader's actually opening a vehicle lab. That is definitely surprising. Why vehicles?
I have seen this
escapes
build,
me.
I think, from Auto, where he does it for an amphib constructor to grab like the land mexes around the map. Interesting play. I'm curious if we're gonna also see like some amphib like tanks in that to maybe just like harass the back islands.
Yeah, I would love to see some pincer action. He cancels the lab, replaces it. So yeah, vehicles we will see for sure. Both players are Armada, worth to note. So we're also probably going to be seeing some Dolphin on Dolphin action.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm hard staring at his queue. I'm very curious exactly what he's gonna build here. And so far it is the amphibious constructors, as well as one normal one.
Yeah, I mean, one thing about these amphibious constructors, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, they take a lot of BP. I can't exactly see at the moment. The UI is kind of in the way of the build par number. So it is definitely going to be a little bit of a slower opener. We'll see if that will lead to some punishment. If X Factor, also known as Darth Raven, can get some ships across.
Well, they're also, like, 3 times the cost of a normal constructor, right? Like they're very expensive. They're not a cheap investment, and he's making 2 amphibious constructors on top of a normal one. He's gonna be very late to the water.
Yes, for sure.
X Factor already has a Seacon out grabbing mechs as well as a lot of dolphins in the queue.
Yeah. 20 dolphins.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if I mean, I don't know much about this map. I'm not sure if Armada is the decided meta faction for Paradise Lost. It's definitely interesting to see. Usually, we kind of have this narrative that Cortex is a little bit better at ships.
Yeah, funny enough, I also like I've had that weird like disconnect of yeah, Cortex usually is played quite a bit more. I think outside of like maybe I think straight Armada is favored, but I have noticed a lot in this map. It has been armed ships in tournament play, which is I think maybe leads to like Arm's late game is just a little more versatile, perhaps, or maybe they just like the tier 1. Oh man.
Yeah, I don't know if it's for the Dolphins. I don't know if it's for the Seaplanes. I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Well, first few Dolphins are coming across the map. About halfway across the map, and Ubivator does not have his lab up yet. He's making a third amphib. No, he's making another normal constructor.
Yeah.
Like, this seems so crazy to me. I'm very curious how this goes.
Yeah, there we go. Eats the lab just in time to fund a new one.
He's definitely timed this out, as he should have this lab up before the Dolphins get there. It's going to be a little dicey, but he should have it. Yeah, especially the Dolphins not even going to, like, potentially try and punish the lab. They're actually looking to punish the constructors, which, amphibious constructors, and considerably safer against these Dolphin Reds.
Yeah, exactly. He can't punish he's looking for constructor boats, I'm assuming, but the amphibious cons, they swim underwater, so the Dolphins can't touch them. Maybe if they catch them as they're going onto the shore.
Yeah. I mean, X Factor is going to scout this. He's going to see that there's no con here, and he's going to know that something's a little weird.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder what's going on through his mind right now.
He spawns Ubivator's commander. I mean, if we zoom out and we look, I mean, X Factor has a bit of a metal income lead at the moment. Although even then, that is going to very rapidly change as Ubi has a lot of expansion happening.
Yeah, but we see X Factor adding 3 submarines to the queue. Probably gonna try to hunt some of these constructors as they start going for the more forward mixes.
Yeah. And, the Dolphins maybe can't hunt amphibious cons, but the armed subs, very fast, very mobile little annoying submarines can definitely hunt down these constructors.
Yep.
I mean, we'll have to see. I mean, Ubi has a lot of BP in base, like, ready to go. He's even making converters and is scaling E pretty aggressively. Whereas X Factor, I believe, is just keeping his commander in base, doing a similar thing. Well, this is incredibly dangerous, actually. Ubivator kind of left his lab exposed. There's nothing guarding this single sub.
2 submarines, not enough DPS to shut down the 7 Dolphins that are coming. This lab will most likely go down. We'll probably see the BP go down, and this is looking very, very bad.
It's going to get on the winds,
yeah,
it's going to get on the BP, and Ubivator's going to lose his whole base.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking... this is already looking extremely X Factor favored.
And just like that, Ubi has no BP. He has no energy. I mean, he has some energy. He has no base. I'm not exactly sure what he does about this. As it's looking, I don't want to use the words disastrous, but it's pretty bad. It's a pretty bad situation that just happened.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna have to slowly rebuild BP. Yeah, it's very, very difficult to come back from this disadvantage.
Yeah, X Factor just sub on repeat at this point, as Well, I think I mean, he knows that he's in an absolutely dominating position as he can kind of take it slowly and just make sure he kills Ubi Vader in a safe and consistent way.
Yeah, yeah. Tie up any loose ends, make sure he's safe from everything that could happen here, and get the job done, bring it home.
Oh, nice little micro from Ubi, dodging the torpedo launchers, little torpedoes to snipe that constructor, but Ubi Vader will get his lab back up and his BP rebuilt. These land cons doing a lot of work for that, but it's going to be really hard to replace the amount of economy he's had to rebuild. Like, that's just a substantial investment into just rebuilding what he already had.
Yeah, for
Nice.
sure. It will take a lot of time to get some army value back and running, put up some more pressure.
And in this time, X Factor's expanding everywhere. He's expanding to mid. He's expanding the northern direction. He has more subs going out to start harassing some of these C-mexes, which Ubi Vader just cannot respond to at the moment, as he's still just rebuilding.
Yeah, no energy. The wind is really good though at the moment, which is you always love to see that when you've just lost a bunch of winds. Makes it a lot easier to come back.
Frigate and a sub just barely going to be able to kill this torpedo launcher, and Ubi's commander's head is kind of actually out of water in this position, and this frigate's actually starting to chunk him. He's going to be very careful here.
Yeah, it's actually a really awkward piece of land there. We found out during Nation Wars that the commander's head is exposed on that lane pretty often. Basically everywhere in that little choke.
Yeah, and if your head's exposed, you know, they're going to start blasting you, and you will die very quickly to boats.
Yes, for sure.
Ooh. Oh, the forbidden sub micro just do increasingly bigger circles around each other, and who will win? Yeah. It looks like Ubi is gonna win that trade, but he does end up losing multiple mexes for it. Another sub from X Factor is getting into Ubi Vader's backline, and it very likely will kill a lot of these mexes.
I think it might just get
maybe
caught
not?
in time.
Oh, unfortunate.
These dodges, man.
Almost. Yeah, X Factor almost manages to micro his sub out of that. Maybe was looking to snipe another mex.
Yeah.
Funny enough, Ubi, after having his whole base destroyed, he has enough consistent BP and the land cons that he's actually ahead of X Factor in E-production. Which, he literally lost his entire base. It's actually kind of funny. But he's rebuilt well. He's just very, very... He's not even that far behind in army value anymore. Like, the army value advantage is 10%, which is not nothing, but...
Yeah, I mean, he's spending through that middle really, really quickly. That land BP. Pumping ships out like crazy. We got some destroyers out now. Some more dolphins to complement. But
Yeah.
but the 8 frigates in the middle of the map are looking definitely a little bit scary.
Yeah, Ubi's gonna have to be very careful with this fight. He does not want his units to get caught when they're all strung out like this. Definitely needs to just play it safe and chill, but it does not look like X Factor is gonna let that happen, as he sees these isolated destroyers and is gonna try and jump on them.
Ooh, one destroyer's gonna go down. Just to the
man.
last frigate shot goes down. The res sub very close by. Probably see that reclaimed.
Oof, the dolphins
Frigates
jump
cleaning
on
up
top
all of the
it.
dolphins. Yeah.
And just unfortunately killed a single frigate for the cost of a lot of dolphins, and that destroyer is a very painful loss for Ubi Vader, as every single unit matters in this situation.
Yeah, yeah.
The benefit, of course, you know, oh my god, I was going to say his commander being here, but his head pokes out of the water and he immediately loses 50% of his health.
Yeah, cannot get that reclaim safely. That hurts, because that reclaim would be very, very nice. He has so much BP, so much energy available. He will be able to spend that 900 metal in a flash.
Yeah, a res sub is here, and the benefit, I guess, is this reclaim is directly on Ubi Vader's front door, and with the res sub here, you should be able to start getting at least some of it, but this army value advantage for X Factor is kind of not getting smaller.
No, it's not, no. And now we see at the same time some destroyers and some frigates going through the south lane, cleaning up the single offshore torpedo launcher that was there. And yeah, this is looking scary. I don't know. Ubi Vader switching to a seaplane lab, queuing up 45 sabers. It looks like this is the way he's gonna look to shut down this attack. It's looking scary. I don't know if seaplanes are gonna do it.
Yeah, I don't know if this is going to come online in time. He just does not have the unit value in front of this lab to stop X Factor from just seeing the seaplanes and continue driving at the lab. Oh, maybe X Factor on the other hand actually is gonna decide. You know what? Maybe there's a lot of seaplanes here, and he turns around. He doesn't want any. Which might actually give Ubi Vader what he needs here, right? A lot of these ships should die before X Factor can get a response here.
What is even the response? It's a seaplane lab from himself as well. Immediately queues up fighters on repeat. He does have skaters with the army. Yeah, I don't know if these sabers are going to get much value, but they did buy some time for sure.
I actually kind of agree. Like, there was actually a lot. I didn't even see that they already had multiple skaters in position, ready to go.
Yeah.
I do really like this torpedo gunship from Ubi, but unfortunately, X Factor has already made quite a few fighters, so it shouldn't get the value it normally would flying around sniping these mexes.
Yeah, for sure.
No, sabers flying around. They are going to try and kill as many mexes as they can before they get shut down by these fighters, and they will kill quite a few. Well microed from Ubi to actually split all of his gunships up.
Yeah, you can. If you pay attention to your planes, you can kind of dodge. You can definitely extend their life a little bit if you dodge fighters.
Ooh, unfortunate. While he's microing that, his navy is misrallying directly into X Factor's entire army, and he's just losing boats nonstop.
Oh, that's not good. That's not very efficient.
Yeah, when he's in this situation where you are very behind, it really comes down to how well you can trade in these fights. But well, if you look at army value again, it was a 10% advantage for X Factor. Well, now it's a 30% advantage for X Factor. And X Factor's just gonna take it slowly. He's just gonna move north and start sniping even more mexes, denying Ubi Vader even more metal income.
Yeah, slowly squeeze you out of every income that you have. Slowly expand forward and take what was once yours, and the army value is just gonna keep growing and growing.
It's actually funny how close this metal produced is, although I guess it's somewhat inflated by how many like lab reclaims Ubi Vader's done, but it's kind of funny how close it is considering how I would say how disastrous this early game has been for Ubi.
Yeah, I mean, when the early successful raid for X Factor happened, the metal per second was still really close. Ubi Vader hit a lot of mexes still on the map. He just lost BP and energy, so he shouldn't be behind that much on metal.
Yeah. And energy produced, like he's still rapidly rebuilt his energy income. Army value, the army value is his main issue, and realistically, he just somehow needs to not lose everything. Just needs really good trades in this sea fight, and one big fight that goes his way, and Ubi has a way to crawl back into this.
Yeah, especially with how quickly Reclaim can really change the tides. Oh, I said it. Can change the tides.
Oh my god.
In sea battles, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there are quite a lot of sabers out from X Factor, and Ubi does not have very many. He has a few fighters, but it's going to be hard for him to win this fighter war at the moment, as X Factor has quite a few more. Some skaters trying to deal with it, but...
Destroyer going down. Oh, that feels bad. That doesn't feel good. Opens the way for some submarine harass through the middle.
Yeah, and yeah, Ubi
Wait,
flying
can
around.
They cross?
Well, he's grabbing. No. I actually don't think. Now that I think about it, I don't think subs can actually go through the middle, if I remember right.
Yeah. Well, disregard that then.
Like, yeah, it's hard. It's hard to remember. It's not always consistent with these maps, but. Yeah. Well, a lot of these sabers do end up going down, but this army value is at 50% advantage for X Factor now. Like that number is just not getting better. He's not. Ubi cannot manage to find that one good trade that he needs to crawl back into this.
Yeah, X Factor playing this very careful with his army, not going in for any extravagant unnecessary trades, just slowly squeezing Ubivator out of mixes, retaking them for himself, making more ships, waiting until they arrive to the front. This slow, methodical gameplay is how you play risk-free Navy battles.
Yeah, Navy unfortunately not really like sea in that regard. Well, sea is pretty snowball, or land is pretty no snowbally, right? With reclaim. Sea's snowball is a whole other level, with Rex sometimes being nearly 1,000 metal just sitting on the ground from a single boat is kind of well, if you start losing boats, it's very quickly going to swing the wrong way if you're not getting that reclaim.
Yeah, and especially with how low build power ships cost, whoever takes that 1,000 metal can just basically immediately make another destroyer.
Yeah.
And get it to the front. Yeah, it's very snowbally.
Which it really does show why X Factor is kind of taking this slow, as if he fumbles and takes a bad fight, he could actually just lose the game. Despite how good of a position he's in, he could very easily just lose the game.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we already saw that. We thought the game was already over for Ubivator when that early game mishap happened, but he was looking. After a few minutes, he spent the metal, and it was looking kind of even again.
Yeah, which I do think was a lot of it was to do with how many land constructors Ubi had. He had 2 amphibious cons and 2 normal cons, so he was able to rescale BP and energy so quickly. Wow.
Yeah, and we also have to keep in mind, most of X Factor's energy is coming from advanced solars, which at only 15 tidal speed, very inefficient compared to the wind turbines, so a lot of that metal is tied up there.
Ah, that's true, yeah. He has a lot of titles compared to Ubi's like enormous wind farms that we can see on the map.
Yeah.
Oh, X Factor's committing. This is like a very deciding fight, as all of this metal is directly on Ubivator's front door. This is probably the fight that will determine the game. X Factor's definitely committing here. He's already committed, I would say. The Dolphins are getting on top of the frigates.
Yeah, at the same time achieving air superiority. With his own fighters, X Factor now slowly pulling back, trying to not get surrounded by these Dolphins, trying to not give them that flanking damage that they so need to utilize to actually be useful in these big frigate fights. And I mean, it looks like he won the battle, but it's all about who gets this reclaim on the ground. It can be very tough when it's so close to your opponent's base.
I don't think Ubivator's going to stabilize long enough to get the reclaim. Like, the reclaim is here. I just don't... Unless he gets insane trades, I don't see how he can actually get this reclaim. And it isn't looking like it is just a slow, choking death here. He has nothing to reclaim any of this.
Yeah, meanwhile, X Factor already has 4 res subs in position, just reclaiming all that, making more ships, making more planes.
Oh, man. Yeah, X Factor is going to get all this reclaim. That's so painful.
I think this is it. I think this is going to be it, yeah.
Probably the best case scenario for Ubivator, having all this reclaim outside of his front door, but unfortunately he just gets to look at it. He doesn't get to taste it. And so it's gonna go all the way of X Factor, as he has nothing to reclaim this.
Yeah, very unfortunate. X Factor now has enough army value to just move in, kill all of the labs. I think he can pull it off.
Yeah, I don't see how Ubi
can
fight. I mean, Ubi's going to try and get an insane surround, which he is going to kind of get a relatively good surround here, but there's just too much army value to fight through, even with like a good engagement. And I think with this army dying, we're gonna see Ubi call GG soon. Yep, there it is.
There we go. Game 1. X Factor. Paradise Lost.
Commander.
Ubi almost crawled that back. That was not terrible. I mean, I don't want to say he almost crawled that back. He took what was like, you just hit that resign button kind of situation to, he actually turned it into a game. Wow.
Yeah, definitely. It was really cool to see that. I mean, I have never seen Amphibiacon opening before. It was really cool to see it. It was really cool to see the efficiency of wind turbines on that spot and how he used that to almost crawl back to a winnable position. Not the winnable position, but to a playable position. Yeah, it was really cool to see for sure. But those 7 Dolphins in the early game, very, very well-timed attack and did massive damage.
Yeah, for sure. I don't It was just, I guess, I wish I had looked at his actual radar position. I'm not sure how much advance warning he had. Um, I'm not sure exactly how much advance warning he had of those dolphins. He just did not have any units in position to defend that.
Yeah, I don't know if it was ever on the cards because he got his lab very late. He, as you said, he went in for that extra max before going for the lab.
Yeah.
He went for 3 construction turrets before the lab. I'm not sure if there was room there in the execution to make that strategy work. I would love to if that's the case. That's a really cool strategy.
It was fun. I think it was good. It was actually really interesting. I really liked it. It was like extreme levels of greed. Like with how many constructors he got, like absolutely extreme levels of greed. And he almost got away with it, I would say. But X Factor, played that well, and frankly, he punished that extreme level of greed.
Yeah, very well punished. Killing all the build power, all of the wins, the lab. It's as good of a punishment as you can do. But now Cold Place we got on the docket. Cold Place I think is my favorite map in this pool.
It's a cool map. Okay, I didn't mean that as the pun. It's a good map. Yeah. It's a good map. I've seen a lot of good games in this.
The possibilities are endless.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
I don't even.
The fact that there's a lake in the middle just unlocks. Sorry to interrupt there, but
No, you're good,
just unlocks so many take options, and the wind being really high. Like, there's a lot of cool things you can do. Like you can go into Butler, or a lot of unique things that you wouldn't see on any other maps here. Yeah.
I can't even remember who exactly it was, but I remember watching a game. I think it was maybe prep for one of the tournaments where somebody lost their land, moved into the water, and like started building water economy to like retake the land. Like that. There's so many interesting ways to play this style of map. Not even like the tier 1's kind of interesting, like with the terrain differences between the flat ground and the like the weird wrinkles and hills around the edge, but there's a lot of variety of play on this map. And
yeah, can't wait to see it. Can't wait to see it go down.
Yeah,
BRB we have from X Factor probably going to be a minute, and then we can get back on some gaming.
And of course, it's a macro map, and I'm always a big fan of these macro maps, man. I like seeing potentially a higher chance of getting to like a late game situation, and this map could be that. Although it is, again, it's also an easy one to just instantly die on. There's a lot of avenues for stuff to get into your base.
Absolutely, you can forget about those. Just for a second, if you forget about those 4 ticks that are hiding in the corner in that mountainous area, they at some point they show up back up in your base.
Yeah, there's
but
a lot of room for like amphibious plays too, right? Like, and there's just so many angles and so many different things that you have to be like aware of.
Yeah, you can go for so many things. Like hovers can be such a powerful raiding tool on this big of a map with a massive lake in the middle. You can go ships because destroyers can deny so many mixes also.
Yeah, that's
There's
actually,
a geo
I don't
in the
know if
middle
I've
of
ever
one
seen
spawning
hovers.
location.
Now that you said it, I don't know if I've ever seen hovers. I think I've seen everything else, but I don't know if I've ever seen hovers.
Well, it's
it could happen.
I guess I said too much.
No, it could happen, actually. I could see it, though, but I don't know why I've never seen it. Usually there's some there's amphib plays, there's ships. I guess air is a pretty consistent swap, but I don't know if I've ever seen hovers.
It's a secret tech, bro. I just revealed the secret
I
tech.
guess.
I said too much. Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah, this is because we complimented them for how quick they were in the lobby, that now that they played one game, and now X Factor needs a moment, unfortunately. They were going quick. We were skipping the lobby sim, and they knew it was too quick.
Yeah, it's too good to be true. These maps, they were flying through the bands.
Yeah. I have to say, I'm hoping I see some Otago games, right? Like later on, like that map is. I've seen some cool games on that with like the qualifiers in the round of 16.
What is your favorite thing about Otago?
It's big, tends to go late to higher economy, and it's a rather, I guess that goes hand in hand, but it's a rather rich map, and the cool terrain. You know what? it's got interesting terrain.
Yeah, high wind, a lot of metal reclaim, and choky means that you can kind of go tier 2 rather early because it's so defendable and so rich. I like it a lot.
Yeah, it's cool. Speaking of cool, cool place. Now this is looking like the more normal spawns I think I've seen on this map.
Yeah, both players going for something different. X Factor spawning on a 2 mix, Ubi Vader spawning on the 4 mix where the Geo is. Once again, both players are Armada. Yeah, I mean, Tix really strong on this map.
They are both.
So I can see why.
I did see. I watched a lot of like games leading up to. Well, I wouldn't even say a lot. I watched a decent amount of BPL games leading up to this, and I did see a lot more Cortex played. And I was wondering at the time if that was people like players experimenting, or if that was like maybe Cortex is having a little bit of a resurgence. But we've seen 2 games now, and both times everybody's been Armada. We'll have to see if that continues.
Yeah, I mean, we'll keep an eye on it. I personally, also from looking at these guys practice, I think Cortex is a lot more viable. I personally believe that we're kind of in a 50-50. It just looks like the 2 factions are more balanced now than I've ever seen them to be. Both are viable on most occasions.
It has been nice to see, and especially in a lot of the practice games of there's just a lot of tier 1 lab variety in the games that we're seeing. We'll have to see if that actually happens in the tournament, but as you know, so far we've had a whole lot of ARM, but you know, it's possible. I
think that will change. I truly believe that will change soon with the next games.
Unfortunate, like from Ubi here, while he's e-stalling, making that that contour, he actually was turning off all of his mexes, and still is, and just denied himself a lot of metal income actually for quite a long period of time there.
Yeah, gotta remember to turn that commander on low priority.
He's already look at this metal produce difference already, just off of the fact he was turning all of his mexes off. That's actually that's not nothing. That's actually kind of a big deal that he just did that.
yeah, for sure. You want to try to avoid that. X-Factor going for a 3 constructor opener. Ubi Vader going for earlier ticks. Yeah, doesn't really manage to find the damage dealt with him, so X-Factor's, I guess, greedier opening will pay off.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to this tick harass, as I'm assuming both players will be naked expanding, and you know, if X-Factor does have a much greedier like expansion path, although actually maybe not. Ubi actually has three cons going out as well, I guess. But we'll have to see if who can keep their mexes alive. As it's going to be quite a hard thing to do on a map like this.
Very hard, yeah. It's all about placing radars everywhere. Radar is the best tool.
I have heard radars are good. I've definitely heard it.
Everybody says that, but they're more OP than you think.
It will even on a map like this. It is a little awkward even with like getting good radar coverage, right? Because the hills are not the easiest thing to actually like cover in radar. It's hard to see like ticks and stuff in the hills, as the radar coverage is usually a little spotty. Wow, that is actually the mech's health increase there was quite a big deal, as that mech would have died much quicker to those ticks had this been pre-patch. Ooh,
we'll see a few ticks from X-Factor make it through on the south also, at the same time as he's getting this pawn tick attack coming in the north.
This is a lot of pawns from X-Factor on the north side of the map, and there's frankly almost nothing up here other than Ubi's commander to defend against this. We'll
see if a lot of mexes can go down. If he sneaks through, if he splits nicely, this can do a lot of damage. A constructor might go down in the south. Yeah, definitely will go down. A pawn manages to catch it out. That's huge. You need to send a res bot there. Get it resurrected, and I believe that was because Ubi Vader was lacking radar coverage in that area.
And
The
Ubi's
radar.
been hard
Pawns
e-stalling for quite a while now, as his mexes just keep turning off, which is costing him quite a bit. As there's quite a few, he's making solars on a 10-win map just feels like an absolute. The 10 minimum win map feels like an absolute defeat. Like that just feels wrong.
Yeah. Stings to make those. Stings to make those for sure. Yeah, these pawns and ticks that were in the bottom right corner actually did make it into Ubi's base. We saw Mex go down. He got a full scout of everything that's going on.
A lot of another constructor is gonna go
Ooh.
down. Ooh, maybe not.
Yeah, he got saved. Another Mex goes down, and another one. 3 Mexes now
Ooh.
lost in that south area. We see 3 pawns and a tick make it into the backside of Ubi's base. Some winds go down, but a timely LLT pops up.
Yeah, Ubi just seeming like he's kind of falling apart here, as there's just units from X Factor from all directions just constantly. Like losing wins when you're already hard e-stalling and not managing to find almost any damage of his own. Although Ubi does have a singular pawn who has the potential to kill a whole lot of mexes here had it not path. And maybe the
my
most
God.
unfortunate way. Oh, there we go. It could be his micro in it, but there is a lot going on the map.
Yeah, let's see if he manages to find that constructor, because that will be a lot of damage. At the same time, we see X Factor going to a vehicle lab. Blitzes start coming out.
Ooh. Oh, in true Ubi fashion, making a converter in like the perfect spot to explode at least half of his base is something I've seen from Ubi too much now. Ubi is starting to clean up some of these raids, but he has a pretty hefty disadvantage, I would say, in almost every metric, except for defense value. You know, at least he's got something. He's got a lot more turrets than X.
The metal per second is not looking bad at all.
Oh, that's true, actually.
Am I saying that correctly? He does have a lot more mexes, it seems.
I guess
even though he lost so many.
The comm expand, and I guess Ubi did deny a decent amount of mexes on this side. Although X Factor is now starting to get some more damage. Ooh, wait, did X Factor spot that? He did. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Ubi swapping to an air lab to go for, well, he initially had bombers queued up. It unfortunately gets scouted basically right as he puts it down.
Yeah, already 2 netos available for X Factor. Already an air lab down.
Yeah.
It will be very tough to do damage with these banshees. Although they're starting to fly. They're starting to fly over.
They're starting to fly. X Factor's already reclaimed his vehicle lab for an air lab, and we'll have plenty of fighters out in time to stop these banshees from killing his mexes. Very unfortunate scout timing. Another.
Guys again, both players. Yes, sir.
No, I was just got another raid getting cleaned up by Ubi, but oh nope, maybe not. As actually have these 2 pawns get through and are going to be on top of Ubi Vader's base. Oh, maybe not.
No, they will get caught. It looks like they will get caught. Oh, just in time. Yes. Okay. They get cleaned up. Banshees die over the big middle lake. Get caught by fighters just in time. I'm not even sure. I guess he just instinctively sent them to the middle. I'm not sure if they even showed up on radar. That was a pretty good catch.
Yeah. X Factor with a few blitzes is actually killing a lot of Ubi Vader's northern mexes. He's frankly just denied 4 mexes, killed 2 LLTs. And Ubi doesn't have a whole lot of units to contest those blitzes. Although a nice catch by Ubi Vader on this pack of blitzes in the south. He's going to manage to clean up all of them, I say, as one drives out at 9 HP. That's what I get.
Yeah. Already has a res bot there. Can start slowly getting them back up.
Ooh, good catch from Ubi. Another pack of blitzes dying, but getting no damage. There's a lot of metal for Ubi to reclaim on his side of the map, although the metal per second advantage for X Factor has just massively skyrocketed.
Yeah, because X Factor has kept that pressure on for so long on Ubi Vader's side of the map, he could afford expanding without ever putting LLTs down. If you look at his expansion, he doesn't really have LLTs protecting any of his left side mexes, while Ubi Vader has an LLT on almost everyone. So that definitely accelerated the advantage even more.
This is kind of scary for X Factor. This push in the south of 11 pawns I mean, X Factor's rallying blitzes down here as quickly as he can, but it's a little scary. Ooh, massive air attack though from X Factor is on the way.
Just as Ubivator's putting down a C-Lab, immediately queuing up 5 skaters.
Oh, funny. The skaters. I don't know how much the skaters are gonna help, as X Factor has a lot of land he can just fly away from and just go and you know, get out of range of the skaters. It looks like that entire attack by Ubi, the pawn attack, does get cleaned up by X Factor, and these Banshees are killing all of these mexes.
Yeah, 4 or 5, I think 6 mexes go down, maybe even more at this point. I kind of lost count. A lot of damage from these Banshees.
Oh man. Ubi gonna lose a. Oh, maybe not. Maybe he's not gonna lose a constructor. Almost lost one of his forward cons, but all of these mexes are resable. But I mean, when you lose like 30 mexes, it doesn't really matter if they're resable. It's way too much damage done.
Yeah, and he's just gonna keep going. Like, he's sending them. Like, he has 2 Banshees very far away from Motivator's base. He still sort of has air superiority. He's starting to lose it now. Yeah, that's very punishing.
It's actually kind of crazy. The mech's HP buff actually made that so much slower than I'm used to seeing. As it took quite a while for those Banshees to actually kill those mexes. Well, the skaters are going across, and maybe with the destroyer coming out, he could start denying mexes of his own. But he's already half the metal income of X Factor. There's already so much damage done.
Yeah, and he lost also some infrastructure, so he cannot really keep expanding down on the south. He lost mexes. He is sending resbots back. A huge attack forming from X Factor. 22 blitz on the south, just sent forward.
Oh.
Yeah, this is looking very scary. And most of Ubivator's army value right now is put into destroyers, as he's making a second one, really doubling down on this coastline harass.
Well,
Yeah, I'm really scared for him. This looks very scary.
This northern army from X Factor is incredibly dangerous. A lot of Janus, a lot of stouts. Ubi's commander luckily did manage to get out of here before. Oh no! Unfortunate rally from Ubivator. Loses all of his pawns in the north. Well, this south attack is gonna absolutely gut Ubivator's economy.
I mean, will it? This looks like it could be stopped. Yeah, X Factor is pulling back. He's deciding to snipe the resbots. He's gonna take a more outside path, not going straight for the base.
It was well done, not overcommitting there, killing the con, the resers, the mexes, and he's gonna back off. You know, like don't overcommit. Give Ubivator more reclaim. But this northern push is, I think, gonna be the real killer, as Ubivator does not have the army to fight this.
Yeah, making Janus of his own now. He's got Blitz and Janus on repeat from his vehicle lab. Eating the shipyard finally. It's actually really sad. It seems like the skaters cannot actually shoot at these coastline mexes. That's really disappointing.
Yeah, look, what they do is they give them pretty good vision of all of it. But yes, it's not great. It's a lot of skaters that Ubi was forced to make that, frankly, like. It's just kind of wasted metal. It's not wasted metal, as it does give him a little bit of AA, a little bit of radar on X Factor's side of the map, but it's definitely not what he would, I think, prefer making. Oh man, more mechs is going down by X Factor. Oh wait, is he gonna spot this? Ubi with swapping to tier 2 air. I'm assuming to go for a Hail Mary snipe. X Factor does not manage to spot it. I don't know if Ubi's gonna have time to do this.
It's definitely a really cool attempt.
If it's any other map, I would say there's no chance. Wait, never mind. I thought this was a lich angle. I mean, admittedly, there's probably no chance that he could afford a lich in time. But going for roughnecks.
Yeah, he's not reclaiming that 2000 metal in the south. He's resurrecting. So yeah, no lich on the cards. Roughnecks it is.
Well, X Factor has quite a few tier 1 fighters, it looks like, on the minimap, as he just cleans up another Banshee attempt. The destroyers are actually going to work and have killed quite a few mexes, but I don't know if it offsets, well, this this massive Snout Ball and Janus Ball that are about to be on top of Ubivator's base.
But the Roughnecks are just on time, and once again, just like in the last space, the gunships are enough to force X Factor to start moving back. Fighters not flying over to assist at the moment. And most of this army is just going to go down to these Roughnecks.
I'm curious if we're going to see Tier 2 air in response from X Factor here, as Tier 1 is just kind of too slow to fight into this, and then into Tier 2 fighters, it's just not even a fight at all. It should be kind of interesting to see what his response is here. He is committing his fighters. Flying over skaters, though, he's going to lose a few of them before he even gets there.
Yeah, and Roughnecks are already out of sight, out of mind. Not gonna go down to these figs, and yeah, well executed by Ubivator. Buys himself more time. Let's see if he can pull it back.
Another stout Janus ball in the south is just ensuring that Ubivator cannot retake these mexes. Although with the I was gonna say the Tier 1 aircon retaking mexes is quite good, but unfortunately there's a singular Whistler there to shut down any hopes of that. The Roughnecks are coming in and are going to try and start denying some of this, but there are a decent amount of Whistlers. X Factor seems to have just turned Whistlers on repeat here, which will eventually start killing these Roughnecks.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure even Tier 1 versus Tier 2, they might be efficient. At the same time, this big northern push is coming back to haunt Ubivator. As the Roughnecks left to go to the south, the Janus and the Stout started moving in again, and they've been killing a lot of Ubivator's land army, or whatever was left of it. I don't see what's stopping these units from driving into the base, especially because the gunships just went down on the south.
Yeah, Ubi unfortunately had his fighters out of position there. Could not protect his own gunships and loses all of them. Although he is killing all of X Factor's air with the skaters, but yeah, how does he stop this army of Stouts should X Factor decide to just drive in? His only saving grace is that X Factor does not seem to be willing to full commit with that army while he's also pressuring from the south.
Yeah, this is looking very dire for Ubivator. He's been backed into a corner basically. He only has the few starting mixes.
I don't think Ubi has any way to fight this. Like the Roughnecks are pushing it. I'm pushing it back, but he has a small corner of the map versus X Factor's continual expansion towards Ubivator's side of the map. It's just what's already like an economic disadvantage is just turning into just a complete Ubivator has no income at all. He's making a couple Tier 2 mexes, but that does not offset the huge Tier 1 mex disadvantage.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, looking at the statistics, they tell the whole story, really.
Yeah.
X Factor almost up 10,000 metal produced.
Yeah,
it's a huge advantage to lose from.
That is a bit too much to deal with. X Factor reclaiming his lab. A lot of E-stores. I'm curious. He reclaimed a Tier 1 air lab to make a Tier 1 air lab? Interesting choice. Oh, because if he doesn't have a Tier 1 aircon, nice. Look, we've been there. I'm assuming he's going Tier 2 air now. Yeah. I'll have to look back in a moment to see. I'm pretty sure he's going Tier 2 air, which would make sense as a response to this.
A lot of reclaim lying right outside of Ubivator's base. It's close to 4,000 metal, but it doesn't look like he's in any position to secure it.
Tier 2 air lab going up. Fighters, Tier 2 con. X Factor is willing to just take this slow and safe. Double Tier 1 bot lab from Ubivator. Interesting choice. I mean, I guess he can hope for finding a enormous res snowball here with the like pawn resbot, but there are so many Whistlers and Stouts outside of his front door.
Yeah, I mean, the pawns can do pretty well if they jump right on top of the Janus, right on top of the Whistlers. But it's definitely looking grim.
Yeah, he's trying to jump on top of it. He's catching a couple Stouts, a couple Whistlers, but there's just so much more behind it. Like, the pawn numbers are starting to grow. You know, he is getting some Tier 2 mexes, but as far as I'm aware, yeah, so is X Factor, and I think X Factor has a much healthier economy to do this much quicker.
Yeah, he's under no pressure. He can go as greedy as he wants, really. He has absolutely nothing to worry about. from Ubivedo at the moment. And we see 2 bombers actually coming from the north side. No fighters in position, no static AA that I can spot.
Man.
It's looking like he's just looking to bomb some wind, some converters, cause a chain reaction. That was pretty successful.
This is why you do not build converters next to your wins, right there. That's why you don't do that. That was a lot of damage from a single bomber, killing all of Ubi, like probably 70% of Ubi's converters, killing a decent amount of wins. He's gonna try and jump on top of the army, but there is just not enough army to even remotely attempt to kill this whole thing.
Yeah, I think this is this is going to be the end. I was gonna say the beginning of the end, but that begun already.
Yeah, the beginning of the end was about 15 minutes ago, probably. So Ubi has not really recovered from that early game harass. X Factor not even bothering to micro this, just fight moving in Ubi's direction. Just he's content to macro and wait for Ubi to hit that resign button, I think, at this point. And Ubi, you know, it's last game of the best of 3 for him, I think. So if he loses here, so I can imagine he doesn't quite want to hit that resign button. You know, never surrender, never give up hope. But
yeah,
when the enemy is fight moving and shooting your base, it's not a good look. It's not a good sign that he's as X Factor could probably just right click on Ubi Vader's base and kill him at this point.
Yeah, at that point, it's probably not a 50-50 anymore. And there we go. The GG gets called from Ubivader. And I'm not sure, is there a loser's bracket?
Commander has
Barcast, if you can quickly chime in.
There is not. This is single elimination right now, so.
All right. Thank you very much. So yeah, that was it from Ubi. Great run.
Yeah.
Very respectable. Top 8.
That cold place game for Ubi, like Paradise Lost looked a little closer, I would say, but Coldplay's X Factor, I think, just killed him. Like it was just not close, unfortunately.
No.
I just saw the scene.
It was huge damage.
Volshock made for the desk. Oh my god. Oh, look, at least he didn't give
it's beautiful.
this robot a giant forehead. You know what, Volshock, I appreciate your restraint. All right, Barcast. What do we have next? We have a plan in mind.
Pull that up. I'll get our players ready. That ended a little quicker, but it's going to be Akumar versus Below Deer.
Ooh, wait, that's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah. Looks like Below Deer's already here. Let me ping our second player and get him in the lobby.
Well, while we're doing that, if anybody wants to see the brackets, if you're just now showing up, these are the brackets so far. We have the games we have for today. X Factor is going forward to the semifinals, and we're gonna watch Akumar versus Bloater in the next game. All right, now we get the fun part. I mean, those of you that have actually watched these tournaments before, that have been here, this is the fun part, the lobby sim. All right, actually, you know what? This is not even a tournament thing. If you've played Bar, you've experienced this fun moment of well, now we get to wait and try and get the players here. See if it's quick.
Well, while he's on his way, we've got another match, another round here. Could do some predictions. So Akumar versus Below Deer, best of 3. You have any thoughts, LDM?
I mean, okay, look, I've been on a tournament team with Below Deer. This man is probably one of my favorite players. He's very good. I can't not bet on Below Deer. I haven't seen Akumar play though. That's the thing. He 2-1 Randy. Didn't he beat Teddy, or he took a game off Teddy? Maybe it was something I can't remember exactly. All I remember is he took a game off Teddy at a minimum in the qualifiers. So honestly, I don't know. I have to say maybe I'm leaning towards 2-1 Below Deer. I have to, like, in Below Deer's advantage. But what do you think?
Yeah, that's a good prediction. I'd have to agree with that one. I'd like to give Akumar credit for where he's at skill level wise. So like taking a single game off, Below Deer in the series sounds about right. But I think with like the experience Below Deer has and just like maybe the level he's at, I don't see a way he loses this series. But anything can happen, right?
Man, This Bloater, he knows what I want. All right, we already mapped picks and bans, which they're going quite quick, as Foundel was the first ban, followed up with a ban on Paradise Lost, which Akumar then picked Mithril Mountain, and Bloater, of course, knowing what map I want to see, picked Otago, which then Akumar follows it up with a ban on Prismatic Anomaly, which Bloater then bans Pool of Illis. I'm excited. I'm excited to see it.
Looks like we have our next caster here too, so thank you, Slick, for that. I think we'll see you back here soon, but we got Coochie coming on. Welcome in.
What up? It's gonna be nice.
For sure. Man, I'm hoping we see a late game. I'm hoping we see a late game on Otago. I'm hoping. I mean, I don't know. Do you think we see a late game on Mithril Mountain? But oh well, I got Cold Place was the next ban, Aurelia, and then Gasbag is our last game for the best of 3. But
so what was that? Mithril, Otago,
and then Gasbag. Yes, Gasbag.
Wow.
I'm just glad
these are going by so fast, really. Coochie, do you have a prediction here, or your thoughts on the map pool they selected?
I really like the map pool. Already 2 series and we don't have a single map repeated. That's nice. Mithril, I think we're gonna see it tier 1. I don't rarely see Mithril go tier 2. The other 2 map though could very well go tier 2.
Yeah, this could be a longer series, I'd say, but I mean, both players are loaded, into the match. Do you have any expectations about what are we gonna see? Armed bots, armed vehicles, core bots, core vehicles from any of these players?
On Mithril, I'm puzzled. Everything is viable, I think, on Mithril Mountain. You've got the middle of the map, which is only accessible via bots. I mean, it's only accessible in a straight line from bots. Vehicle have to go around to access it. So that's an advantage for bots, but the rest of the map is pretty flat, giving an advantage to vehicles, so everything's viable here.
Personally, I like opening bots on this map, but either one's good. And like you said, having to rotate around that mountain to get on top of it with vehicles takes forever, and going up the ramp and all that. So it's just so easy to kind of secure that and carry it into the mid game. If you have that, you have that mountain, you have such an economic or metal advantage over your opponent.
Yeah, and the small mexes that are just next to the mountain, as a vehicle player versus bots, it's such a struggle to keep them alive.
The Bloater opening core vehicles here, which is no surprise. It's gonna go 6 scouts here, so gonna try and get these units out on the map and get some harassment done. He's very good at controlling those and keeping tabs on his opponent's expansion.
I like that we already have an asymmetric matchup here, the Armada vehicle versus core vehicle. Usually as the Armada player here, you have to try to use the speed of the blitz to your advantage and not fight incisors, but rather go around and fight mexes. Keep the incisors on their side of the map.
I guess there's some point in the match then when Bloater could force an engagement, perhaps, if he is able to kind of consolidate those incisors and get on Akumar's side of the map, but we'll have to see how this early game shakes out.
So far we have the commander expand from Bloater, gonna have a little bit more of a metal income lead for the start. Akumar on the other side, expanding with a single constructor. Oh, there you go, he sends the commander, leaves the lab unattended, I like that. Lab in this patch has 150 build power compared to 100 before, so you don't really need to have it assisted by a constructor at all time. It used to be a rule of thumb before, kind of, you don't want to leave your lab unassisted, but now you can get away with doing that, especially as vehicles, since they spend metal a lot quicker than bots.
Yeah, you can just produce that single con to get on the lab and continue assisting it, right? So have a little bit of gap in build power assist, but very similar builds, really. Just, you know, commander expand, one con expanding in the opposite direction. So both players really prioritizing expanding their economy in this early game. Yeah, Bloodier even has this unassisted lab, right? It's just making incisors right now.
Yeah, beautiful defense by Bloodier. Build power heavily in favor of Akumar, but he doesn't have the metal to spend for it just yet.
Yeah, he's playing a little defensively too. He's making 2 LLTs, right?
Bloodier is doing the good old X Factor build, going for the expansion and then coming back with the commander on the lab.
Yeah, that makes sense. This is a classic build where you just, you know, go grab an additional 3 mexes with your commander and then walk back to the lab. Suddenly you have this big spike in metal income and the build power shows back up at the lab to use it. And you just make incisors from this point.
Yeah, and he's got 800 of them queued up, so gonna have the army value lead.
And like you were mentioning earlier, the Blitz do have a mobility advantage over the Incisor, but Bloodier's heading straight across the map here with these beefy Incisor tanks, and it's going to be important for him to kind of get some damage or at least slow down this expansion from Akumar.
Yeah, the way I see it, they usually have to go for the counter attack with the Blitz. You don't want to be on defense, you want to rely on LLTs for defense. Otherwise, Bloodier can just freely expand, and as a Cortex player, this should not be allowed.
Has Bloodier spotted the commander expanding along the right side of the map? Because that can be like a really dicey situation when you're like have this tight group of incisors running around the map and you just kind of run into the commander. It can end so quickly with those D-guns. But
yeah, I don't know if he's seen the commander itself, but he's seen all the structures being placed on the right side, so he surely intuited that the commander was pathing up there. The constructor would not have the build power to get all this infrastructure up this quickly.
oh my gosh, this con got taken out by 2 scouts and another mech goes down. So that is just like best case scenario you can have for that. Not even slowing down the expansion, it just takes out the constructor outright. So huge pickup for Bloodier there.
Yeah, and the Blitz just can't find an engage angle on these incisors. Even with the number advantage, you can't take the trade. The incisors are just too good.
Yeah, you have to leverage that kiting with those plasma shots from the Blitz. And the thing about diving on incisors even is that lasers do more damage as you get closer to them, right? So it's kind of... Oh, this is a nice catch, though. Surrounding these four incisors, I think that's the engagement Akumar was really looking for there. Really evening up the numbers there.
Yeah, very good.
Kind of posturing out front, preventing these incisors from kind of getting towards the main base. He's going to try and take another engagement. He gets a surround on the incisors.
This one was not clean at all, though. The constructor is right there, though. It could, if he gets control of this wreck field, he could be in a playable position.
That was a huge trade. Look at this, 31% army advantage for Bloodier, and he's still on the lab with the commander, right? You know, scaling build power, scaling energy. He's got a bit of a reclaim field to contest, like you alluded to, but you know he does have a con over there on the left side of the map to maybe make its way over there.
Yeah, notably, Bloodier was only expanding with one constructor all this time, right? After doing the little X-Factor walk back to the lab, only expanding with one constructor, just spending the metal non-stop. And playing really aggressive.
I like this transition from him too. He makes 2 con turrets, right? Now he's walking towards this central plateau, which can be, you know, very difficult to take, and he's, you know, committing a lot of army value, so to speak, and build power to try and secure that position while he has all this pressure on the front.
That's an elegant way to look at it, yeah. Ooh, not a good angle.
Yeah, forcing this con back once again to the cover of this LLT. I don't think that's even enough. Maybe he needs to get another one here just to try and lock down this position while he reinforces it with blitzes from his lab. But Blodier just putting on so much pressure right now. He's doing a great job controlling these incisors, not taking unfavorable trades.
Very methodical here, not overcommitting.
Yeah, just coming in, shaving off a mechs, right? Finding any little bit of damage he can. Even just tanking a few shots on the blitz is good enough if you're not really getting into a full engagement.
Yeah, he started to work on the constructor, getting the reclaim. He's got half of it already.
Yeah, that's just so huge. Like, grabbing reclaim on your opponent's side of the map is like the tool they have at their disposal to kind of get back into the game, and really denying that just kind of closes the door for any kind of comeback Akomar could get. But he's done a great job expanding. He actually is going to meet Blodier's commander in mid, so we might have some awkward moments here. Just a few moments with two commanders running into each other, but this battle is still going on. So much pressure.
It looks pretty one-sided, but if Blodier did not get the control on that rec field, it would not have been one-sided. I think for a moment the Kumar had more metal produced.
Right. Yeah, but securing that reclaim, like you said, with this construction bot, it's just been like behind this line so close to the front. Like, Akomar can like probably see this reclaim being grabbed, but there's really nothing he can do about it. It's such a bad feeling. Just like that, Blodier's gonna dive on top of this position. He takes out the mexes, he takes out the LOT. I think he got the con there as well. Yeah, there's a second con wreck, and just more and more damage, more and more tempo going in his favor. Yeah, Akomar somehow managed to make it to this position a little bit before Blodier's commander did, so he's able to get up a few LOTs. Blodier doesn't need to take that engagement, though. I mean, you can choose not to attack the commander or just go somewhere else, right? You don't want to give him the chance to use those D-guns. And just more and more damage coming out from Blodier. He's gotten on top of another expanding con. There's a reclaim field very close to Akomar's factory, so he is able to sit on top of this and grab this reclaim, but incisors are in the main base, taking out wind turbines.
Oh, it's not looking good. The Janus was a real good addition to the army comp here, though.
Okay, he cleans that up in front of his main base. Looks like he's going to put down a bot lab here to try and get out some res bots, presumably, but Blodier's already switched into medium tanks, right? So the pressure is just only going to increase.
He's still got the energy to get some res bot going.
Yeah, this could swing the game in his favor. I mean, it's like, what, 200 build power? The units are essentially free, right? So the more and more time goes on where you have these like long drawn out battles, the more time these res bots have to kind of get you back into the game, resing units. But I'm not sure Blodier is going to give it to him.
Actually, even if he does, the army value is still 60% right now.
Yeah, huge hurdle to
I'm not sure that would be enough.
Yeah. Blodier's really microing well. He's getting these medium tanks in front of his army. They have a bit longer range than the incisors, so you can kind of sit here and kind of pepper the blitzes. They can kind of force the engagement out of the arm player. And then your incisors dive in, get that nice damage spike. Really good control here, and once again, just very methodical play. He's just taking his time, making sure his micro's on point, even getting this really nice start to an engagement here, just already pulling back with those medium tanks. So Blodier not even giving him the chance to get on top of these units.
I was smelling an air transition.
Yeah, this is in his style, right? I've seen the Blodier a lot of times. He'll just like reclaim that T1 lab, make the air lab, make like 5 bombers, a couple scouts, and just right back into that vehicle lab. So super clean transitions and bombing runs.
Yeah, as soon as you can't get any more progress from the ground, it seems Blodier's always first on the air lab.
Right, and the game does seem to have stabilized a little bit here, so metal income's way in favor of Blodeer. Metal produced about 6k, and just the sheer amount of medium tanks here represents so much HP to chew through. I mean, those blitzes just can't really take them out efficiently, and there's so many incisors in the back just ready to get on top of the blitzes. 3.2k reclaim field sitting here. Two construction bots in the back for Blodeer are already trying to grab that metal.
The bomber's going in. Sees that there's barely any eco here, but he bombs it nonetheless.
Yeah, there's a few anti-air bots out already, so they were able to pick up 2 of those bomber. The third one goes down, and I think this 4 bomber is going to be cleared out. But like you said, there is just really no eco to bomb. And Akamar's going to tap out after that, so really strong showing there from Blodeer, taking down game 1. That's going to give him a huge advantage here going into the next game. So even winning on Akumar's map. So Akamar was a higher seed coming out of the group stage in first place out of his group. So we're going to be heading into the second map. Otago, and both players already just super quickly started the game up. So we're going to have to jump into this next match. What do you think about this map, Gucci?
It's a beautiful map. I don't exactly like the Resbot mini game that usually happens on these type of maps. So that's just personally, but I always like watching the map anyway. There's 1,700 metal worth of rocks on each side, like 850 in each corner basically. You have great expansion, great terrain placement, viable for bots, viable for vehicle. You have strong wind, trees that makes airplay very notably good. Beautiful map all around, I think. Great addition to the map pool.
Yeah, like you said, that Resbot minigame as a player can be pretty annoying, kind of gambly maybe at some points, but as a spectator, it makes for some good matches. So I don't mind it, surely, but
Yeah, it's also at the top level. You usually always want to have your commander reclaiming and dragging areas where there are rocks and trees, just to see if the trees are getting reclaimed, so you know where the Resbots are through the fog of war. Kind of a trick you can use. But it's so annoying when the enemy does it to you, and it's so annoying that you have to do it to be on even playground.
Yeah, I didn't actually know about that, so just a quick little way to get information about if there's Resbots out on the field.
Yeah, and by reducing the range of the circle, you can pinpoint exactly where it is. It is so annoying.
Wow, that's okay. Bringing all the facts here, but both these players are spawned into the map. They've made their selections here. We've got Blodeer opening up as the Armada commander once again. Akumar playing Armada as well. So ARM v ARM. I'm presuming both players are going to be playing ARM bots, so a bit of a throwback to the X Factor Alt F4 game on Cold Place, right?
Oh, you may have spoken too soon. I think we have vehicle from Akumar here.
Very interesting start. It still ends up working out because the vehicle cons can just drive to those little reclaim patches. It's all you really need to pick up. I mean, there is energy reclaim on this map, but the real thing to kind of contest and prioritize here at the start of the match is those, 8 piles of 800 metal we see.
Yeah, I did attempt to practice some weird vehicle opening builds here, just grabbing the rocks and then going back to expand. And this is exactly what we see from Akumar. Goes for the rocks, then sends a constructor to expand to the top side. And has just so much metal, which is usually hard to spend when you're bots. Now you can just spend it very fast on vehicles.
Right. Those tanks, about like 100 plus metal a piece, so you can kind of quickly get 4 or 5 tanks out and across the map way earlier than you might normally see on like a regular map without the metal reclaim. But yeah, Akumar seems, he's making a few blitzes right now, so this might shake out to be a very aggressive start for him. Meanwhile, Blodeer already being a little bit greedy with that build power. He's got working on his first construction turret. He's working on his first res bot. Go grab that metal.
Yeah, the complete opposite from Bloater. So we're gonna see if he's able to fend off this very aggressive attack from Akumar.
Yeah, this is a super interesting open. I haven't seen this kind of strat in a long time. You used to kind of do this as a surprise to like the normal, you know, greedy con opens you see in 1v1s, but Akumar being very aggressive here. He already has 5 blitzes out on the map. Sorry, more than that actually, multiple scouts, so he's getting a lot of info right now on where he needs to be and attack with these. And if you don't see the commander, it's kind of an invitation to attack a position here at this point in the game.
Ooh, and the wind is not cooperating right now. Definitely another point very in favor of the vehicle player when the wind is bad. Need much less energy to reach the same army value as vehicle.
And I guess the units cost or energy cost was already kind of front loaded with earlier in the game. So if Bloater was trying to scrambling to get units out right now or LLTs, it's can be difficult to do that with such a low energy bar. Kind of a weird consequence of the wind speed.
Well, he is up just in time here.
Yeah, that's a really nice defense. There's just a few ticks here, a couple of pawns out across the map, and that's just like a really well-timed defense. Suddenly Bloater's on, 6 mexes. He's comfortably spending that pile of metal he got with his resbot earlier. So he can, sit here and just produce a bunch of pawns to contest the army value Akumar put on the map earlier.
Akumar is notably also on 6 mexes, sending the commander forward to expand down the middle. I'm gonna secure the map control there. So we're gonna see the situation flip about, where it was whether or not Bloater could defend this push it. Now it's whether or not Akumar can defend for the rest of the game. But I see Bloater is now... There's 5 blitz finally going in. 3 of them get D-gun, a couple of windmills gonna go down.
Yeah, really not the damage I think Akumar was looking for there. A couple of those blitzes got D-gunned immediately, and Bloater was able to kind of easily clean that up. Now there's a couple hundred metal sitting right in his main base. He just needs to make another resbot, and all the pressure being relieved, he can just send all these ticks and pawns across the map to try and get that counter damage you were saying. Can Akumar defend this kind of reversal of pressure?
I'm interested to see what Bloater's second lab is going to be, because we're going to reach the point where he wants to do a swap here. Probably commander expand out and then do a swap at the same time. I don't know if we're going to see a air swap or a vehicle swap. Or maybe just adding more willpower and doing bot labs, pawns on repeat. Pawns are really strong anyway. Maybe he just keeps going at it.
Yeah, especially on this terrain, and lack of good radar positions, right? So you can kind of sneak units in. There's all these weird like radar blind spots behind these mountains and whatnot. So defending against this part of the game where there's just pawns like everywhere on the map, it can be so volatile without the radar blind spots. But we'll see
Absolutely.
if Bloater is able to stay on top of this. Nice little engagement here in the middle. Bloater catching a bunch of these tanks.
Yeah, he lost 2 constructors for it, but he's got the resbot right there ready, so won't be too much of a loss right there.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Bloater has a nice little group of pawns here just above Akumar's base. He's looking for a con or an expansion. It's really not there yet, so you can see just how far Bloater is ahead in expanding. He's just able to kind of quickly cap those mexes, and Bloater is going to find 2 LLTs and a few tanks, so I don't think he can actually take this trade. We'll have to see. A little bit slow to pull back, so Akumar is going to get on top of some of these blitzes. They're doing a nice job kiting these tanks, but eventually they're going to get taken down.
Ooh, there is a dangerous amount of pawn next to Akumar's commander.
There's a
Now
single
he sides
LLT.
against it.
Yeah, right. It can be such like a coin flip. Going for that sniper, not going for it. If you end up failing, you can just throw away so much of your army and tempo advantage. So Bloater just kind of playing it safe, backing away. It looks like Blodeer made his what is that?
What a tick.
Okay.
He cannot access it with his vehicle. I forgot about that.
Yeah, it could be so annoying. There's so many maps like that where it's just like great little places to hide ticks for to come back later, and clearing it out as the vehicle player can be, you know, almost impossible, like like the ping suggested, right? Blodeer is sharking around, still getting a lot of value, just slowing down these expansions, and he's like, you know, poking for blind spots or holes in the defense here. This little pack is getting taken out. There's a big engagement on the other side of the map. Alcomar trying to find some damage, but Blodeer has just enough here to contest these blitzes. This damage isn't really going to be of any consequence. There's already 3 res bots here sitting, grabbing this reclaim, resing those units, and there's already pressure on the other side of the map. So Blodeer just kind of posturing outside the main base of Alcomar here. He's got a couple of pawns raiding on the bottom right side of the map, finding some damage.
Big pickup getting these 2 mechs. They are quite far to grab them. Big damage. They will not be rebuilt anytime soon.
Yeah, meanwhile on the top, Blodeer finding this exposed con, so he was able to find that after going in so many times looking for it. Blodeer forced up on this hill with this pack of blitz, but really that just gives you the option to counterattack, right? You can just run around where the blitz can't get you and just find another angle to move through it. Blodeer has made his choice. It's going to be second air here.
Both players are going to be second lab air.
Yeah.
We're going to see the bombers meet each other at the center, maybe.
Yeah, notably, both players just reclaiming that, I guess their first land factory. Does Blodeer spot this?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, air unit detected, right? So these bombers are going to be known. Blodeer immediately switches into Fig, so going to be able to respond to this. They still have this huge army on the top side of the map, and there's really not anything to stop this. I mean, a single LLT isn't enough. I think these 2 cons might end up going down. And that is just a huge...
The whole base might be going down right now. That was a lack of radar moment.
Yeah, there's just nothing to stop this. Pawn's getting on top of these construction turrets. They're going to get on top of the wind turbines. Akamar is going to tap out. Says good luck. And... Oof. That was a fast series.
Yeah, I'm a bit sad we didn't get to see tier 2, but that was some good games nonetheless.
Yeah.
So
You're doing a really nice job.
That Blodeer guy looking pretty dominant there, looking pretty strong. Well, I'm actually also kind of disappointed with Otago. I was hoping we would see a little bit more of a late game Otago, as you know, it's a very high economy map, but I guess we're going on to our next game, which I'm assuming is going to be Modula versus Sash, Barcast.
Yeah, I just pinged them. Gonna try and get them in a lobby. I think we also have another caster lined up, so grab Brightworks. I think he's here. Hey man, how you doing?
Howdy, how's it going?
Always going good. Watching some bar, man. You know how it is. It's fun.
So far, been enjoying the games. Pretty high octane. Not a lot of downtime. biggest break is getting the players into the lobby here.
Oh, for sure. Kind of breezing through these games. Yeah, there's not really been one of those long macro games that stall it out, right? You know, like it goes like 20-30 minutes. It's been a lot of decided on like just different tier 1 mistakes or just unfortunate things happening, just fully deciding the game.
Yeah, so far it seems like bombing runs have been, I mean, I don't know, Blodeer makes it look easy. Every time I've tried to do a bombing run like that in one of my, small team or 1v1 games or anything like that, it just doesn't work. The bombers miss everything, and I don't even hit any economy. They kill my ground army while I'm not looking at it, and yeah, everything falls apart. Somehow I misplaced the lab. Units can't get out of it. Yeah, Blodeer makes it look extremely easy, and I don't know how. Like, super good to watch, though.
I have to assume it's partially, at least in combo, of a lot of experience with RTSs, and he's a pretty high APM gamer, I guess we'll say. He's pretty good. Pretty
Yeah.
good at what he does.
Yeah, being all over the map and like a robot, like plays like an AI, like a perfect AI.
That's Alpha Star right here. Alpha Star in bar form. You know, they finally showed up for it.
Let's see who's up next.
Sash
Shashgrin and
Modulo.
Modulo. Ooh, that's fun.
Should be both of these players. You know, they're pretty consistent tournament players. So both of them are have been here for a lot of these tournaments and are frankly just good players. So it should be interesting. This should be a fun one to see.
I believe they're both tournament winners, right? Previous tournament winners.
You know, I'm not
Can't
sure.
remember Modulo.
Sash is in like team tournaments. I don't know if he's won a 1v1 tournament. Modulo, I can't remember either. Modulo usually at least does well, I think, in every 1v1 tournament I've seen him.
Yeah. That's true for sure.
I think
I
he's.
could have swore he took like a fight night or something.
Yeah.
That would make sense. Yeah, and I mean, like, it doesn't surprise me at all. He's pretty good. It's pretty
For
good player.
sure. Yeah. All right, there they are. I kind of like this. Just rotating everybody into the same lobby gives a chance to look at all the games rather than every once, like, if you're hopping between and they're all consecutive, then you kind of miss some of them.
Yeah. Especially like a round of 8, right? Like, it feels like we get to
Yeah.
see all the games and we get to not miss anything cool happening. So I will say I'm hoping we get a late game at some point. Give me a nice game that
Right.
goes tier 3. All right, that's all at least once.
It'd be nice to see something. It like tickles a recess of the brain to watch the pros micro Marauders and Shivas and Karganeths and the big battle bots and watch them use them. Even though, I mean, I don't know. We've all seen them before, but when they're used properly, when they're used strategically, not just like a ram to throw against the front wall,
Yeah.
pretty nice. Pretty nice.
Yeah, I hope part of me also, being a big Cortex enjoyer, I hope we see Cortex as well. Like maybe like a core tier 3, kind of like Shiva Doom Push or something like that, but
Mm-hmm.
that the odds of that does not seem very high. So far we've seen a lot. We've seen some core, but we've seen a lot of ARM.
A lot of ARM today.
Yeah.
We saw one core vehicle game, and then
That might have been it. I think that actually
might have been it.
That is unfortunate.
Well, guess we're in for Titans. Titans and Razorbacks.
Look, ARM's got some cool stuff too. Okay, I guess I can't complain.
Shiva can put, or Core can put those Shivas on the field so quickly, though, is always just, that's their saving grace. Is like, if you're falling behind in T2, you just eat everything you can and go for T3 and pump out Shivas, and sometimes it's enough to save it. I know, I've certainly saved dozens of 8v8 games. Just, you're falling behind in that T2 slot, so you just reclaim as much of your units and the front line and everything as possible and force it all into a T3. And you put Shivas on the field, and they're just the problem solver. They do a bunch of damage, have a bunch of range. They have that big missile in their backpack. They look very nice nowadays.
Yeah. Oh man, for sure. Like the Shiva glow up is crazy good. Absolutely.
Yeah, they
impressive.
received their beautiful little touch up. They're like, it was like their makeup was done, right? They put some blush on and their eyeliner, and then they like added a couple extra triangles. They like glued on some decals. It's like when you put a flame decal on your computer, and it doesn't change anything numerically, but it makes it run a whole lot faster.
Yeah. Well, we did have the picks and bans start with Pools of Illis and Paradise Lost being our first 2 bans. First 2 picks, of course. Prismatic Anomaly. It's a cool map. Very visually
Love that
awesome
map.
looking. And Mithril Mountain as our second pick.
Well, they banned Otego. Otego's been like a favorite recently. I feel like a lot of players have been really enjoying this map.
It's just so interesting. It's such an interesting map. There's a lot of variation that can happen when you have this like big metal reclaim. Yeah, like Kuchi said, there's like a weird little Resbot war that happens with it that can get kind of strange, but
Yeah.
you can see
Gas
some
Bag is
interesting
banned.
stuff. Oh, Gas Bag. I want
Huh.
to see that. That map has also received a bit of a glow up. You know, it's Aiden worked a little hard to update some bits of it.
Yeah,
I've not quite seen
I
it yet.
like it a lot personally. I think it's a great.
Yeah.
I like playing it and I like looking at it.
Yeah.
Those are the two most important things to me. So
All right. Ban on
ban
Found though.
Hmm.
You know,
So what does that leave us with? Wait, what's the final?
Cold Place and Aurelia, I believe, are our last two maps.
Oh. So it'll be Cold Place then. Aurelia's banned.
Oh yeah, there we go.
All right. Not bad. Prismatic is super cool though.
It
I love
is.
Prismatic. That one's like it stands out in my mind as one of those like every map and bar kind of has its theme. There's like the acid theme and the space theme and the moon theme, like all these different themes. But like Prismatic is like its own thing. Like it doesn't easily fit into all those. Technically it's like the moon theme or whatever, but it's so unique.
Yeah, just that the pyramid theme is definitely very unique, and I am definitely down to just see more pyramid maps. You know, I don't like just give me a whole pyramid map pool. I'm okay with it. They're very cool looking.
Yeah, could we just do like a desert sandstorm, Operation Sandstorm type map where we're just fighting over like just use the desert tile set, but then
That'd
just
be
put
cool.
a bunch of pyramids in it? That'd be awesome.
We could have a whole map pool just of pyramid maps. I'm ready for it. It's just cool.
Space Egyptians.
Space Egyptians, yep. Well, I believe I am handing this off to Kuchi as well. Kuchi and Brightworks are our two casters for this set, so I'm going to mute. Boys, I hope we see a good game here.
Thank you very much.
I'm excited to be here again.
Howdy.
Howdy, Brightwork.
Your thoughts on Prismatic Anomaly here?
This is gonna be a vehicle map for sure.
Oh yeah.
But the way we see this map is quite different. The meta has not been solved yet for this map. It's really beautiful. There's so many
Yeah.
expansion paths we can go for, and they all seem to be equally valid.
Apparently our two pros here today agreeing on their choice here though, starting in the same opposite corners. Clearly they've got some sort of a strategy cooked up already. Yeah, in my mind of minds, I would love to see somehow making spider bots work nicely on this map, but it takes so long to get to that, and there's so much map to claim. Like, it doesn't work out. It doesn't work out. It's a vehicle map through and through.
To climb the pyramids, is that why you want the spiders?
Yeah, I just want to see a rocket spider on one of the pyramids firing away. Too much to
There's
ask
so
for.
very little resources next to them. I get what you win though. Vanguards would be real nice if it gets to tier 3.
True, yeah, that would actually be a huge advantage because then it's just up there shelling away. And if you put it on one of these central pyramids, like these ones, you know, on the bottom left or the top right there, those are the biggest ones. That would be, I mean, you could lock down 2/3 of the map by just putting a Vanguard on each of those. We'll see. We gotta hope for that T3 late game first, and we gotta have Armada players. Modulo choosing to go for Cortex here today. Oh, Shashgren also playing Cortex. All right. It looks like LDM will get his Core v Core gaming that he was hoping for.
We just need to hope it goes to tier 3. So we get some Shivas.
There's quite a lot of metal on this map, so I could see it happening. It's also a little bit tricky. Like, there are some serious choke points in this map. I feel like you can kind of lock down various, you know, corners in between all these triangles, and it can start to get really complicated to push in certain areas with vehicles. They kind of, you know, they kind of gum each other, gum up the map, and get tangled up on each other and each other's corpses.
Absolutely, yes. Now we see opposite spawn, so the travel distance between these two players is also going to be very high, meaning we're in for a long game here.
Yeah.
Unless
At the
something
very
really
least.
drastic happens in the early game. We're here for a
An
long
early
time.
air switch or something. I wouldn't mind that even. Yeah, like one bomber out of an air lab, just because it takes so long. Like, get some vehicles out, try and switch to an air lab just to use like 1 or 2 bombers to take out some solar panels. So it's a solar map, so it does mean these commanders are forced to go for solar panels. No other energy production really available. So yeah, that would be interesting to see. It's a little bit of a gamble though, and I don't know if either of these two are gonna risk it. Like, they're both pretty high skill. That's almost like a skill check. I don't know if they're really gonna risk a skill check against each other. Probably pretty well aware of each other's play style, play skill.
Already both players expanding similar path with their commanders. I'm going to try to lock down the choke points leading up to the center. So between the pyramids up to the center with LLTs and mexes from the commander. Utilizing that build path and then expanding the other side with the constructor behind those LLTs from the commanders.
Yeah, that does make sense. I mean, basically just trying to... It forces every engagement from the enemy down the middle, and it allows you to just collapse on them with any units that are on that side. Oh, a little bit of damage here. One Rascal makes it through. Cancels a metal extractor. Not bad. I think it's just about the most damage we've seen so far.
Might be the most damage we see in a bit too. Both players going very heavy on the macro. Constructors, solos, everything skewed up. Very little army on the field for being 3 minutes in already.
Yeah, it sort of makes sense. You have to... This is definitely a macro map. Just because of how long the rush distance is. You have so much time to be very luxurious about where you or how many constructors you expand with, how many extra solar panels you can get out. There's just not enough time to get units across the map. Ooh, almost gets another mech.
Not quite. Wow, the single mechs do get taken out the second time though. Sashgrin forced to rebuild it again.
Yeah, it's become a
And we can
brutal
see by
battle
looking
with
at
the tiniest units.
Yeah, I was gonna say, look at the modulo side. The constructor is already on the next mechs compared to Sashkorin, right? They've got the mirror build order
Oh, yeah.
somewhat so far, so
Yeah, you're right.
you can see the impact of that one mech being taken twice.
Yeah, and it looks like Shashgrin isn't gonna. You can almost play catch up by just skipping the LLT and the radar and all that, and then just moving forward. But it's so risky. You have to keep units there constantly, and yeah, it looks like Shashgrin's not gonna risk it, so he's just gonna take the hit to the build order, I suppose. That is so funny though. Yeah, it's like a near perfect mirror, so it pretty much compares directly 1-to-1. Modulo turning towards the middle here a little bit, actually. Shashgrin a little bit wider, I would say. Kind of expanding across. I guess both of them are pretty much going for the exact same mexes, though.
Absolutely, they're down to the LLTs is almost the same.
Well, I agree with you that this map hasn't been solved, but at the very least, these two commanders, they're in such exactly the same mindset right here that it looks like it's been solved. Like, perfectly solved.
Yeah, it does look like it. I mean, this is all our map. There's so little variance. And we're seeing mirror matchups, so we're bound to see a lot of resemblance.
It does mean that every little benefit is going to add up pretty quickly. So maybe those early mech snipes right there from Modulo are going to be the deciding factor.
There we go.
Like
Both players expanding with the second constructor at the same time, but in different direction at least. So.
Oh, there we go. Finally see some variability here.
Yeah, it's like that one chess game where you just copy whatever your opponent is doing for the first 10 moves. Yeah, we finally reached the point where one player cannot copy the other anymore.
Yeah, things got complicated enough. It's a 3-body problem. I like at the very least that Modulo has started cordoning off this area of the map, right? It started to kind of like section it off. Shashgrin feels a little bit exposed on that southern side still. There's only that one LLT, the Gatekeeper LLT, to make sure no blitzers or incisors, I guess, in this match run by anything over there.
I think it's a better way to play since the spawns are so far from each other. As soon as you identify you take the very opposite spawn, you should not be adding too much LLT on your expansion initially. You should try to defend most of it with units instead.
Yeah, just putting, well, and especially if you, like, this map is kind of rough for radar. You do need a lot of radars just because the pyramids block a bunch of it. But as long as you have those radars, you have so much time to respond to an enemy attack that it really, it doesn't make sense. If I mean, granted, you have the APM. I'm saying it makes sense for the pros to do this. Probably not most of us out here. But if you have the APM to do it, using it to block all these attacks coming in, it makes a lot more sense.
Beautiful face of all these two commanders with the mirror matchup, getting the mechs at the same time.
Oh my goodness, yeah, it's like down to the second.
Beautiful.
That's incredible.
That's art.
They're gonna bump heads here as they both try and build an LLT on top of each other. Okay. Now we see things start to devolve. Looks like they're gonna have to have a funky little commander battle in the midsection of the map here with the the LLTs and the spamming out as many of these towers as possible while trying to get units into position to defend. This is where I feel like the APMs can really start to shoot through the roof here.
Absolutely. We have one extra constructor expanding from Sashkarin, but it hasn't yet paid off. It's in the bottom left corner assisting the other constructors. So very little economic advantage to have from this yet. What's gonna happen? It's gonna compound soon enough.
Yeah, it's basically playing catch up. Once it catches up to that other constructor expanding on the northern side for Modulo, it'll have been worth it, but not quite there yet. Hero Rascal on the bottom side takes a mechs. Super annoying. I feel like that's one of Modulo's strong shoots for real. Oh, that's brutal. Hides just behind the metal extractor, so the LLT can't actually shoot at it. Oh no. Okay, it gets cleaned up eventually, but there was not supposed to get an extra mechs right there, but there we go. All of a sudden, having that extra con in the bottom corner it helps quite a bit. Now that we have to rebuild this area for what, the 4th time? It's become quite annoying, certainly.
Never swap from Sashkarin. Supposed to pull the air lab swap. On the other side, Modulo is working on the advanced solar, so working on scaling his economy rather than spending it on.
Feels like that must mean. I was gonna say, it feels like that must mean he's going into medium tanks here. If he's not gonna make an attack transition, then he's gotta want a bunch more energy to just start rolling out those medium tanks. We are at the point here where pretty much have enough metal to just dump into medium tanks and go for one of those steamroll pushes where you just try and brute force your way through to the enemy line.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I would like to see Modulo here drop a front lab with his commander. That would allow him to use his economy, his advantageous economy.
Yeah, I wonder, I'm gonna switch to Modulo's POV here. I wonder if Modulo is exactly aware of how much more economy he has. He does see the fighter, or the scout plane rather. Oh, shurikens, I mean, coming across the map here.
Very good rating from Sashkarin so far. Caught the constructors in the top right. Ooh, Modulo with the 7 incisor clicking towards the commander. Oh no, he doesn't go for it.
Ooh, he was thinking about it for sure. There's those choke points make it so dangerous to fight commanders though, because as soon as the commander gets 1 or 2 D guns off, you can lose half or more of your army just from one bad D gun that hurls across the battlefield.
Yeah, you might have to go for it. He's got 20 incisors. Sashkarin has nothing in this position, and the other side of the map is getting raided completely. He might have to get some counterplay here, whether it's a snipe on the commander or going for his own counter raiding. We'll have to see.
Yeah, the incisor numbers building on the northern side. I mean, we've hit the point where they can overwhelm LLTs pretty consistently here. We have some missile trucks moving in that direction. Don't know how well those are going to work out particularly. The shurikens are cool, but I feel like they're not... Like, incisors can technically shoot its shurikens, so unless you have overwhelming numbers of them, it's a huge investment to get into that many shuriken. But unless you have that many shuriken, I feel like they're just going to be shot down.
Oh yeah, he still doesn't have the numbers to properly use those shurikens. Modulo is just idling his army in the middle. There we go. We see a counterattack going. Maybe trying to get the surround on the commander. Better angle to decide if he wants to commit or not.
Looks like it. Probably a little hesitant about fighting with those shurikens in the air still as well. But yeah, look, Incisor can clear those out nicely. A couple of blasts and the Incisor were able to bring down the shuriken there. A weird kind of anti-air. It doesn't work on pretty much anything bigger, but... Looks like that attack is mostly repulsed.
Exploiter versus exploiter going on.
Oh yeah. We have 2 cons on this one to repair though if we need to. The dumbest fight ever. 2 super tanky but low damage units fighting it out here. Yeah, Modular realizes.
Finally proving the 2 constructor was better than the 1 constructor.
And now we have the incisors to finish the mission. Oh, look at that target firing. Yeah, he switched to the constructor here. So he says, at the very least, I can try and kill your constructor to stop the expanse, but it won't work. All right. I love those little micro battles all over the place. Those are where that's where the actual victory is made. We got some pounders coming into the lab here. At least one. Oh, there's another one. Yeah, he's seen that incisor ball moving around and wants to have some way of stopping it a little more conveniently. It
Game
feels
is
like
pretty even so far.
Yeah, I was just about to say this game has been pretty much dead even. I mean, from a nearly mirrored build order to basically, I mean, with the what are they called, the exploiters, the armed metal extractors being in the exact same spots. Like it's been tooth and nail just to get the tiniest advantages here from each of these commanders. It's really easy to gamble it all on a minuscule advantage and lose way more than it's worth. And I feel like that's been the entire story. I feel like the main recuperation here that the blue commanders had, the main like comeback that Sashgren had, is just shutting down that expansion on the northern side. We're actually moving in with the con up there as well to rebuild it.
Yeah, but he ended up losing all his army in the process, which just was finished reclaiming from Modulo. So I think when you'll start to see Modulo start to be behind on metal income just now. I feel like the whole time he was keeping up because of the reclaim, but now the reclaim ran out. He hasn't recaptured the mechs yet.
Yeah, until he does, it's going to be... I mean, this map scales out of control really wildly. Every single mech is worth 2.1, and there's dozens of mechs out there on the field. You can get into those. I mean, you can basically get up into like proper T2 economy just by grabbing mexes. Not that I think either of these guys are willing to risk it on a T2 transition. We do have an air lab, or, well, the air lab that was already built, building bombers at this point.
Meanwhile, Modulo doubling down on the vehicle, adding a second vehicle lab.
I always love when I see that. Sort of says to me, it feels like it puts out a level of confidence, right? That Modulo is like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that if I just keep pushing forward with all these units, it's going to eventually result in a favorable outcome here. And I don't think he's wrong. It is a numbers game at the end of the day. More tanks, better. Oh, Shashgren in trouble, actually.
Oh. Yeah, he doesn't have any reinforcing army here.
Couple of medium tanks, but that is a lot of vehicles. Yeah, it's going to be ages before he can actually get other tanks out there to that field. He really needs to keep each of those tanks that he's got already there alive. Whoa, risky. You know, since we have this air lab out, I wouldn't mind seeing some air cons, I feel like. Trying to use those to move around the map a little bit quicker, just to reclaim mexes or reclaim metal. I feel like it might be a worthwhile investment here.
Yeah, I would agree. Alright, bombers are coming in. Ooh, the anti-air is quite late. We only have 2 nettles coming up. A couple of lashers are in position.
Going for the solar panels, just kind of a spread out bombing run. Big carpet bombing run.
Ooh, not the greatest yet.
Hits a couple of solar panels that close. Not a lot of kills, though. Build power is still up and running, too. Honestly, not much.
Not much. Does
Those
it justify
solars,
Maybe.
They're gonna be fine. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it was like 5 solar panels went down, 5 regular solar panels went down, and most of them are still up intact. You're gonna reclaim most of the metal from them. Yeah, I think Modulo is totally fine from that. He already invested in the solar panels. He used his advantage to get that energy lead, and none of those were killed in the process. So
Here we go. We have the fusion going out from Sashkorin before upgrading tier 2 mechs. Very interesting choice here. If you have
Oh, wow.
solo energy and you get the fusion first, you can then reclaim the solar, and that is a lot more metal in the end than rushing those mexes.
yeah, and he has like nicely centrally located all of his build power too. So it's gonna be super easy for all these solar panels to get reclaimed here. Puts him in a weird spot though, where he doesn't have unit production for the next minute or so. Seems like the gamble's paid off though. Basically
Yeah, not
doubling
much
his
action
energy
going
production. Yeah, no,
Oh, yeah.
both of these commanders seem pretty much content to just building up their forces. Although I will say, if Modulo sticks around on T1 for too much longer, that T2 advantage will spiral rapidly out of control. He either needs to push with this army and kill, I don't know, dozens of metal extractors, 4, 5, 6 of these metal extractors up on the northern side, try and reclaim that area and rebuild all that, or at the very least go for a T2 transition of his own. The heavy tanks are kind of impossible to fight efficiently here with the T1 medium tanks.
I see Modulo committing on more basic soldiers. No tier 2 in sight. Drops the air lab instead.
I will say, the fusion reactor does present a very clear target for a bunch of bombers. Maybe an opportunity there.
Absolutely.
Air lab's still intact right now for Shashkarin though, so it does mean fighters are, well, already in production. It's kind of weird. Like once you go into air, you never really want to get out of air. Like you never want to eat your air lab because at a moment's notice you could need 4 or 5 fighters across the map to defend yourself, and rebuilding that air lab always just takes too long. It's
Which is
like,
probably why he did the little transition right as he did the bombing run. It's like the
yeah.
proper timing to not get surprised by an enemy attack.
First of the Tiger tanks will be rolling out to the field now. Certainly a scary moment there for Modulo, realizing he's fighting a technologically inferior war.
Are those brutes stuck? Does it look like it's the best place to be right now?
They look very crammed. Hey, there's an aircon for the reclaim. Nice to see. Yeah, at 115 metal and reclaiming about 30-ish per second, 20 to 30 per second. It really doesn't take too long for one of these constructors to essentially pay for itself if you just use it as a flying resbot. I'm a big fan. Big push on the southern side, though. One thing about those Tiger
Sashkarin
tanks... Go ahead.
committing on the second fusion already.
Wow.
Might be a
That's
bit
greedy.
much given the circumstances. The army value is the only metric you should be caring about.
At least put out some shuriken here to try and slow some of this down. Commander's in position. Maybe we could get a killer D-gun here as well. Yeah, he's going to turn around and go for it. All right, not bad. I think the Tigers will clean up the majority of the rest of this. Another big push coming through the middle there, and that one is assisted by some missile trucks, so shuriken not going to be as... Oh, okay, missile truck goes down. All right, yeah, sure, mass shuriken production. I feel like you've got enough Tiger tanks, and they're fast enough to get in a position. Just go all in on shurikens, right?
Yeah.
Make an efficient T2 VT1 fight even more efficient.
That is a lot of tanks in Sashkarin's
So many
front door.
tanks. Oh, they're kind of
And Tigers are not notorious for having high DPS.
No, their superpower is staying alive. Not really much else. Yeah, this is a rough spot for Modulo. He really was caught in a weird position here where we just had so much T1 that if it wasn't spent doing something, then it was effectively useless. Shuriken to the
Now
very
he
least
decides to
paralyzing.
retreat with the big army ball in the front.
We've got Zars rolling out. Oh no. One or
It
two
is a
solid.
deterrent.
Yeah, it's a huge deterrent. The AoE is massive, and against balled up medium tanks, I mean, you really couldn't ask for a better target. You're not going to overkill by much. The AoE is spent well. That's kind of a worst case scenario to fight the Tsar as a big bundled up group of medium tanks.
Even this one bomber is grabbing some nice damage right now. Well, as I say that, he misses all the shots, but he's been
Right,
getting some
though.
splash damage on this brute ball.
I've seen it do a couple of passes, and there's so many brutes that it's kind of like it's having an easy time.
Oh, what? It lost vision, no.
Oh, okay.
Oh, what a bad pilot.
He gave up. It's because you discouraged him. You said one bad thing about him, and he lost all his faith.
I'm so sorry.
Now he's dead. He's dead, and it's all your fault, Coochie. Oh no, that pilot should have been better trained. He clearly wasn't ready for the horrors of war on a massive scale like this. He tried his best. He gave it his all. Finally retaking the northeastern side here. Medium tanks just sweeping through against all those exploiters right here. There is still actually one stays up and running as well as a heavy tank, but I think that's good. I think this is the effort that you have to make if you're going to be going for, oh my goodness, a third fusion reactor in play right here. This is insane. Are we actually going just for an E-converter economy? We do have more and more T1 E-converters queued up right here for Shashgrid. Okay. Well, we're going to get our late game that we were hoping for after all.
Yeah, we might.
Finally.
Tier 2 from Modulo, although heading into the Tier 2 stage from Modulo is quite at a disadvantage, let's say that.
Yeah, we're very far behind. Already T2 mexes have come up and running here all over the place for Shashgrid. You can maintain, I mean, it's 4x the metal, so it's basically he can lose most of the metal extractors on the map, and as long as the rest of them are upgraded to T2, it really doesn't matter. Oh, here's that Tsar firing away.
Tsar is such an iconic unit, I love it.
Oh yeah. Really Cortex to a T.
The tiger is somewhat blocking these brutes.
Yeah, look at that. A little bit of like a body block. We're doing like a whole position
He
body
can't
block
go
right
in.
now.
The wreck is too big. Oh, it's completely
Wow.
locked down. Oh no, it's not. There it is.
Pretty much, yeah. There we go. Yeah, they can like sort of kind of weasel their way in, but yeah, the whole stream of them is basically denied. Now they're gonna have to go
walls
back
at home.
towards its Tsar again. Oh man, yeah, walls at home. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
That's great. It's hard to deny that the early triple fusion right here is going to be a wonderful spot for Shashgrid. You can see his energy production is now 3,500 versus the 1,500 here for Modulo. It's basically 2,000 more. Exactly 2,000 more. Still on solar power economy for our red hero. We do have the T2 mexes coming up, which is nice, but it's kind of all.
The faster you can get rid of those souls, the faster you can make that metal work for you.
Mm-hmm.
The aircon from Modulo, though, has been keeping him in the game, I guess. There was a lot of reclaiming in the top right section. He's been able to yoink all of it, actually. The aircon.
Yeah, look
Doing
at that.
a great job with that.
It's rebuilding mexes too. Why not? Yeah, no, that's really lovely. That I wish you could highlight a constructor and see its stats for like how much metal it's reclaimed, how much energy it's produced, all that sort of stuff. I feel like that aircon alone has probably gathered more metal than anything else in this game.
Yeah, that'd be quite interesting to look at. And now we gave him some exposure and it gets killed. I swear, there's something going on. I'm cursed. It's the caster curse.
The caster curse. It is a thing. was a good move though from Shashgrin. Denying that constructor does, I mean, it effectively shuts down, I don't know, 20, 25-ish on average metal per second, going back to the red economy. The Zara is so nice because it serves double role as a siege engine against a lot of those T1 static defenses. And then also it can, well, obviously shut down any of those early like T1 bowls of units. And after that, it's still pretty good damage against the T2.
Yeah, it's surprisingly versatile for such a specialized unit.
Yeah. Suppose you pay a 1,000, nearly 2,000 metal for a unit, and you would expect to get some serious value out of it. Love the little anti-air trucks falling around some of them.
Some have said it even trades pretty decently into tier 3 units at the early tier 3 stage.
Yeah, I guess if you're fighting against like Shivas or maybe Razorbacks, things like that. Like Razorbacks struggle to kill them, I know. Shiva are kind of, they don't have the most HP, so makes a lot of sense. Yeah, if you have enough of those Zars out there, they can work nicely. They're like the mammoth of vehicles, I guess. More versatile than a mammoth, though, I would say.
The mammoth is quite lackluster, I feel.
It has its moments, but yeah, it is very... Sometimes it feels like you make a mammoth and it saves the day, and other times it feels like you make a mammoth and you've just spent 2,200 metal on nothing. on a nothing burger.
I've tried way too much to make it work.
You know, I have seen plays with like heavy transport mammoth drops. That can be a
exactly.
That can be a funny
That's
strat.
what I tried way too much of. It never seems to work.
It's awesome when it works out, but it only works out 1 in 10 times or something like that.
At one
Anywho.
time it was gonna work out, and then enemy resigned. I could not pull it off.
Oh no. That's kind of a victory
It seems
here.
like, yeah.
Speaking of victories here, good old Tiger push. Dozen or so Tigers managed to make it across the map right here for Shashgrin into the main facility of Modulo. Now the T2 cons, the build power, the T2 lab, the fusion reactors, solar panels, E-converters, advanced solar panels, advanced metal extractors, energy storages, all the rest of it. It's all under fire right now.
I think he's trying to hunt the commander. That's why he's not tapping out just yet.
Yeah, you're right. Where is that command? Oh, Shashgrin's nicely tucked into that base right there, yeah. Not taking any
And there are
chances,
no
leaving a comm
shurikens.
out on the map. We've seen 100 games end by a commander just accidentally wandering too far. Not this one. Yeah, modular self-Ds. GG is called.
Self-destructed.
Wow. What a ripping first game here between these two. Absolute back and forth smash. I'm gonna take a look at the graphs real quick. Yeah, almost dead even. So they finally diverged paths right around the like 16-ish minute mark. But until that point,
wow.
they were literally dead even in every measure. Like they were perfectly scaled to each other. That is crazy. Yeah, that early fusion reactor really bumped the economy, and I guess it was a gamble that paid off there for Shashgrin. Eventually meant that there was just enough of an economic lead to get away with it.
It compounded quite nicely, yeah.
All right, what is our next map? We have Mithril Mountain. Okay. I don't mind me a cute little Mithril Mountain. It's a very quaint little map. Very kind of the opposite, really. It's like very minimal rush distance. You can kind of get to your enemy's base in just a minute or so. Less than that with some of the fastest units.
Notably, this is Modulo's map, where the first one was Shashgrin map.
Mhm.
As expected, Shashgrin was able to get victory on his map. See if Modulo
That's
can
true.
reciprocate, then we get to game 3.
Well, a boy can dream. One day. Yeah, I guess maybe Shashgrin feeling a little bit more confident on those bigger macro scale maps. He certainly seemed very comfortable making those the fusion transition and making the swap into air and all that sort of stuff, which is understandable. You know, for a character of his stature. But I don't know. I feel like the little details matter a lot, and this map is one of those ones where every little micro mistake compounds very quickly because it opens pretty much always, no matter where you take a fight in this map, it opens a line directly into your back line, and that can be dangerous really quickly.
Oh yes. Sashrin, we can see his experience in FFA and AVA that's really paid off as soon as he hit the tier 2. Like you said, the graphs finally kicked up in his favor.
Yeah.
I wonder if we'll see a tier 2 on in this map again.
A surprisingly high amount of metal on this map, actually. It's just looking around at all the metal spots, and they are all 2.0s, which means if you expand in either one of these directions, you get, let's see here, 8, 16... Yeah, about an extra 24 metal, regardless of which direction you expand in. It's a little more if you expand across the top and bottom.
Yeah, and the wind is also pretty good, meaning it costs a bit less infrastructure to head into tier 2 stage.
True, yeah, you don't have to rely on those solar panels. It means you can spread out your build power a little bit more, too, because you don't have to worry about using that to reclaim them later if you want to upgrade your economy. In fact, you want to spread them out so you can build more of those solar panels all spread out over the place. Both going core here, though. Okay, yeah, looks like they're both planning to play vehicles. That's really what that means in my mind whenever I see a core commander nowadays. It means incisors. Have we seen any like large grunt gaming? I feel like the answer is no. I feel like we really haven't.
I don't think we have yet. But I wouldn't sign it off. It's gonna happen. Grounds are okay right now.
They're certainly quite good for taking that hill, especially in the midsection of this map. Not to mention they can kind of run around on the slopes of these other hills a little bit quicker.
Ashkarin with the mind game.
No wind for bombers. Yeah, Shashkaran really buying the dip here. Paying for a bunch of solar or a bunch of wind turbines where there isn't any wind. Modulo is very quick to diversify the old energy portfolio here.
Yeah, I do like the 2 solar here to tank the bad wind. Means you get the
It
constructor
helps.
up so much earlier, and it's going to compound in extra metal income soon enough.
He's got to make sure he doesn't lose it to these rascals coming across. Shashkaran
That is
has an
true.
idea. And we've seen Shashkaran get really nasty with the harassment. Although actually, I guess it really was Modulo that led the harassment in the last game, huh? He was the one that was across the map.
Yeah, killing the same mix twice, was it?
Yeah, at least. Might have been more than that. So we'll see. So far, defense looking solid. Oh, wow, okay, that rascal really sucked.
Lost the RNG battle there.
Yeah.
Oh, the wind is griefing these players right now. Mexes are turning off. Modulo even using this bad wind is his advantage in closing down Sashkar and Solars.
Oh, that is nice. It only takes a single hit to close up a solar panel. Takes
Oh, he
quite a bit more
closes
to
them
destroy
again.
it.
These 2 Solars have not been working at all for the last 20 seconds.
Yeesh. So annoying right there. Luckily for Shashkaran, the wind speed does pick up, but man, yeah, that was really pesky for just a second there, where all of a sudden the really necessary, consistent 40 energy per second was not coming back here to the blue commander. Oh, cheeky little plays right there from Modulo, but that's exactly the kind of little advantage that he ekes out slowly in the early game, and it just kind of magnifies it into a bigger stance later on in the game. So these solar panels aren't reopening here, oddly enough.
Oh. You just break their moral. They just decide to give up.
They need like manual confirmation that the bad guy isn't still outside banging on the door.
You might have closed them manually to get not take extra damage, and then you forgot. Yeah, if you do it manually, I think it saves.
Oh, okay. Well, here's
or
his
maybe he was
vengeance.
trying to to click to them to open, and then they closed at the same time.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe trying to micro them back open immediately as soon as the rover was gone or the rascal was gone, but then, well, okay.
Yeah, and then they would have opened by themselves, and then they accidentally clicked to close them off, and now they're kept off, maybe. Or maybe it's a bug.
Could be a bug. At least they're repairing themselves. They get a moment here to just recover their HP. Shashgrin's lingering around the base. He hasn't noticed. Oh, no. It's not something you think about. Like, when is the last time you've ever had to when's the last time you've ever had to manually close solar panels? Slick, like Vic says. Last game, Modula had 4 closed solar panels after bombing. Interesting. So he is microing those intentionally. He's closing those manually. That's...
Well, I would guess that's a bug since it's happened to 2 different players.
Okay. That's interesting. Good to know. I'll be double checking my solar panels next game that I play. I mean, it's a bug that affects them both equally. So I guess I would say doesn't need to be like broadcast, but yeah, after the game, I guess making everybody aware of it. It sucks though. It certainly sucks. That's a moment right there where you look back at your replay and you're like, oh, why were those closed the entire game? Just an awful moment.
Will it come in clutch? Oh,
he canceled it.
Oh, it would have been a good one.
Yeah, it might have been just close enough. So close. That is so hard to pull off, managing to get the self-D on one of your LLTs. It's a huge gamble, but if it works, then it can work out wonderfully. Sizer's here taking a decent trade. Now, it's gonna scuttle him.
Oh, good call to self-D those incisors.
Looks like only one of them actually ended up self-destructing, but still better than nothing. Still better than nothing.
Yeah, it's still 72 metal denial.
Yeah, that's I mean, any amount you can deny your enemy it's got to be worth it. They were all dead anyway, and they weren't really achieving very much. So far though, despite not having the solar panels, oh, there they go. They've been opened back up. All right. I was gonna say, despite having the solar panels closed, still an energy advantage right here for Shashgrin. Expanding with a couple of solar panels and whatnot as he goes to claim these metal extractors here, and then eventually expanding into the wind turbines. Honestly, a little bit of a slower start here than I was expecting. I thought this might be a little bit of a higher pace game, just because of how small this map is.
Yeah, both players very expanding a lot, very aggressively with the 2 constructors each. Now 4 for Shashgrin actually, which might be a little bit too much.
Certainly greedy.
Might be very greedy here. You might see that being punished by Modulo. Especially if the wind decides to go down, and then Shashgrin is not able to spend the extra metal he's got from the 4 constructors expanding.
Yeah, we definitely need to see some batteries, or at the very least, maybe an ASOL or 2 thrown in. He's already got an extra 400 metal that he can't spend right now, and this is a weird moment where you have to either debate whether you want to just go into higher unit production, start pumping out medium tanks, or if you want to start investing in like other strategies or eco, something like that. I guess we'll see his decision in a minute here, but so far, more wind turbines is the answer. Wind speed is low.
Make winds.
Usually a solid investment. Sometimes it can backfire, though.
It could be worse. You could be making solars and they randomly close.
Yeah, true. I guess with knowing that bug is in the game, everybody make sure you check your solar panels. They may be having a hard time today. One of those things that I've always found very strange about this map is those 3 metal extractors in the midsection of this map are worth 0.5, which means that even if you get all those, they're not worth just a single one of the outer metal extractors.
Yeah, I really wonder what the decision was for those. Like, maybe it was to justify making exploiters and the Armada variant for EMPs. I don't know.
I guess so.
But for the metal itself is so terrible.
Yeah, it doesn't really make any sense to go for them. You just grab
And
one extra
notably, you
mechs.
don't want to upgrade a mechs with 0.5 metal income when it's tier 2
Right.
too. It's worse efficiency than just getting a fusion and converters. Or the equivalent of, in metal, of a fusion and converters.
Right.
Rather.
Yeah, no, it's weird. It just doesn't add up, which is very strange. Looks like a nice little snipe on this right-hand side. We did see a couple of Incisor taking out all the LLT, the other Incisor, and the most notably the construction vehicle over here on the north right-hand side. Modulo losing that expansion path, and now we have a greedy constructor moving in from Shashgren to actually eat it all up. I suppose the benefit you get of going for so many constructors is you can spare a couple of them around the field to reclaim things. Well, and the same thing happening on the southern side here now too.
And as this is happening, we have the air transition going for 5 scouts, 6 scouts from Shashgren. Seems to just be playing it safe right now.
Huh. I guess just really wants to see what's going on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I respect that. He's got 2 good engage, he knows he's ahead. Now he eliminates any threat, any surprise.
Alright, well, near perfect vision of exactly what the enemy is up to. It also tells you, of course, where all the metal extractors are. The ones that are guarded and the ones that are unguarded. So now he knows exactly where he can send those tanks to be extra pesky. Oh, look at this, we got a little trapper out here as well, the mine layer. Laying down a bunch of light mines.
Yeah, good addition to have. I don't know what the reasoning was behind those LLTs in the center. It doesn't seem like they're contesting any imported ground.
Yeah, I don't like vehicles aren't going to be able to go down that hillside right there, so they're kind of just, I guess, just to dissuade the commander from moving in that direction. That's really their only. They're just trying to make sure the comm doesn't have the opportunity to go kill those mexes, I suppose. Okay. I think Shashgren's going for his big push here, though, on the northern side. He has the Shuriken to paralyze anything that they need to. There are missile trucks, so at the very least there's some anti-air to shut this down. With all that metal reclaimed right here, I think the blue commander's ready to go for the throat.
There is 21 Incisor next to Shashgren right now. There is enough LLT to fend him off, but he's not paying attention. He could lose his commander in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, this could be a very... Oh, red commander walking into LLTs too. Modulo down to 63% HP. Shashgren desperately just throwing together mexes all over the place here, or LLTs all over the place here.
All right, here's a big push. Or maybe not.
Oh yeah, defended kind of
Decides
nicely
to play
there.
it safe. Yeah. Now Modulo's walking into light mines.
Oof.
Oh no.
Oh no.
He's taking the flank
Oh,
damage too.
dangerous.
Okay, he's trying to go for
Gives
the
him a
commander
warning.
trade. That's why he brings the commander. Oh, Shashgren.
Oh, no energy for Shashgren,
Energy.
though.
No wind. Oh no.
Oh,
Oh my god.
oh no! Down goes the blue commander. What on earth? Oh no! The wind speed dropped right when he needed it the most. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your advertisement to build a battery. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. What a close match between those two. That really came down to the red commander stepping on landmines and the blue commander surrounded by LLTs but out of energy. Oh my goodness. Okay.
So we have a game 3. That's nice.
Yeah. Yeah, we get to see Cold Place, right? Isn't that the... Yeah, there we are. Well, all right. That was pretty interesting. I really don't know what to I don't know what to say about that. It was like such a big push on the other side. I think Shashgren was just really confident that those Incisor were going to be able to take down the base, and then when they were defended even slightly and he was forced to change directions with them, he must have looked back at his commander and realized he was completely surrounded.
I really hope for Shashgren he can take game 3, otherwise he will remember this day forever. Losing his commander like that. Alright, Cold Place. I'm excited for this one. The earlier one we saw a quite one-sided battle between X Factor Live and Ubi Vader. I hope we get to see more tier 2 gaming this time.
Yeah, this map always feels like it ends up being a pretty big blast. The big pond in the middle, so it opens up weird opportunities for things like amphibious gameplay, sending those amphibious tanks across. Obviously, bombers and airplay become super important as well, because if you don't defend over the water with anti-air, then all of a sudden you've ended up in a situation where you have all these all kinds of opportunity paths for bombers to just come in and take out your very valuable metal extractors. All the 2.3, 2.4 metal extractors are right next to the water. Super easy to snipe all those.
Oh, yeah, that is true. Half the metal on this map is from 1.7 metal extractors, the other half is 2.4s. Some of them are 2.3 actually. Anyway, seems like we're gonna have Modulo with Cortex bots. Finally, we have some grunts. And we have the Armada bots for Sashkoran.
Some Cortex gaming. I think, and wind speed is phenomenal on this map, or at least in theory, it's phenomenal on this map. You know what? I guess at a minimum wind speed of 10, it's always going to be pretty good. Yeah, not really any reason to go for anything.
Yeah, it is always pretty good. It is very often phenomenal. Always pretty good.
Yeah.
One thing I like about Sashkoran spawn is you do have access to the tidal for the mid game. Once you kind of free up your commander, you can grab some tidal before expanding. That might come in handy. At 25 speed, it's very efficient.
Yeah, it only takes like 3 or 4 of those to really jumpstart your economy, and then you don't have to worry about it. It's consistent too, so it's really nice to have that going for you. One of those.
Yeah. Metal-wise, they're not they're not more efficient than wind at the average of speed, but they build so fast compared to windmill. Windmill are notoriously expensive in build power, whereas tidal are the complete opposite. They scale extremely quickly.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't even know about that. That makes a lot of sense though, and especially considering their other benefit being that they can't be harassed. Or not easily anyway, like unless they're really close to the shore. They can't really, like a rover or something isn't going to run by and kill them on accident. It's makes them a pretty viable option for powering everything.
We have 4 constructors already from Sashkoran. The 4th one is being made by Modulo a bit later, but similar start for both players with the 4 constructors.
That slightly more expensive Cortex constructor really biting Modulo in the rears here. Are they playing these games ranked, by the way? Oh, they are playing them ranked. I noticed Modulo went down 1 OS. Oh no.
I think it might be optionally rank. I
Right.
respect that they're doing it ranked.
Yeah, that's great. That's funny.
Well,
Putting
lots
it all
of
on the
grunts are
line.
out.
Yeah, this map is tough because you effectively always will have to fight on 2 different lines. You've got your northern line and your southern line, and no matter how you play this map, you're always going to have to defend both of those. That and also the hillsides, which make it pretty impossible to transition into vehicles, at least really effectively, because as soon as you have vehicles, bots can just run around on those hills up on the north and south side and completely ignore any static defenses or vehicles that you have on the field, and pretty much arrive right at the main base.
Yeah, the 2-lane thing is usually why people usually prefer taking Modulo's spawn location, because you then have access to those 2 choke points to defend yourself with in the early game. Whereas Sashkoran, he cannot get access to those 2 choke points until later on, if he can even get those.
Yeah, he has to fight really extra hard to get to either of those 2 chokes there. But it does mean he gets to start with a little bit more metal. So if you're extra greedy, it can pay off. But if you're not great at the game, like these 2 are, it can be very difficult to deal with. We've halted unit production here. Interesting, we're just making like little batches. Oh, yeah, I guess just trying to build metal extractors, dumping all the eco into metal extractors as much as we can anyway.
Ooh, Modulo had to sell the 3 of his mechs for some ticks right now.
Ooh.
And I was gonna have to back capture them again.
Yeah, not the end of the
Oh,
world.
he's finding
as far as-
He's finding some value on the other side of the grunt. Lots going on already in the early game. A lot of damage.
Yeah. I think that might be why I
It
like
is very
seeing the,
difficult.
It's super difficult. These guys are all over the map right now, and it's one of the reasons why I think I like seeing bots so much. Is just because the action starts immediately.
Absolutely, and with 4 constructors, it's a lot of income. It's also a lot of APM to defend those 4.
Yep. Ooh, okay. Nice snipe on the other side. An eye for an eye here. Shaskrin manages to take down the con on the right-hand side. Going to push back this aggression.
A lot
on
of
the
damage
north.
with those spawns.
Grunt's closing in. Yeah, it really is a tricky balance right here. Deciding how many of what unit to send to each side.
Modulo down to 2 constructors, expanding. The other 2 were sniped off in the bottom side. Sashgren still on 3. And the scaling seems similar for both players. Maybe the build power in favor of Sashgren a lot. And I guess the energy too.
I think the aggressive push with those pawns really paid off a lot. Kind of denied an entire lane of expansion right there for Modula.
Yeah, I think the Rexy was right all along. It's all about APM. He's been saying that APM matters so much more than we think, and I think he's right.
It's certainly, well, especially in these 1v1s. I will say, you know, when you get into like an 8v8 game or something like that, I don't know how much exactly it matters then, but yeah, being able to properly micro all your units in this kind of a game is very... It's hard to quantify because I feel like it only... You can only measure it on a like battle by battle basis, and sometimes that means you win or lose just barely, and so it doesn't look like that much of a difference, but when it adds up over the course of an entire game, suddenly, you know, it's this huge advantage.
Absolutely. I think Modulo right now is thinking maybe I should have picked Aurelia, not Gold Place for the last match.
Yeah, probably.
He's got a good lockdown in the top side of the map though. It's gonna be nice that he can not have to worry about those raids anymore on that side.
Yeah, he's got a strong position up there, and he's also got his double constructors up there so he can expand a little bit faster. LLTs to lock everything down. He's even got the geothermal, so if we see that T2 game, we will probably see a Cerberus. It's a pretty prominent position to put a Cerberus cannon at.
Oh, I wonder. I've never seen that happen on this map, but it could be a good spot for it. Denying all the flexes on the top side.
It pretty much denies any kind of a push through there until you get to like T3, because it has so much. It's so wide open. There's so much range. Little blitz swarm moving forward right here, trying to fight the grunts, but there are so many. That's the nice thing about grunts. You can just produce 1 billion of them. Even if 100 fall, you just replace them with 400 more.
Oh no.
Oh, cheeky little run by. Gets the constructor again. Resbots are out this time, so luckily we will have an option to try and bring all this back to life. Oh, he gets both the Resbots.
Oh no, Modulo is going to reveal air. Oh, I don't know if Sashgren got the notification, the shuriken. Oh, well, now he will.
Oh, well, okay, there he will. Okay, well, air is revealed.
The air lab.
Yep. Yeah, you can't afford on a map like this. You really just can't afford not to go into air. Like anti-air units are just never going to cut it. Huge bundle of grunts, by the way, making their way through the hills. Again, I'm really surprised to see that we went for a vehicle lab here because it really shuts down so much mobility that you have moving up into these hillsides right now. Oh man, pawns in the backline though. These guys have been so pesky.
Speaking of the reduced mobility from the vehicle on these mountains, there are a bunch of grunts, which are spotted, to be fair, but are coming from the back.
Look how much metal Shashgren has to contribute to just defending this. He has this little squad of units that's just been pulled away from the pack just to defend against this push that could happen. in theory, any time. There's no... It makes it very, very awkward. You have to essentially split your APM to always be thinking about that now.
Yeah, and if you're using group commands, you just cannot use those anymore for a while until you've dealt with the leak here. Although at this level of play, those players are probably not using group commands much.
Yeah, true. Probably not. Oh, continually sniping these these construction bots too. My goodness.
Yeah.
That is
It's funny
so
how both
messy.
players started with such a greedy start, 4 constructor expanding in each side. Well, 2 on each side, 4 total. And it's now 10 minutes in the game and they barely have any mechs to show for their greed.
I mean, that's how you have to play, because otherwise, yeah, I mean, you just end up in a... You just end up getting outscaled so quickly, and there's just nothing you can do at that point when there's so many units all over the place. A little fighter battle here. Both commanders realizing that air is superior. These grunts continuing to waddle their way around, threatening this backline here. Super annoying.
They're just hiking threateningly through these mountains.
Wow, so many fighters right now for Modula, though. Locked every single one of these construction turrets onto the air lab and just said to go to town.
There's no way that happens again. He had all the grunts right there to stop that from happening. And he didn't see it.
At this point, it feels like he's
just
just inviting it, because he has a shuriken, so maybe he's just saying, like, yeah, you can come on in.
That's true,
We'll
that's
just
true.
paralyze you and, rebuild all your units.
That's actually smart, yes. He didn't have the shuriken ready, so he just dodged the fight and then he took it when he did have the shurikens.
Oh, he's still gonna kill a mechs, though. I guess with the res bots, though, unless you fully destroy a mechs, it's still not the end of the world. Yeah, you know what? Using those res bots is really smart here. If you're gonna take the damage, you may as well be able to just rebuild from it for free. Or for a little bit of energy, which is basically free on this map.
I'm surprised we still see Blitz from Sashcore, and I would expect the 2-2 transition now.
I know, yeah, the blitzes are such a question mark, because they... Like, as nice as they are for the rating, they really haven't gotten anything done in the last, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 minutes. Double constructors just building LLTs all over the place here. I almost wonder if beamer turrets would be well worthwhile. They're quite a bit better against the spam units here, and they just kind of have a little more range than the LLTs, so you can't like tower creep towards them. They're not crazy expensive, and if you're gonna go for 100 LLTs anyway, you could just go for 50 beamer turrets instead. I'm a big fan of the beamer turret.
It is a good unit. It is so good. Sashgren might have seen the game earlier. X-Factor versus Ubi Vader drops the shipyard, makes skaters into destroyers. Probably gonna reclaim the lab after and head into tier 2, I guess.
That makes sense. Yeah, 1 destroyer should be enough to just kind of fire away at these mechs on the coast here. It does deny a lot of mechs if you can actually get it into position here. The skaters are really nice too, because enemy air is always going to be lingering over the pond, so being able to shoot those down for free essentially is going to be really nice.
Yeah, that might have been the reason for Sashgren taking this spawn here. I think Ubi Vader also took the spawn next to the water like that, and ended up making the water transition.
Going for more ships.
Ooh, that
here.
is a big army though here, and the shurikens are over. Well, they're getting dealt with fighters, but they were paralyzing these blitzes.
Yeah, a lot of resurrected units being used up first here. So the actual army that was even produced isn't even taking much damage yet. It retreats at this point here. Huh. 3 destroyers feels questionable. I would have expected 1, maybe 2. Those are not cheap.
They have a lot of work to do. The top side is a lot of LLTs and maxes in range of the shore. And they can always be used to secure the wrecks that were left in the south of the map, right?
Yeah, I guess that's true. It does put Modulo in a really uncomfy position now, because now he has to think of a solution to deal with these boats, or he just has to accept that he's not going to be able to claim any of these coastal mexes ever again. And that's not... I mean, we've already seen 4 mexes go down. Here's 5. Huh, okay. Yeah, I mean, Destroyer's putting on a good show here. Hey, there was a beamer turret. Did some lovely... The beamer turret surrounded by the corpse of 5 or so incisor. Looks like it put up a good fight.
Oh, what do we see here? Hello?
Oh. Well. That's a transition.
Goes for the hover constructor first? Why? Oh, is it seaplane? No, why would he make the hover for the... He has a
he's going
shipyard.
for
He would make
a... Wait. Yeah,
I don't understand.
yeah. It couldn't be... He's gonna go for
Maybe you
build
just
power in the
forgot?
water?
Oh no, it's... Wow, I'm so clueless. He dropped the tier 2 lab now?
transition.
I'm not following.
I don't get it. He's got some sort of plan. He's 10 parallel universes ahead of us. Clearly, he's got some grand scheme.
It raises more question.
I have no idea. Okay, so he is going for build power in the water. Oh, he's okay. So he's just going for tidal generators here. He wants to just, I guess, expand into the water right now. I don't hate that. Like passively scaling with tidal generators. I mean, it's even more efficient than the wind turbines because they're always going to be at 25.
Yeah, you don't have to pay for the e-storage tax once you have those, and they're more efficient than fusion.
I think there's... Okay, so we're going for the T2 vehicle constructor. I mean, those T2 vehicles are nice. We've seen those over and over and over again in a lot of the small and large team games with the pulsar transitions. Then you go into like a bunch of Jaguars to support and anti-air and all that sort of stuff. Plenty of metal in the field to do it, too.
Oh, the destroyers are getting so much done. You can see the metal income is shifting heavily in favor every second.
Yeah, gosh, how many mexes have they killed now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 metal extractors down. Just from those destroyers firing away off the coast here. That is brutal.
Yeah, and they are shooting down those units whenever they try to reinforce the bottom side. They have to, unless manually click to not go to the water, they have to pad towards the destroyer. That destroyer is on 11 kills, and the skater next to it with 8.
Oh man. Alright, yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's huge. Way better effect out of those destroyers than I really thought right here. We're going for T2 metal extractors. Modulo needs like okay, yeah, he's gonna throw down a persecutor cannon. I was wondering like what are we gonna do about this? We have the banisher, I guess, to try and blast this away as well. Okay. Looks like it trades pretty effectively. Looks like just throwing away the T1 units on the northern side. Just trying to get any kind of value out of them that we can. Mass E-converters in the water. Trying to make advantage of those slightly more efficient naval energy converters. Actually, are they? Oh no, they've been standardized, huh? So they are the same. 70 to 1, 70 to 1. Yeah, they're the exact same. Never mind then. Building naval E-converters just for the heck of it. I think these Jaguar tanks are going to be the real kicker here.
Yeah, until the banishers come in, it's going to be a long time until they finally reach the front.
And even then, throwing away 1 or 2 Jaguars to soak the Banisher missiles and then just jumping on the rest of them is not difficult as far as micro goes and pretty efficient.
$11 bombers coming in from Modulo.
He's got a lot of
If he can
fighters to
find
chew
a
through.
title. Actually, yeah, he will never get through those fighters. Did he make any scouts with this bombing run?
Doesn't
I think
look
he's just
like
trying
it.
to sneak in the back.
Oh, he's taking the long way. Still though, I mean, we are talking, what is that? 50-ish fighters for the blue commander versus 16. There's just no way. The math does not add up. Oh, another beautiful run by on the southern side. Module actually in a little bit of trouble. These tanks are headed directly towards the commander over there, actually. Oh, they're gonna stop and get blasted by the
He's
laser
already
turrets
cloaked. He
here.
might use the constructors as bait to get a really good D-gun here.
They're in a near perfect line.
Or not.
Oh,
Oh, no.
Modula? Oh, he's just hiding it.
That sounded like a good plan in my head, but
I'm right there with you. Like fire it off right now. Look at that. There's only 2 left. Wow. Okay. The restraint. The restraint is crazy. I would have
no.
absolutely sent the deacon.
No, he doesn't.
Okay, now he
He
sends
just
it.
did it
Oh,
now.
no. Okay, so he just wasn't looking. That was the answer. Is he just
alright, the
wasn't
bombers
looking.
though, the bombers. What is happening?
Bombers are going in. They're fight commanded.
Ooh,
That was odd.
not quite the damage he needed.
Yeah, killing some of those wind turbines. I mean, that's quite nice, but they only really got 1 volley off. Yeah, those tidal generators are going to make up more than enough of a difference here to pay for that.
Starker immediately dropping the fusion to offset the loss in energy. I like
Yeah,
that, but
it
he's
makes
also
a
gonna
lot
have
of
to deal
sense.
with those tigers at some point.
I don't know. I'm pretty confident those bulls are going to be pretty easily pushing back those tigers, especially with them all clumped up like that, the AoE and just the power that the bull can push out.
I guess the Banishers are shooting fighters right now, so...
Not the best use of their missile. Not compared to the heavy tanks, anyways. Oh, we do see seaplanes, though. You called that transition. You were just a couple minutes early.
D-planes! We're already in tier 2, what is going on?
Yeah, I don't... The seaplanes for... I guess just a little bit of defense, maybe? Like, we're just trying to use these to clean out maybe the Banishers and the other stuff that comes across. The seaplane gunships are quite nice, and they're not nearly as expensive as the T2 ones. They're actually really inexpensive at 210 metal apiece.
Yeah, there is that. It's not as big of an investment than the tier 2 ones. And they're much better than the tier 1, so it makes sense.
It's about a 30% advantage right now for as far as metal goes for Shashgrain. It's falling slightly based on reclaim and all that sort of stuff, but overall,
Yeah, I
an
really like what
advantage for the
Sashkarin
commander.
did earlier. He made 2 console and he ordered those console to make T1 constructor vehicle to assist those tier 2 constructor upgrading mexes.
Yeah, that is pretty nice.
It's probably a good reason why he's had both a good army to defend with and also a lot of build power, a lot of mobile build power to upgrade those mexes.
LDM pointing out the T2 Air Lab transition right here for Modulo. Going for a little bit of eco-greed while pushing on this other side. We do have a big bundle of T1 tanks that have actually managed to find the expanding T1 and T2 constructors. That's a nice little pick-off. It definitely shuts down that southern side. Anti-nuke was remembered. Nicely done.
Interestingly enough, the Banishers were able to deal with all of those sabers.
Oh, jeez. What a huge investment for them to basically do nothing. That sucks.
And that's a big Tiger raid. I guess it's... Oh. He might have accidentally control grouped them back.
Oh, no.
That could have
oops.
been a very deadly amount of damage.
Yeah.
Those 6 Tigers in the
no.
back side.
Oh man, that could have been a huge push right there. He could have killed a bunch of wind turbines, probably gotten them just lodged in the wind turbine fields and done a bunch of damage that way. I guess the fusion is up, so it wouldn't have been like the end of the world, but it would have been a rough situation. Now all of a sudden, the push on the southern side was stopped as well. Those T1 not really standing up to the T2. Resbot's gonna go out there. Are we gonna res or actually just reclaim? I guess resurrecting the T2 metal extractors makes a lot of sense, but
Oh, there we go. The ticks, though. The ticks are going to be very difficult to deal with as the Armada player, as the Cortex player. Cortex vehicle not notoriously good for dealing against spam.
No, they don't have a great weapon for that. They need their flamethrower tank. Cortex is still developing it. We have a T2 transition in the air though for Modulo, which is interesting because hasn't really been winning the air battle this entire game, and decided to go into T2 air, I guess, to flip that script. Wasp gunships are going to be quite nice for the defense. There's still quite a lot of fighters available though. And we also have the seaplanes, of course, which means we can make those slightly better swarmer seaplane fighters. Starlight numbers growing as well.
He's been winning the air battle thanks to those banishers, actually. They're not 41 kills.
Yeah, true. Those have gotten way more value than I think any of the fighters have. I love these Jaguars here underneath the air, firing away with their little light anti-air missile. It's not a lot of damage, but thinning out those fighter numbers can help a lot later on. Okay, ticks pretty much uncontested. Also uncommanded. Oh,
there we go.
They'll kill themselves on a wind turbine.
Yeah, the perfect tick counter is wind turbines.
Hey, they sniped the T2 con though. There we go. There's some value. Yeah, not maybe the best engagement that they could have hoped for, but it is what it is. More ticks moving on the northern side. Wow. You can tell that Shashkaran has really leveraged the dirtiest strat in the book here as an Armada commander. 1 million ticks. Causing all kinds of friendly fire and whatnot. Also importantly, draining the missiles out of those vanishers. Tiger tank on the bottom side. We're rebuilding that push here. Couple of bulls in position. They're kind of damaged already though. Oh, it's a Jaguar and a bull actually, so they're not going to stand up too well. How much anti-air did we include in this composition? The surprising answer is 0. Absolutely no anti-air. 1 or 2 flak trucks. I feel like at this point you got to throw 1 or 2 flak trucks in there.
You still got the fighter advantage for a bit, but there is a flak truck is about to fly over to clean off these wasps.
There we go. Yeah, you're right. Those T1. Oh, I guess a lot of these are the swarmers too, huh? That's why that trade went so well against the T2. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I really love this investment in the tidal generators, honestly. We're at 7,000 metal worth of tidal generators for 2,000 energy. So a little under the cost of 2 fusion reactors for the same production as 2 fusion reactors. Not bad.
And they build a lot quicker than 2 fusion reactor.
It's true. And you can build them with T1 cons too, is another important bit.
Yeah, they just have everything going up for themselves.
I could have swore oh yeah, there they are. We have some amphibious tanks. Salamanders finally creeping their way across or underneath the waves here. There's actually no way to scout this unless you have a plane.
It's one of the few ways you can deal with spam, but uses them to raid instead. Which I respect. It's gonna be a good raid. I think.
Yeah, no, they're headed in the right direction here. There is a sonar plane up and available, but it's not out on the seas yet. I would have liked to see a radar. Like putting a radar out in the middle of the ocean can sometimes be super valuable just for exactly this reason, where you end up needing detection. But any second now, we are going to realize these are here.
I have PTSD on this map. There was commander creeping out of the water, degunning my tier 2 11 and going back into the water.
Yeah, that's awful.
Sonar.
Okay, salamanders are revealed. Commander actually will be the first one to fire at them.
Emergency LLTs being placed there. Yeah. Oh, there is so much build power here that it's a non-issue.
Oh, that is great. Yeah, they can just put all these beaver turrets together immediately.
And they head back into the water.
Like, okay, well, we'll go fight somewhere else, I think. Now that those sonar planes are up, though, they're never really going to be, like, unrevealed. Is he reclaiming them? He is. Oh, how cheeky. He's just reclaiming the salamanders with the build power right now. Rolling your amount. Maybe you can self-destruct them to try and chain react some of those. Little pitbull row has been set up on the southern side as a defensive measure. Very nice. Gunships in the air, still being annoying. Where's our flak trucks?
And 2 LLTs from Modulo defending the bottom side. Nothing else. Just
He has a lot of faith. To be fair, it's about all you need against the ticks. So he's really just invested exactly as much as he needs, and nothing more. Absolutely nothing less. There we go. Fighters finally sweep all this away. And those banishers taking out the air is so funny. A surprisingly effective anti-air force.
oh, those banishers are doing so much work.
I don't think this rattlesnake is going to have time to get its value. Yeah, it goes down in one volley. Oh, never mind. There it goes. No way. We're seeing a, oh, it's an advanced exploiter. Ah, as Lost Dead Man points out here, there is at the very least an advanced exploiter to help out against those, or with those
Oh, what a
LLTs on the southern side.
sneaky boy.
We got the salamanders popping back up. You see the T2 lab? Oh, Marauder are out. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Okay. We got
those are S tier units.
Yeah,
Be
yeah.
careful.
There's some huge opportunity there. Salamander are finding some value here, though. Can we get some saber or something to clean these up? I feel like gunships might be the optimal choice right now. We've ended up in a very proper late game situation here. These salamanders are doing great, though.
Yeah, where are those sabers at?
Or just send a Marauder back there to deal? I mean, I don't know anything. Lightning tanks, I guess, are a decent option. This northern side is collapsing, though. That 9,000 metal of T2 lab, as well as the nearly 3,000 metal worth of, or pardon me, 9,000 metal worth of T1, 8,000 metal worth of T3 lab, and 3,000 metal worth of T2 lab. It's a lot of metal that wasn't put into units here. Oh man, salamanders can traverse up in the hillsides too. I didn't realize that. Huh.
Yeah, hovers have the same mobility as bots.
Yeah.
Ooh, Banishers versus Marauders here. Tiger's doing good work with the tanking for the Marauder.
Yeah, that was a great screen right there. Tech's trying to convince the Banishers to fire at themselves here, I think. I honestly, I think the tick spam is probably the right move. I feel like that probably basically shuts down that entire push up there.
Yeah, I would like to see a grunt spam as a response at some point.
We also have
The
a
ticks have
Dreadnought.
got way too much value. Yeah, Dreadnought and Marauder for the counter push.
At this point, just build the Epoch. 20,000 metal worth of T3 unit. But you know what? If you pull it off, you've pretty much won the game. I don't think there's really anything that Modulo can do to hide any of this base from a capital ship coming across. Salamander coming back in.
Ooh, build power goes down here. Good pickoff. There is a lot of
That is a nice
gunships
snipe.
though, and torpedo for the battleships.
Oh yeah.
And the converter stack going down with the salamanders. Really good play by Modulo right now. Good
Yeah, the fire
defense,
waves
good counter
clash.
push.
Oh. Yeah, torpedo gunship shut down the Dreadnought. Alright.
And the big push on the top side has not slowed down. It is going in. Now Banishers on the windmill, soon on the tidals. Very close to the build power. We have Vanguards for defense, but they're quite slow.
They're so far away. Can they even get over there? They might be body blocked actually a little bit. Need to get those into position. The Dreadnoughts seem like such an interesting choice here. I'm not sure why we've gone for those. They do super heavy damage, but their range is kind of limited, and they're not really... I don't know, I don't think about them as like a game ender coastal assault unit kind of a thing.
Yeah, I think he saw the destroyer from earlier and he thought, you know what, why not do it again too?
Yeah, I guess to kill those T2 labs, but what a heavy investment. That's
Ooh,
it's
the
been...
Banisher Ball taking some heavy hits right here. The Vanguards with the splash. Really good set target. And the tick spam.
The ticks are instrumental. He needs to stop moving those Vanguards, so he's over-microing them and they can't get a shot.
Ooh, beautiful defense.
Wow. Alright, with the Vanguard's help, that push is finally repulsed, but so much ground was lost because of that.
So much back and forth this game.
Yeah, really hard to tell where each advantage is, because like these Dreadnoughts feel like they're doing good work over here, but really, I mean, those are 3,300 metal apiece, and he's built 4 or 5 of them at this point. Like, that is a huge investment into those boats. Is it really worth it? I mean, we've lost so many metal extractors too. We need to rebuild these mexes desperately in this northern side, otherwise it's just never going to work out properly. Looks like some gunships are lost inappropriately in the middle of the map here. They were just not escorted by fighters, so they'll go down. Yeah, I really don't like those Dreadnoughts. I feel like they did not achieve as much as they were hoping to.
Yeah, definitely. Tiger Raid on the bottom is doing a pretty decent job here cleaning out these tier 2 mechs. There's a lot of pit bulls in position, and they somehow dodged the tier 2 constructors, unfortunately.
Yeah, not sure how they made it past those, but I guess it does mean that we can rebuild all this. There's a Razorback down there as well. Not the best, you know, not the quickest counter to the heavy tanks, but it does work. Little plane scout going over as well. Oh, looks like they're circling back. They might find the constructors here. Not bad. Scout planes now going counter-attacking. Counter-scouting from the blue commander. Shashgrid sending those scouts up to the northern side. We do have the AA boats. That's quite nice. Yeah, those are going to be able to shoot down some of those planes really nicely here in the gunships as well. Okay. And the tick ball. Also doing a great job. Ticks and Vanguards, could you ask for a better combination?
That's the ultimate late game weapon for your armada, yeah?
Yeah, you basically can't, like, you have perfect vision and you have an infinite source of little, you know, miniature damage. So if you know, if you're close to killing something but you don't quite kill it, then the ticks will finish it off. I love this. I love the Pitbull spam. I feel like really that is, it justifies expanding in this section so aggressively. Like we have all these T2 mexes being set up all over the place, and just it doesn't take much to put those Pitbulls down over time anyway. We do have the T3 lab coming up right now.
We will see those Shivas, yeah? Nice. And maybe he will dip them into the water. They are amphibious after all.
Yeah, we almost need like submarines or something in order to defend against that. So many salamanders coming up too. I wonder if we're just going for like a Hail Mary right now. With the T3 already on the field, it feels like now is the time for the Blue Commander to go ahead and try and push. Like, we really shouldn't be waiting. We should be going ahead and getting some value. We do have the T2 Mex is going down over here, which were essentially stolen by Modulo, but I think they probably got their value in the amount of time that they were up and running. 9.4 metal per second is pretty good. Constructors and resbots and all the rest of it. Resurrecting whatever they can up here.
Army value still technically in favor of Modulo, plus half of Sashburn's army is on water.
Oh, look, we have Paladins coming out. He is a little bit concerned about that amphibious transition here. What a smart call. Working with such limited information and thinking about an amphibious raid of some kind is like such a good forethought right there for the blue commander to put those depth charge units out there. That's a lot of salamanders, though. I don't think.
Shivas, actually.
Oh yeah, changed his mind. We're just going for bot spam now.
85% of the way there just changes his mind.
There's not actually a lot of build power that can reach this. There's only like a couple of construction towers, it seems like. Hopefully we don't see a big overflow of metal. Oh, there it is. The Grand Epoch is coming up and running. We will see the capital ship in this game. Well, that puts a timer certainly on Modulo. All of a sudden is forced into a situation, well, he doesn't know yet that a capital ship is coming up, but all of a sudden is forced into a situation where you either full-on counter the capital ship or you go for some sort of a base trade rather. And I don't really see how the base trade happens. Like, there's no way for that. Maybe the salamanders. They are moving into the water. We'll move the paladins in.
There we go.
The salamanders are actually
useful.
faster than the paladins. Wow, I think they are. That's crazy. They're actually outrunning the paladins, which are designed to counter them. Okay. Will we see torpedo gunships?
I didn't think I would see this interaction today. Paladin versus salamanders.
Yeah, what a weird one. I don't know if I've ever seen that in a 1v1 game before.
Well, I don't know if those
Razorback,
salamanders will do any damage, but they will spot the epoch.
I just can't believe that we're not going for torpedo gunships right now. Those are so good at shutting these down. Especially the Armada ones are like even better. Well, the epoch is 80% of the way done. Salamanders, let's switch to this vision. Ooh, just inches away from detecting it. There they go. They see the capital ship. They instantly turn to try and deal with the capital ship, realizing, well, if we don't shut it down right now, it's pretty much the only chance that we've got. Razorback on the shoreline here to make sure it doesn't happen, though. And the beamer turrets, too. Oh, they get the build
one
power, though.
converter. It could be something here. The one converter goes down, all of them go down.
Get it. Boom, goes
Nice.
5 of those converters. All right. Cheeky little snipe right there. Yeah, shuts down a bunch of the E-conversion. All right. Super duper annoying. Razorback in the hills as well, tearing apart wind turbines all over the place. This still definitely hurts. Those wind turbines are a huge part of the economy. There's probably no unit better than a Razorback for taking down those wind turbines either. It's kind of perfect for it. Capital ship is finished. Not rebuilding the E-converters either, which is interesting. Oh, GG is called. Wow.
Commander self-destructed.
GG. Yeah,
Like
the
you might have
capital ship is
noticed the
out.
Razorback.
Didn't have a great way to
With
counter it.
106 kills.
Oh my goodness. That was the hero Razorback. Yeah, I
What a
mean,
beautiful
frankly, those
game.
Razorbacks, they just owned that northern side. But man, what a brutal back and forth right there. Both of these commanders going up to T2 and then eventually, well, at the very least, Shaskrin taking it with the T3. I'm pretty impressed that Banisher push on the northern side was shut down. That got so close to the base. It was so close to just steamrolling through everything, but it looked like just a couple of those Vanguard was all it really took.
Yeah, very well played from both players.
That was a crazy game to end that series on. That was pretty damn good, to be honest.
That was insane. And I just wonder if Shashgrin was like shaking in his boots when those banishers were getting real close to the base, or if he was just cool and casual, like, no, the Vanguard will take care of it. Don't worry about it. No, he won't split the units. The Vanguard have got this. It's fine.
I feel like there was multiple moments where he was just slightly away from full dying to that Banisher Tiger Ball. Like the moment you called out where he accidentally hotkeyed, I think, his Tiger's back instead of going into Sash's base, I think was actually quite big. As getting 6 Tigers in your back line would have not been a fun experience.
Yeah, that would have been at least like 1,000 energy down the drain because of the wind turbines they kill, and then maybe even like E-converters and build power too.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were 2 Starlights in place. I don't know if he hesitated or if it was a misclick.
Yeah.
I think it would have got the damage, but he was not aware of what the defense were, so maybe he just pulled out. Maybe it was not a misclick.
Also, kind of interesting seeing how much advantage Sash got from just having total dominance of the pond. Like Modula didn't contest it basically at all, outside of some air attempts later, and that like he turned that into an insane advantage. Like he saw almost every single time the Sala raids before they could get any damage. So and his BP's in the perfect position to build defense. He got insane mechs damage with first the destroyers. Like the battleships were, they killed like a whole bunch of tier 2 mechs for frankly a pretty big cost, but it was just well played. I kept thinking Sash was gonna die when he was ignoring those armies on land to play around in the pond. I kept thinking like, okay, like this army's gonna kill him, and it just slightly didn't.
It seemed like such a risk to ignore that, but then it just I don't know. Yeah, it didn't end up like it just ended up working out perfectly, and I can't tell you whether that was a gamble on Sash's part or whether it was like calculated, but it ended up working out, so it's hard to say like he made the wrong decision.
Yeah, for sure. Well, if we look at the brackets, we have our last quarterfinal game between Ichrist. I'm gonna butcher his name. I'm gonna tell you right now. Ichrist and R Andy, or just Randy, or Andy. There's a lot of different names for this man, but we've seen him a few times. Ichrist, I think, is relatively new. I don't recall seeing him before in a tournament. Barkcast, you've probably seen him more than I have.
Yeah, not so much in the BPL, but something to note is he actually advanced first place out of his group over Blodier. So something to note. He's in pretty good form right now, and I'd expect the series to be. There's a lot on the line. Both these players want to advance, right? And Andy's no slouch either, so I'm really expecting this series to go to Game 3. Give us a treat.
Honestly, hopefully we get more games like that cold place game. That was you see so much of Bar. Like it was Core versus Arm, which is just like always such a fun matchup to watch. And there's just so many decisions by both players that they had to make in that late game that really influenced who was going to win that. It's kind of. I was thinking during the game, Barcast, and I imagine like you've been in this situation before. I'm surprised seeing no Juno for Modulo in that situation when those ticks were doing like pretty substantial damage to Sash.
Right.
Do you think that was a conscious choice, like an economic reason? Like Junos are kind of expensive, right? Or was that like just a?
I think you see the Juno in response to mines more often than not. So maybe perhaps like some 1v1 players aren't aware that like in that late game, like Junos are a pretty decent response to mass tick, right? So yeah, maybe just like a little bit of inexperience perhaps from Medulla. I don't really want to say that though. So maybe it is like a conscious choice just to rely on like the salamanders. I think was what he was going for there.
Yeah.
To deal with the ticks, right?
I mean, as you know, anybody that's played a lot of core, those ticks are just so annoying to deal with when you're core 2-2 vehicle, and like tigers aren't dealing with it real well. Salamanders are like not terrible. They can handle it decently, but banishers love to team kill anything and everything that has got a tick next to it.
Yeah, it can almost be worth like setting them on hold fire. Maybe not in that many numbers, right? But when you have like 1 or 2 vanishers kind of sprinkled in the composition, it can be worth it just to keep them on hold fire to um, prevent that kind of like friendly fire splash, right? But we have both our players, our new players in the lobby, Andy and Ichrist. Looks like we're gonna start the bannings first. Ichrist goes first and just has to make a decision. So, man, I'm really not sure how to call this one. I know Andy's like super strong. I don't think he really goes out in the round of 8 too often, but just given the recent games I saw from Ichrist, I think this one's hard to call.
I know Randy was saying, I was talking to him after the qualifiers, and he was saying it was a combo of when specifically the Akumar set. It was a combo of Akumar played very well, but also Randy's feeling. He said he's feeling rusty, like he hasn't managed to play as much bar I think as he's used to. But you know, he does have quite a lot of experience to fall back on, you know. Like
That's to say the least, yeah.
Yeah, I imagine if anybody can shake off that rust, it is probably him.
Yes, so I'm thinking like what maps Andy would want to play on in this map pool. Andy's very well-rounded player.
Yeah.
But
I don't think he's weak on any of these maps. To be fair, I to be honest, I could see him in like the later macro games. I could see him in the like the knife fight smaller maps. I could see him on any of it.
yeah. So we got our first 2 bans, Cold Place and Fallondale, both going to be banned from each player. So it's down to Ichrist to pick the first map he wants to play on. I can't really speak to his preferences here, but can only really speculate on, without seeing the choice, right? Maybe why he chose to pick that. For some context, he did beat Blodir on Pools of Eyeless. It was like this 42-minute macro game, so pretty strong on that, but he ends up picking Mithril Mountain.
Yeah, Chris picking Mithril Mountain. It seems like a pretty popular map so far in this round of 8.
Yeah. So shout out to Sash Gorin, actually. He's the one who selected our map picks, but this has been pretty solid map, and it's, despite being so small, it's delivered some pretty interesting games, I'd say. So
Yeah.
not too static.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like the inclusion of Cold Place and Otago, I think will lead to some pretty good games once we, you know, get to, I'm assuming like maybe the best of 5 later on, or
Right.
like maybe the semifinals will be pretty interesting.
Yeah, both maps are pretty big, and I'm excited to see some like game 3 on Otago in the finals or something. You know, game 3 in the semifinals on that map, because it's got everything you need to kind of go the distance. If the players can get past the RNG part of that like Resbot like opening stages, the map's big and there's tons of mexes, there's tons of geos everywhere. So I'm really hoping to see a nice long macro game on that one, and then of course a repeat of the Cold Place match we saw. That was pretty insane. Yeah.
Well, speaking of a macro game, Randy with his picking Otago, we might actually get to see that between these players.
Yeah, I think that speaks a lot to Andy's style of map he wants to be. You know, just a large macro map. You don't want to put yourself in a added disadvantage if something doesn't go your way in the early game, right? Like a lot of times on these large maps, you have a lot of time to recover. There's a larger rust distance, right? So the pressure can kind of peter out over time if your opponent is being really aggressive and on your side of the map. So pretty solid pick for someone who thinks he might be better in the later parts of the game, which I'm presuming Andy would.
Yeah. I'll be honest. I haven't seen Ichrist enough, so I don't actually know like how his late game is. Right, it's a pretty consistent thing for players that, you know, play mainly 1v1 and they don't really touch like free for all AV8 or anything like that, and that their late game tends to be a little lackluster. And Randy's not that way at all. Like he's actually quite good in every stage of the game. So I'm curious how Ichrist manages to hold up.
Yeah, so I actually played an 8v8 with him just last night, actually, and he was our air player, and I mean, he was doing the APHA scaling well. He had like
Okay.
multiple 2-tier air labs, right? So he definitely knew how to macro in that later part of the game. But I think of Icarus more of like this like mid game, like really micro focused, really aggressive player. He's got really strong macro too. It's like he just has tons of units out all the time. So definitely well-deserved position here in the round of 8.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing him play. But it looks like we have our last map, which is, in fact, Paradise Lost. We got Mithril Mountain, Otago, and Paradise Lost as our 3 maps. I believe both, you know, we have new casters for this. We have one new caster as Brightworks taking a break, and Slick is gonna be taking over with Kuchi, and they're gonna be casting another set.
Yeah, that's right. I'll hand it off to y'all. So good luck casting, and I'll sit back and enjoy these fine games. So cheers.
Thank you.
Yeah, I am gonna do the same.
Thank you. Great work with the camera work as always.
Look, again, it doesn't take much to get me to watch bar, man. You know what I mean? It's good stuff.
Yeah, shout out LDM in the
get
chat,
that.
guys.
Alright, well, I
So
am
what do you think
muting.
of the...
I hope
Yes,
you guys enjoy. Hopefully we get another good sweaty set.
What do you think of the Cold Place game?
Cool place was really nice. I like to
That's,
see the diversity of unit we got to see.
Yeah, dude, like tier 2 ships. That wasn't on the bingo card. Flagship, definitely.
Bingo card.
not.
We should have made one. That would have been so nice.
Yeah.
Yo, are the viewers? Yo, viewers. Let's get a bingo card going. What unit will we see today? In this match on Mithril Mountain. Let's see it.
I mean, probably Incisor. It's fair, pretty safe choice.
Randy going for the Cube Gaming. Ends up with Armada.
Yeah, that's a real flex. The
Yeah.
top 8 in a tournament.
Based move.
Yeah.
It is a good map for both faction.
Assuming
Yeah,
he said
this
good luck, have
feeling
fun
like
in
it's gonna
Chinese.
be. Yeah, that's probably what he said, right?
I hope so.
Yes, we're gonna be Incisor Blitz. We're gonna see the same matchup we saw earlier, the asymmetry, where the Blitz have to go for the counter raid, defending with LLTs. I assume Randy knows about that. Very experienced player. If he does decide to go for vehicle, he does, yes.
Yeah, they're gonna
And
be a
increased
collab.
also vehicle. As expected.
No grunt gaming through the middle, sadly. Yeah, I mean, I think this is one of the maps that changed with the new patch a lot, right? Because you almost always go vehicle, and now with the new BP, you almost always leave really early. So let's see if
Yeah,
both of
totally.
these players choose to commander expand here really early.
Yeah, this was a very good map for the good old X-Factor build, grabbing the second 3-max cluster and then heading back to the lab. But now it seems like if you do this, the lab just spends all your metal anyway, so you might as well keep expanding with the commander.
Yep. Randy here going for a 4 rover before con opener. Icarus going for 3 Rascals instead. No best
Ooh.
Scout Wars.
Sneaks in, let's go. Rover is so much better with more speed.
Yeah, and we're gonna start turning off the solars immediately. Both solars off. Let's see if they remain off. Hopefully not.
Oh no, hopefully they turn back on.
Yeah.
Imagine this is a little pass by and 2 solars completely off. Okay, they
Yeah.
turn back on.
Yeah, thankfully. At the same time, Icarus manages to sneak at the back of Randy also.
I think it was spotted though.
Oh, he just walks into the commander. Oh, Icarus unlucky.
Unlucky. Oh, he's gonna get the max? I think he might. He
Yeah.
gets the max, nice job. Good snipe.
Yeah, Randy so far definitely winning the Scout Wars.
As he should, but let's see if he does have any experience with the new patch and the build power, how it affects the build. He's already running out of metal.
Yeah. He
Definitely
has
overkilling the build power. This might come in and become relevant.
Yeah, and he also does have the commander expand queued, so he is planning to go outside. Yeah, this is a low BP. On the other side, Ecrazed, already outside of the base, expanding with his commander.
Also overkilling build power though for both players. 2 constructors assisting lab definitely does not have the metal for that.
Oh, Randy picks up 2 more mexes with
Oh.
4 rowers that come in. Very unfortunate for Ecrazed. Oh, and he AFKs his Rascals on the other side of the map for a 3rd time this game. Yeah, very, very unlucky. Yeah, there we go. Randy so far ahead for sure.
Definitely not the early game Ecrazed wanted.
Yeah, we'll see how he
As he has
transitions.
to
from that.
rebuild the mechs again.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Randy's constructor is already done with the next one. Yeah, outside of the 3-mex cluster. Yeah, it just shows.
4 minutes in, Randy finally making blitz. He was on rovers this whole time. As he should versus the Cortex player, which makes sense.
Absolutely made it work, yeah.
Battle
Oh.
paused.
That is very unfortunate. Ecrazed needs to restart real quick. Apparently has some ping issues.
He's just loading up the
Never heard
stream real quick, seeing what Randy has. Just kidding, just kidding. There is a 5-minute delay. We're okay.
We'll see if the pause is for like if it goes for 6 minutes. Yeah.
It's
I mean, yeah.
suspiciously perfect amount of time for a pause.
Yeah, Icarus now has to use the incisor to come back into the game. I mean, if there's one unit that can do it, that can, you know, bring you back into the game after such an early game disadvantage, it's probably the incisor, right? A couple bad
Absolutely.
engages for the blitz and can be very punishing.
And Randy right now, he only has 1 LLT in position really. It's a very top side of the map, so it could be that those incisor find value.
Mm-hmm.
He's also behind in army value, so it's gonna be a couple secs until he's able to stabilize, not only with the weaker unit, but less of them too.
Yeah, and yeah, he doesn't have any LLTs queued up as well on any of his cons really, except for the one up north. He has 1 more LLT planned. Yeah, it looks like he when he's ahead, he wants to get more ahead. And as long as he can keep Ecrazed busy, he has these 6 rovers in the south queued up to go for another run by. As long as he can keep him busy, he shouldn't face too much pressure on his side. Now is the perfect time to make the bingo card.
There's not much of a bingo left, though. I don't think we'll see those Shivas this game, right? It'll be quite the opposite if it gets to tier 3 after the start.
We can still get a little
Battle
creative.
started.
Maybe we'll see a wasp, you know? That's a possible yet interesting bingo addition. But anyways, we're back. Ecrazed is back, says go go go. Hopefully the ping is fixed. And let's see. He spots the rovers going on the south. He's gonna try to
He's
intercept
still
one
on
with full
400
incisor.
millisecond. Not the best ping.
Yeah. And these rovers do manage
know.
to sneak in.
Okay,
Did
he
they
doesn't
find-
run into the commander. So much going on already.
Yeah.
Oh, sneak in's the... Oh, doesn't sneak in actually. There was a bit of an energy stall on the LLT, could not fire. The rover almost made it in because of that.
Mm-hmm. 3 incisor on the other side will get caught out by the blitz. Yeah, once you get caught out, you can't run away. Blitz so much faster. 2 incisor go down. But at the same time, though, another 2 incisor in the north for Ecrest. He stops just before. I think there was a window where he could have gotten all these 3 mexes. Maybe not. Maybe the blitz was just in time. Damn. Randy not taking any damage so far this game.
Yeah, nothing at all.
Absolutely solid.
Not even a solar being close for a second.
Yeah, absolutely nothing. Yeah, there was a lot of Ecrest had 3 different times he managed to get rovers on the rascals on the other side of the map, but all 3 times they were caught and eliminated. Ecrest though manages to move his commander onto the middle of the map and grabs those mexes for himself. It's a nice 9.5 metal advantage.
Oh, and secures a really strong radar here. Complete vision on the left side.
Yeah.
For Ecrest. Well, I guess also for Randy, he sees quite a bit with this one radar.
Randy already switching to stouts. That's really interesting. Now that is very, very interesting, I think. Usually
Yeah,
see
you don't want to
people
be
go-
staying too long on blitz versus incisors.
Yeah, but like he has 8 blitz. If I'm counting correctly, he's on 8 blitz. Usually people make a little bit more, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I think other people are making the mistake of making a little bit more. I think this is really the better play here. Especially when you don't have this many LLTs. Right, if you make blitz, you're going for a counterattack, relying on LLTs for defense. Randy is not the type to go for counterattacks. He's very solid, methodical player. As we can see from him taking no damage in 7-minute 30s. He's going to rely on those stouts for defense.
Let's hope he can be everywhere at once, because now there are 8 incisor going down on the bottom. They're going through not a very defended area. Randy doesn't really have any units going there. Now sends a bunch of blitz. 1 LLT available. Let's see if this will get any damage.
Stealth
It
D.
looks like...
Is it in time? Is it perfect? Oh,
I think
no.
it's...
We'll have to cancel it.
If that went through, that would be so... that would have done so much friendly fire. And gets
He would have
found on
griefed
north as
himself
well.
so hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be a play here, going for the main base, maybe?
I hope he doesn't overcommit.
He has a
That's-
better unit, but a single Janus could destroy this. Ooh, I don't know if going for the expansion was a worthwhile decision here. It's gonna end up being feet on the ground, those incisors.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't. Yeah, he
Get some
definitely, I
windmill,
think,
though.
overcommits.
Oh, gets a lot of windmill, actually. You know, maybe Randy should have made more blitz, eh?
Yeah, or more LT. There we go. Yeah, so loses what? 4 mixes. I'm gonna say like 9 wind turbines or so, maybe a little bit more, but gets 1,300 metal on the ground. I don't know. Do you think that was worth it for Ecrest?
I think it was worth it, just barely. Also, it allowed him to just fall back, start macroing a little bit. Doesn't have to be too APM intense on the defense on the top side, on the bottom side. And he's got the whole middle section secured for himself, even the kind of stupid looking 3 mexes that generated very little metal.
Yeah. Yeah, these
Ooh,
mixes
3
are-
constructors might be picked off here from Randy. Oh, they will just sit there and repair each other while the army cleans. That is beautiful.
1 goes down. Second one is about to go down. Only 1 constructor left, and Ecrest is gonna go forward with those incisor. Picks up a solo on the way as well. He's gonna swing
he
back
only
around,
needs
get
one.
the final one.
Oh! Oh, he gets it.
Gets the final constructor. That's really good.
Oh no. Now he
On the
loses the
south, though.
incisors, does he?
Yeah, on the south though, Randy going in is gonna get 2 constructors here, hopefully from Ecrest. So kind of an equal damage there by both players. Yeah.
I wouldn't say equal. I think Randy's gonna be able to gather the wreck on the top side and the bottom side.
Oh,
Or
yeah.
actually, maybe not, because there is now the commander from Ikra is going to maybe degun those 3 constructor. Yep.
Oh! Oh! Very
And the
cringe.
shurikens are out. Oh, I think they were revealed though.
Yeah, they were revealed. They were
Oh.
shooting at some stouts. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I missed that one part.
Yeah, Icarus
Yeah,
at the top side.
upside, Ikra is trying to grab the reclaim there, but too many units. Ooh, could go for a cheeky snipe here on Randy. All of Randy's army is on the top side, contesting the Rex. Which actually he's not paying attention to, but Ikris is sneaking the constructor in, just grabbing the metal. You know, when the constructor goes down.
Yeah. Very good job cleaning up. From Randy now has the fighters available as response to the shuriken. Oh,
Yeah, Ikris might be going for it. He's got the 7 brutes. He's moving forward with the commander. He just stunned the LLT.
I can't tell if he's committing yet or not. Okay, it looks like he's committing.
Yeah.
Very awkward. He has to deal with.
Oh, okay. That was a valiant attempt, but the D-gun shot it
goes
down,
the
and he calls it.
GG.
Yep.
Yeah, just too much damage from Randy in the
Self-destructed.
beginning. Played so solid, didn't lose anything in the first 7 minutes. Really solid.
And
GGs.
notably, Randy had a heavy transport queued up just to escape in case it gets dicey.
Wow. That would have been very slick.
Very slick indeed.
Yeah.
Alright, maybe Randy is not washed. Maybe he's not rusty at all. That was a really good performance by Randy.
Who said that? Who said? I wouldn't say that at all. Okay, Otago now. All right.
He said that about himself, not washed. He said rusty. Oh, where
Yeah, I
did
don't know.
our Ikris boy? Oh, he needs to restart again.
Yeah, that's really sad that he's getting technical issues in this tournament, but what can you do? All right, do we think Randy is going for the Kuchi Incisor Rush build?
Kuchi incisor rush, but absolutely. He's
Absolutely.
completely. He went on the website. He checked the maps that I played. And he saw Otago. He saw the build, and he's like, "Okay, I'm doing this." He's gonna open up 0 max vehicle on the front of the map.
Yeah.
Get 1 constructor to eat the rocks and make incisor on repeat with 0 max. That's what he's gonna do. Absolutely, no question.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it's extremely possible. He did that deep preparation. He was looking at not only his opponent's replays, he was also looking at other people's replays that are not on the tournament. Looking for inspiration, looking for builds.
No, just
Yeah.
mine.
Oh, just yours? Okay. Yeah, that also makes sense. I mean,
The moment
Alright,
I
well-
see someone like Randy play some weird ass build, I'll giggle. Okay, he's taking the normal approach. Still Cube Gaming, maybe.
yeah, he still selected random as his faction. That is an extreme flex.
I hope Chris take 1 game away, and now Randy has to play the last game on his proper faction rather than doing random. If he does have a proper faction, I mean, I don't know. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if he's done no preparation at all. He doesn't have a favorite faction for any map. He just goes on and decides what he does in the moment. That would be extremely alpha. Anyway, map is starting. Randy is Cortex. Ecrased is Armada. Randy is going for a 1 mix bot lab. That's
Yeah, you
that's a
might
pretty
have
interesting
actually
build.
watched me.
Yeah, that looks like something. you did.
That is one of the few builds I've done on this map. It's a 1 max.
Yeah, yeah,
Resbot,
and,
2 ground, 5 constructed. That resembles a lot what I would do.
yeah, we were joking about it, but yeah, that looks exactly like what you've been experimenting with. 5 constructors here.
Okay,
You're gonna
notably
prioritize
the
everything.
Resbot here, if you want to be optimal, it needs to eat the tree before the rock.
Yeah, for
Because
sure.
the energy stall here, and not metal stall, so this is just wasted to grab them right away. Little things though. E-crease on the other side, also going for the red spot. First one goes onto tree, second one's gonna be on the rocks, I assume. Yes.
Yeah, pretty standard from both players. Some ticks now coming in from E-Crazed. Let's see.
I
Randy
like
said
that
it's
we refer to one mech start as standard now.
No, I mean apart from yeah, no rushes or anything like that.
Yeah, a couple weeks ago that would not have been standard, but the new patch is really nice. Really thumbs up to the developers for this patch. I think overwhelmingly positive reviews would be the consensus on those on the recent patch. Really nice.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't think I have a problem with a single change. Maybe the flagship is a little bit controversial, but yeah, every time I got into a lobby where that was not activated, I was not very happy. It's a great patch for sure.
Wow, the bell power from Randy, he's just booming. He's on 5 constructor, 2 turrets, adding a third one.
Yeah, meanwhile, no radar from Randy. Both of his grunts are sent forward.
Yeah,
no defensive
radar.
army
He
value.
might get punished for this.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, how many...
I think
how
he
many-
does get punished a little bit. I don't want to see this grid get unanswered.
One constructor
Alright,
getting
2
harassed
constructors are
here.
gonna go down. Okay, one's gonna go down. The other just gets hurt a little bit.
I mean, will it? This grunt
Oh,
might be just
no.
on time.
Oh no, the tick is
And he
blocking
blows
the
him off.
path.
He blows up the tick so they can't run around the constructor and the grunts can snipe them. That is insane. Okay, to me it's insane. I don't know if to you that is insane, but yeah, stuff like that really impressed me.
Oh yeah, I love seeing this thing into play. You can see this from all the high-level player. I try to do it myself. I always do it less efficiently, but I do it nonetheless. Just to picture myself as one of the good players, you know.
With the most valuable replays.
Oh, Randy reclaiming the bot lab to make converters. Just scaling all the way.
And the switch.
Oh
to
my god, literally,
converter.
he's just making converters. That is such a ambitious play here. Knowing the limit of what he can get away with. Just no production for a minute.
Yeah, he's got the grunts in position. He's got the radars now. Commander covering the bottom choke. But a few pawns do make it by. One mix is going to go down. Constructor probably not going to go down unless we see the other pawn come back. And this pawn just runs away. And it's faster than a grunt. So it should get 1 or 2 mexes at least. Randy stops chasing. This pawn has potential to kill the constructor as well. Instead, routes into the
no.
base.
Tries to go for the base.
Yeah.
Will probably get answered by the build power. Or even the unit production. Now we see the vehicle lab being dropped from Randy.
Yeah.
Could be able to spend the metal he was accumulating while he had no lab. What an eco from Randy, that's crazy.
Yeah, wind goes down to 2. He chose converters over storage and had to pay the price there. Alright. Another pawn makes it through on the north. No answer from Randy. He's going to get 1, 2 mixes. Let's see if E-Crazed can chase down the constructor as well. That would be a very, very big loss. And a pawn on the bottom. Sniping 3 mixes. Randy, no LT in the back. Just rush those out. Doesn't he seem to have the units in position? That is probably a result of the wind dying at the most unfortunate time and him not having any energy stored. And there we go. Last game he didn't take on any damage. This game he's already lost about 6 mexes, I believe.
Yeah, and he's about to lose the constructor at the top side too. Yep.
E-Crazed found it.
Ever so slowly with the attack command on the pawn. Here we go.
Yeah. Yeah, at the same time, a little bit unfortunate from Randy. He tried to get damage on his own, but his grunts died very unluckily just to the last shot of a laser tower. Yeah, seems to be getting a little bit more unfortunate trades this game. Incisors out now though. Ecraced, instead of going into vehicles himself, decides to go into Banshee. Has 10 Banshees queued.
Oh, is that a com snipe angle? Otherwise we would see bombers, I feel.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's it's really interesting. At the same time, we have a pawn raid forming up on the north. 9 pawns running into Randy's base. That one pawn from earlier still alive. Still trying to go into Randy's base. Incisors from Randy going down the middle though. This is a lot of army value going down the middle. We'll see if Ecrace can answer, but it looks like his commander is just in position. Let's see if he can shut down that incisor raid that's coming in. He's got 3 LLTs. Yeah, he's prepared.
Ooh, the one pawn in the base doing a bit of work here. Nice, nice, nice. A bit of damage here. Gunships are not revealed yet. 7 are up. Randy has to step forward to maybe contest the reclaim. So could be a bit of a dicey position if Ecraced decides to go for a comp snipe with those now 9 Banshees.
Yeah, routes him to the north.
Seems like he's going for a raid. Which can also be good actually. There's a lot of potential for the raid here.
Yeah,
They're not being
scout
dropped by
placed.
Randy, so that will get answered as soon as it's revealed on the radar, which it does right away. We see fighters being queued? Yes, we do. What a quick answer.
At the same time, Randy has a big killer raid with 10 incisors going down the bottom. They managed to sneak in through Ecrace's defenses by simply going around. And only 3 LLTs available for this defending con. They will not do enough. It will go down, as will all of these mixes.
Oh, gunships being chased by fighters.
Yeah, didn't manage to get much done, I don't think.
Now they got the 1 max. Well, it was an exploiter, I guess, but... Ooh, commander face-off.
This is where the Banshee should have been. They're coming back! They're coming back now! They're going for
Oh.
the commander snipe. Oh my god. I don't think it will go through because there are just so many
He
fighters
doesn't have
available
enough.
for
Randy stopped walking! Wait!
No! Oh, my
no.
god!
Ecraced won't stop.
But no, but he lost the target. Oh no, he didn't. He's still in range. Banshees
didn't.
now arrive at the scene.
Oh, but they are incisors here, though.
Oh.
Randy
We're
will
not gonna
survive
steal it,
this.
don't
That was really close, though. Really, really close. Meanwhile,
Randy's going in. Randy's going back in. He's on 24% HP. Ecrace doesn't look like he's stopping. He keeps moving forward.
Oh
He
my
keeps
God.
getting this incisor. This will be very close.
Wait!
10, 5, 7. Oh my god!
No way! On 8 HP!
That is insane. Oh my
Randy,
god.
what was that? Oh, is it 6 HP? That's even more close.
Randy, with the absolute balls of steel in the face of death, decides to walk back in, sets target on the enemy commander, and just goes for it. Comes back on top. He's probably gonna say not even close. Good game, and that's
That was insane. I cannot believe that he walked back out. I was like, oh, he got out. He's chilling. He's fine. And then he just walks back in. That's crazy. That's actually insane.
Absolutely
Wow.
incredible.
What a way to end that. Wow. Well, I let's like that's I'm just kind of I don't know, just kind of still shocked at that. But that does mean that Randy is our last semi-finalist, and we're I'm assuming gonna go watch X Factor and Bloatier next, and I am excited for that set. I'm very excited. Barcast, if you had to think between X Factor and Bloatier, who would you favor in this matchup?
That's a really tough question to answer.
I agree.
Both players seem to kind of want it in a sense. I've seen both of them practicing a lot, so surely they've both prepared a lot for this tournament. So I think I'd have to give the edge slightly to X Factor, but Blue Deer seems to be playing pretty well, so it's close, real close.
Yeah, I have to say, you know, Bloater's been playing a lot more free for all. Okay, and Chisato's the guy, X Factor's the guy. That's saying all the best players are free for allers, man. I don't know. It's I think he's definitely been playing a lot recently. He's been pretty active and he's looking very strong. A Bloater that is, and of course X Factor, you know, looking just as strong as normal. So I have a feeling we're gonna see a pretty good set here.
Yeah, maybe this breaks down into like APM gaming, ARM bots versus ARM bots, and it's like, I mean, they can be so volatile. Any player can come out ahead of that, and it should be great matches. I'm pretty excited for this one. So
yeah, my mind goes back to that what the Alpha Cup game between Otto and Raxel, and like the actual like 4,000 APM like pure stress induced was it Tundra game. Like, it's very different than I think the games we've seen today, which a lot of them have been more, you know, we've seen a lot of lab variation actually. Like we've seen ARM vehicle, okay, like, you know, like we've seen ARM vehicles actually getting played a decent amount, which admittedly, you know, that was at least somewhat Randy going cube and cubing into it, but still, it's been very nice to see.
I've never been more on edge of my seat than that Raxel autopilot game. I was literally shouting at the TV screen.
It was, I mean, it was definitely one of the more stressful games I think I've seen.
Oof. So we're just waiting on our man X Factor to jump in the lobby.
Yeah, I imagine like a decent amount of these games have been a little bit quicker. I mean, we did have like a couple like later-ish games, right? Like the Cold Place one definitely coming to mind more than anything. So, you know, maybe X Factor had to step away for a bit. And
yeah, he said he was running on not much sleep. So yeah,
man.
maybe we caught him napping and he's just totally never gonna arrive. We'll see.
That would be so sad. Oh my god, can you imagine? Well, do you want to like take we could take a break, I guess, like a 5-minute break or something, and see if he's here, or like what do you want to just just wait, or what do you want to do?
That sounds great. Yeah, take a quick little break. Let the players or us, I guess, rather you, the observer, collect themselves, and we'll be back with more high-level bar here very soon.
All right, well then. I'm gonna set the timer, and we'll be back. Like, what do you think, Barcast? 5-10 minutes? What do you think?
Yeah, do 10 minutes. That's fine.
We'll be back in about 10 minutes then, and you know, hopefully you guys will wait around, and we'll find out. We'll find X Factor. Well, we are back. We had a nice little break. We did manage to find X Factor. Somebody did, finally. And luckily for us, while we were waiting, they even did the maps, picks, and bans. So we'll just very quickly go over that. Our first couple bans, Cold Place, Paradise Lost. First 2 picks, Atago, very excited. And Gas Bag. This does say Vetter in the best of 3s, but it's in fact X Factor. But the next 2 bands we have Falendale and Mithril Mountain. And then banning Pools of Illis and Prismatic Anomaly as our last 2 bans, leaving us with Aurelia.
Yeah, I can't think of a better map pool for these 2 players to go at it. Atago for sure should deliver a great macro game, and then Gasbag, pretty technical map, just given the layout and the availability of the geos. And then Aurelia also like a maybe more of a teching map. Might not see a lot of aggression on that, but both these players are ready to go, and we are loading into the first game of this semifinals.
I'm so glad we're good to see this map again. Especially between these 2 players, I think unless something goes catastrophically wrong, I could see this going like a late game pretty easily. Or
yeah, absolutely.
Maybe even then, I guess both of them are good enough that if they find an opening, they could exploit it pretty quickly, and it just could snowball from there. But I'm hoping.
Yeah, pretty standard spawns, I'd say, from both these players. So no cheeky forward mech spawn, right, from anyone. So they're just prioritizing having these nice defensible tucked away main bases to, like you said, both players want it to go to T2, so to speak, right, and don't want the game to be over before it begins, right?
Yeah. Like, in fact, the only difference from the normal spawns we've seen so far is X Factor opting for the middle triple mechs. Okay. Are they?
Yeah.
This build.
This is what I want to see. Yeah.
Are they both doing it? They're both doing it. Okay. The no mechs lab build is so funny. 4 resbots in the queue for 3 resbots in the queue for X Factor. Only 1.
No, this is perfect. It's like the metal pays you faster than the mexes would have, right? So
yeah, it's just a funny. It's just such a funny build. Like mexes are always fantastic. So finding weird situations like this on weird maps like this, where it's like there's a little more variety and a little more chances for opening without even making a mex is just very funny. And I am actually very curious. There is actually a decent amount of variation between their 2 opens, right? They both did a no mex lab build, but X Factor went way harder on the resbots, whereas Bloater opting for just 1 resbot into cons into a lot of pawns.
Yeah, this is going to work out well for him too. So just as he ran out of metal, this resbot gets on top of that pile of 800. So that's going to refill his metal bar very quickly. It's going to let him get this con turret up too, which is very mirrored start from both players, right? So despite the differences, both players have this super early con turret coming down. No mexes still.
It's so unsettling. But I think the only difference I'm actually seeing, like a pretty big difference, is Bloater already has ticks going out across the map, whereas X Factor's making no units before 4 constructors.
Right. He might get away with this, but I'm a little worried about this resbot that's running across the map to that second pile. That looks like it's going to be intercepted by that single tick. So really a huge pickoff. Just frankly, it's might.
Bloater. He had his glasses on. He actually saw that resbot and should manage to catch it out.
Yeah, that's a huge pickoff, really. I mean, that's 800 metal and the wreck here, so Bloater could even sneak a resbot over to that side if he wanted to, but X Factor finally getting into some unit production. He's got some ticks out on the map.
When you don't really have a lot of mexes, that pile of 850 metal is actually incredibly important to grab, and losing the resbot on top of it is a very painful thing to happen at the start of this game for X Factor.
Yeah, we can see metal produced already like 600 metal in favor, I guess 800 metal in favor of our man Bloater, because he was able to secure that reclaim on his side of the map. So I guess lucky for X Factor, it's still sitting there. So I mean, for how long it has yet to be said, but Oh,
no.
a second res bot gonna get caught out here, perhaps. Is it gonna go down?
Oh, just barely manages to get that resbot out. Very close.
Yeah, super good catch there from our man X Factor, who has a really nice open. I like this. He's got gangs of 2 res bots expanding, or cons expanding on the top, 2 going to mid. So committing a lot of build power to expanding efficiently.
This one little tick in the back line, harassing, not really going to manage to kill a Mex, like the Mex HP buff, really coming in handy there, giving X Factor far more time to respond and deal with these ticks before they get any sort of damage. A lot of pawns going across the map for Bloat here. Far more ticks from X Factor going across.
This is the part of the game I really like, just pawns and ticks everywhere, kind of APM gaming, right? It's like if you can be everywhere at once over your opponent, that's how you can really eke out an advantage here. But it's all about finding those cons, finding the mexes and radars, and just slowing down your opponents and expansions.
Yeah, I called it earlier, I think, pure stress gaming, and we're in that period of the game. It is definitely the pure stress gaming. There's things happening all over the map that you have to manage. A lot of it's ticks ticks and pawns being just the worst thing to let into your backline, and you really cannot afford to make a single mistake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, catching up to these units, and they're kind of kiting you, and that's really the position you want to be in as the pawn player. Like, you know, kiting backwards, and those plasma shots just deal so much damage.
Ooh, good catch from X Factor. Looks like in the middle of the map is going to catch all of Bloatier's pawns. Well, this Bloater does have a little bit of a tick infestation on his northern Mex expansion, although maybe won't be able to get into it as Bloater has responded in time.
Yeah, both players doing a really nice job buttoning themselves up, defending everything they need to, not taking too much damage, you know, pulling back these expanding cons back to their radars. You can spot these units that are trying to run in and get some raids, so
pretty hefty metal income advantage for Bloatier at the moment, as he is skyrocketed past X Factor in terms of just pure metal a second. Really doing a good job keeping his expansions alive and just expanding far quicker than X Factor's managed to.
Yeah, that shows you the strength of expanding with your commander when you have those 3 mech spots that are so close to each other. You're able to pick up an additional 6 mexes super quickly, just runs forwards, chokes up the map with a few LLTs, and then kind of protects everything behind it. So really nice play. Choice of like build order open from our man Bloatier here.
Yeah, and I imagine that oh man, wow, the LLT self-D kills every single pawn that was going to get easily probably both those mexes. Very well timed. I did not think that was going to work as well as it did. Looks like we have a vehicle transition from X Factor. Blitz is coming out. Looks like Bloatier opting for a vehicle out of his own, but also differently keeping his bot lab. I guess really liking the addition of pawns and res bots and maybe even some ticks into this army comp.
Something I'm noticing here is just the energy production difference between X Factor and Bloatier. Bloatier just well ahead, 1.3k energy per second to X Factor's like 550. So maybe he's just relying on the res bots here, but this could really start spiraling out of control in Bloatier's favor, because he's starting to add on energy converters. He's got his energy storage up, right? And all he needs to do is, yeah, like you said, just produce pawns, ticks, and blitzes and take himself into the mid game here.
Yeah, wow. Actually, that's crazy. Bloatier has produced nearly double the energy of X Factor and has accessed substantially less of it. I thought for sure that would be the other way around. A lot of this energy Bloatier is actually spending his huge energy lead. A huge pawn raid on the southern end, and X Factor has nothing to defend this expansion.
Yeah, he's desperately trying to run some blitzes down here. He should be able to get enough into position to stop these pawns from going up that ramp on that right side and getting even further into the back line, but X Factor is making an air transition. Bloatier is already making bombers in his main base, so this is not the end of the raiding and harassment from either player.
A lot of air cons coming out from X Factor as well. So he has a few fighters, it looks like. He might be able to at least inconvenience these bombers, but I think we're going to see some real damage here.
Single pawn snuck past that raid, so this is going to be huge. He's going to pick off a few mexes, and these bombers are going to come in and meet some fighters, so one goes down pretty quickly.
Yeah. Maybe one of these will get its bombs off, but that's even then. Okay, it looks like it does just barely manage to get its bombs. Kills a con turret, actually. You know, that's not probably what Bloater was entirely looking for, but better than nothing. And gets a couple wins as well for his trouble.
The big fight here in mid, kind of just clearing out one of the mexes. Looks like Bloater's going to pull back. He doesn't want to take the engagement. X Factor got into position quite nicely there, but he's kind of left the door open on the top side of the map. Meanwhile, T2 already finished for Bloater.
Wait, did he do no
transition?
Oh, he's doing a con now. Okay, I thought he was doing no con right into Jags, but no, he made one Jag. Thought better of it. I mean, he has a tier 2 con coming out, and it's gonna likely take his lead that he already knows he has, and just chill and let it continue growing.
Yeah, this is very much Bloater's style. He loves making these lightning tanks here in the early part of the T2 stage. You can kind of continue the pressure and tempo you've built up without losing it. You know, going through that T2 transition. So, really nice choice there.
X Factor using a couple of these air cons to re-expand the mexes he's lost. Though he knows he's behind, but he can't imagine exactly how far he's behind, as Bloater is going to start making these tier 2 mexes very quickly, as he has a pretty large economy behind this. Multiple, adding on even more tier 2 con. Bloater going up to 3 tier 2 cons. He is going to boom his economy very quickly. Oh, tier 2 is spotted for X Factor. He sees Jags coming out.
Yeah, that's the beauty of these 30 wind speed maps, is you can just kind of go all out upgrading those T2 mexes. You don't have to get the fusion up nearly as quickly as you kind of have to on other maps, so you can pay for those upgrading mexes and the cost of running them. But it's like a big battle here in mid. Jag's gonna get taken down pretty quickly there.
There's so much more just army here for Bloater, but X Factor does have a quite substantial Banshee fleet here. Although they will be flying over Jags, as well as a combo of Bloater's own fighters, wisely pulling his own fighters back to let the Jags do some of the work for him before jumping on the fighters.
That was really convenient, I'd say, for Bloater, just having all those Jags right there in the middle of the map. Totally kind of shut down these Banshees. They're gonna get cleaned up very quickly.
All those Banshees, all those fighters for one mex. Yeah, X Factor calls it. He knows that is way too much of a lead to come back from.
Commander destroyed.
Well played from Bloater. What a funny
really well
early game build. the nearly mirrored early game build of no mechs wins into lab. Very, very interesting how that ended up. I think it was.
Yeah, really.
I was gonna say, I think it's kind of crucial that respawn snipe at the start, right?
Oh,
like that was
exactly.
nearly 1,000 metal that X Factor just didn't have and Bloater did.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. I'm like thinking, like, where did it all go wrong for X Factor? And it probably he just lost so much tempo from that. It's like I looked at the bottom right, the metal bars, and he was stalling on metal, and Bloater had like half a bar to spend, and 4 construction turrets already made. So I think that in and of itself probably swung the game in his favor. So a little unfortunate to see that like bit of RNG at the start.
Yeah.
Kind of dictate who ends up winning the game. But here we are in Gasbag Gavins. I really like this map. The more I play on it, the more I enjoy it. It's a little bit of a defensive map just because of the terrain, choke points, the ramps. But there are geos conveniently located right next to your main base. So that really helps accelerate you into the T2 part of the game. So hopefully we end up seeing another match go the distance.
Yeah, I think also like kind of important in that last game, right? Like where with the differences between their opening is Bloater, before really like investing into his greed, like before going as hard as he did into his cons, he made like 5 ticks, and those ticks came across the map at the perfect moment to catch that resbot going to the next metal patch. There's a little bit of a greed punish, as X Factor was just kind of hoping he would have enough time to get away with it.
Yeah, ticks are such a great addition to any opening in the early game. They make so quickly, they move so fast on maps that where you would expect a player to be greedy, right? So it's just so useful to get vision, to have this pressure and tempo on your opponent's side of the map, and that just lets you make it expand behind it essentially. Maybe slow your opponent down, already get start building an economic advantage just right out of the start of the game. So really nice choice. And just maybe a bit of RNG. I mean, maybe you can say oh, X Factor, you can just make some ticks of your own, to run across the map with your
but
so it doesn't get sniped.
It's like rock, paper, scissors, right? You kind of have to guess what your opponent's going to do. If you make ticks and you don't get any value and they greeted, they're just going to outscale you, right? You're just going to lose. So it's kind of like if X Factor didn't get punished, the build would have been good. So yeah, in that case, it is a little RNG, depending on what.
I don't know. If I were to guess what my opponent was going to do, it'd be run across the map with a resbot and go for that.
Yeah.
You gotta know what to expect. Anyways, but here we are, both players well underway with their opens of a Blow Deer going for a lot of bots here. No resbot from him just yet. It's like X Factor's chosen to do something slightly different here, but
yeah, resbot into no con. He has no cons out yet. The first con coming out now. Way slower on his expansion comparatively to Blow Deer. Blow Deer, even I'm thinking, is he 2? Yeah, so he's going to 2-con expand in one direction. How many cons is he making? Oh my god. not a small amount by any metric. It looks like he's going to be 2-con expanding in both directions, whereas X Factor doesn't even have a single one. He's one going in each direction now.
I was kind of expecting him to move out of the main base with his commander, just given the early construction turret, but he's just using 2 cons to expand now, and like you said, Blow Deer already has 4 out on the map expanding, so this is a really nice start from the red player here in terms of just the speed of his expansions.
Yeah, and it's not like even Blow Deer is down on unit count that much. Like, he has basically even number of ticks, it looks like X Factor is making a few pawns, but Blow Deer has so much time to deal with this. This is looking like an awkward start for X Factor. I feel like he's already behind just off of a build order open.
We'll have to see how much damage these pawns can get, because defending yourself from pawns with ticks does not look pretty. And if they can get across the map and jump on 1 or 2 of these expanding cons, you could definitely even up the game and tie it up. So.
Yeah, I guess he's really gonna need to find some damage here to offset the little greedier expansion that Blow Deer is doing. And like you said earlier, this map is very choke pointy, and it's I think gonna be quite hard. Ooh, maybe manages to find a little value here. Just barely manages to kill one of Blow Deer's mexes. Yeah.
No, that's exactly what he needs, right? That's more than pays for itself. Every second that goes by, it just compounds and compounds over time. So a 17 metal or 21 metal unit killing that metal extractor is just such a great pickup.
A lot of pawns starting to build up for X Factor. This Blow Deer has a few, but he looks like he's pretty content to just chill in the choke points, not looking to get any damage, just keep his economy alive, and not really give X Factor a chance to do any damage.
This looks really similar to the game we saw on Cold Place, where X Factor made a lot of early pawns and he found a lot of damage with those, and we kind of see that similar situation happening now. But Blow Deer has done a great job of getting units in position, so we can kind of meet this push head on, right? Force X Factor to rotate around, and that's just kind of buying him more time, slowing him down, and letting X Factor or Blow Deer get some more units to the front line and in position to defend.
Yeah, it is a hefty amount of pawns from X Factor in Blow Deer's front door, and he doesn't really have the army in any of these one spots to deal with this. So it really is going to depend if he's able to just hold off until he gets reinforcements here, which he currently is. But it's gonna be interesting to see if X Factor manages to find some damage.
One thing to note is, Blow Deer's put up multiple LLTs in these choke points here, so he definitely kind of slowed down those early expanding cons we saw. So the pressure, without even finding, literal damage to the cons, he was able to do economic damage to his opponent, just by slowing him down. So
pretty big catch there. Is a lot of Blow Deer's pawns do get caught. A small little counterattack on the other side. It does look like Blow Deer is going to catch a constructor. where while X Factor is harassing on Bloater's side of the map, actually going to lose his whole. X Factor's going to lose his whole army, with all of this reclaim being on Bloater's side of the map. With knowing Bloater has a bot lab and Resmont's probably soon to be made, it's quite bad, I think, for X Factor to let that happen.
He did trade out a decent amount of army though, so the game seems kind of even, right? 34 metal per second for both players. X Factor's got a slight energy advantage, which I really like. That can carry you into, faster geos, faster energy converters, right? Which can give you an economic advantage, as we get into this kind of mid game, right?
Yeah.
Both players are going to be thinking about making some kind of transition. I wouldn't be surprised to see the air transition out of Bloater. He's really been favoring that lately. Just reclaims the bot lab, goes for the bombing run, remakes the bot lab or even vehicle lab shortly thereafter, right?
Yeah, so far it's looking like both players are content to, well, in this still expansion phase, content to stay on their one lab and just keep making pawns and just see if they can find any sort of major damage. Ooh.
Nice little engagement here. Just kind of punching into the army, taking a few pawns away, and then just backing up.
Traded into that way better than I thought he would, to be honest. That was a pretty hefty pawn disadvantage Bloater had there.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a gamble, kind of not expecting your opponent to react. You can kind of just like shave off a few units and then back over it. So, kind of good case scenario there.
Yeah. Like, I don't know if you're about to point that out, but looking at the minimap, right, like, Bloater having a whole 3 mexes up on X Factor, and even then, maybe actually some of these mid-mexes that X Factor does not have either. If he's allowed to have this mex advantage for much longer, it's going to start snowballing a little out of control. Oh, I see an air lab from X Factor as well.
He needs to get back up on that bottom middle part of the map as well. I see a con heading there on the mini map right now, so the game will get, it will even up over time. Not if you take trades like that, but yeah, okay, he's gonna back away. Oof. But air transition from X Factor, he already has a few figs out, so he can protect himself from like a counter bombing run. He's making bombers of his own. Energy is going down right now, so a little unfortunate just the timing of all this. But
like you said, Bloater, big fan of this. This air transition, making a few bombers, making fighters. Though I noticed Bloater does have 2 E-stores to X Factor's 1, and his energy is lasting a bit longer. Though, well, with the wind being not as high as it could be, it's energy. The energy's not doing so great for making bots and aircraft at the same time. Ooh, this is an awkward engagement. Reaching the levels of the engagement of there's enough metal on the ground that neither player can afford to give this up. LT going up for Bloater.
Yeah, that is absolutely huge for contesting this reclaim field. Bloater has a single resbot even like running up to that, grabbing that metal straight away. So really strong play there and securing a huge advantage in terms of metal over his opponent.
Interesting bombing choice there from X Factor. Stopping to bomb a mex, I guess, to let his fighters go first. Bloater sending his own bombers across the map instead of even trying to do anything else with them. I could see Bloater losing all of his energy here as most of Bloater's bombers have been shot down already.
That was a really good bombing run. Another one's going to happen, but it sucks going down the hill. You might see a little bit of ineffective bombs here, but the bombers on the other side of the map got cleaned up, so this is just great damage from X Factor on the wind turbines. Single. Okay, that was really nice.
That was pretty good. Yeah. That was. Oh, and it's actually maybe get another shot if Bloater micros it. Unfortunately, not microing it. He could have gotten a very meaty hit. Is it gonna get a 3rd pass? There's no way. No. Okay, like Okay, I don't want to look at that. He could have done crazy damage with that one bomber. That's crazy. I've got 3 passes over that base. And somehow, actually, Bloater still has an energy advantage over X Factor. Like, he lost a substantial amount of his energy, but, like, his geo's going up.
Yeah.
He didn't lose his E-stores. He just more wind scaling. X Factor's losing all of not only this reclaim, but he's losing another expansion.
Yeah, I guess Bloodier did move his thugs or maces out of position though, so X Factor has a bit of an army advantage right here in mid. Like, there's still so much reclaim right here, and this next battle should end up deciding the game, right? You have to contest this reclaim.
Bloodier wisely opting to, rather than try and res this with his one res bot and no energy, he just immediately starts eating it, and before X Factor can even react, half the metal is gone. And he's still leaving a bit for X Factor, and that is frankly a lot of maces in Bloodier's face. But getting at least half of that metal when the alternative is getting none of it is quite big for Bloodier.
That was a huge swing, and X Factor already has a good amount of res bots sitting on top of that reclaim field, so he could end up snowballing this army. And pressure he has in mid, he just has to back up this hill for now, let those res bots get their work. Bloodier's gonna jump on top of this army.
This is kind of, I'm a little afraid for Bloodier actually. That res, like, Bloodier may have an army value advantage at the moment, but, well, these res bots are the best unit in the game, and X Factor having as many of them as he does means any of these losses, as long as he controls the reclaim field, he will just immediately revive any and all units.
X Factor doing a lot of cheeky transitions. He went up to 2 bot labs, reclaimed both of them. He's gone back into air. He's once again making bombers. So, you know, bombing run 2.0. Maybe he gets a better pass this time while this huge engagement is happening.
Oh, this is I think the game deciding fight, as this reclaim is definitely reaching a point where you cannot give it up. There's too many res bots here. I think X Factor's actually he's not, funny enough, actually resing quick enough for Bloodier's production is just way too high, as he's getting on top of the res bots, and I think with this, X Factor's gonna lose. He's gonna lose this fight.
Yeah, Bloodier made a bunch of maces out of the main base. That's what we saw, you know, approaching, that conga lining their way towards the middle of the map. So he ended up swinging the battle in his favor, and this reclaim field is just
enormous, absolutely enormous.
So huge,
4.1k metal on the ground. The bombers are coming in and targeting the Geo, but I mean, there's a decent amount of AA and fighters here. They shouldn't, man. Yeah, they don't kill anything. X Factor loses the reclaim field, invests pretty heavily in a bombing run, and gets actually nothing. Oh yeah, okay. X Factor, knowing he's in a terrible position, he has to wonder to himself, how do I get myself out of this? Tier 2 air, and I wonder if we're gonna see an attempt at a lich snipe.
Bloodier's on T2. He's milled welders even. He's upgrading mexes. He kind of has air control for now, so he's in a really comfortable position, I'd say, sitting here on top of this reclaim field. He's got his half of the map. He's taking great trades, so he really just has to kind of close out the game, and I'm wondering if he's going to be able to sniff out this kind of T2 air transition from X Factor.
I really feel like Bloodier's only real danger here is while he has air control at the moment, they are tier 1 fighters, and a couple liches, if X Factor can find the way, find some way to afford them, Bloodier could die here. It is very dangerous, this lich transition, if X Factor ends up going for it. At the moment, not having queued it up, you know, we'll have to see if he decides to opt for it.
Wind is going down right now, though, so really unfortunate. Sitting at 12, I'm seeing it go lower and lower, and yeah, there's a scout plane right behind the main base here, so...
Oh man, you know what, funny enough, Bloodier, if he's actually actively looking, well, he'll know it's a tier 2 with the notification, but you can see the difference in the fighters as well.
Yeah, the shape is different.
And he could maybe see that, yeah, even opting for some tier 2 AA bots, just recently buffed in this patch. We'll have to see. I don't actually know how they would handle a lich. I would assume not well, but I could be wrong. Assume not well. X Factor is definitely in some danger here. This is, frankly, an army he just cannot fight. A couple gunslingers, few welders, a fat boy, whole bunch of maces in front of it.
Yeah, and Wind is continuing to not cooperate. One lich was able to get out. There is a few T2 figs for X Factor. He just has to make one more lich and a scout plane and get it across the map. He has to know Bloodier's commanders in the main base, right? So to know where to head.
He's putting his commander in an abductor. He is going for the all-in Hail Mary play. You can't afford another Lich? Well, put your commander in a transport and go for the only chance that you have.
Blodir was smart enough to make 8 T2 anti-air bots, so with their recent buff, maybe they're not as big of a meme as they were. So
Oh
this
my
is
God.
gonna be his defense right here. He's got a few.
He's
things out
making
of
more.
it.
How many are we making, Blodir? Oh, he queued up. Oh my God, he queued up so many. I don't see a world. Yeah, this is like that scout on the hill spotting the tier 2 air gave Blodir so much advanced warning that this is happening. There should be no world X Factor gets any value from this.
Man, they have a lot of range there too. Jeez.
Oh wow, yeah, okay. It turns out if you invest like 2/3 of an Aphis in AA bots, pretty good at killing a Lich. X Factor calls it.
Really nice play.
Commander self-destructed.
Very clean from Blodir. Both games, very clean. It really just had a lead the whole game. Like I mean, it was relatively even towards like the 8-minute mark, but even then, I don't know. I don't even know what went wrong. Like I guess Blodir having like the Geo and X Factor didn't is something, but man, I don't even know what went wrong there. It just seemed to spiral out of control for X Factor.
I think it was switching back into air. He was in such a good position. He had the res bots on top of the reclaim field. He had a lot of good production in his main base with the two bot labs. I think he just had to maybe leverage that tempo a little bit more for longer and then make a T2 transition himself, right? Because
Yeah.
I don't know. That's just my opinion, but
No, I kind of agree. Like both. I thought X Factor's first bombing run was pretty good, and then the bombs land, the winds die, and you see that Blodir still has an E advantage, and it's like I don't know. Was it really that one bomber getting through and just chaining like 10 windmills? Was that really it? That kept Blodir in that economically? I don't know. It was very very surprising.
there was a few subtle mistakes. I think he was making, not going for the geos as well. Really was a blunder compared to when both players were trying to make their T2 transition. I think Blodir already had 2 finished, right? So those few drops in wind we saw was probably just enough to carry Blodir
Well,
into being able to like make all those anti-air bots, right? So
yeah, no, I agree. Which again, you know what? If you made that many of them, it will kill anything. But well, I think we have our first grand final contestant in Blodir there, and our next set is Sash Corn versus Randy.
okay, so these are starting to get harder and harder to call, really. So this one I'm very excited to see. Andy versus Sash, kind of like old school versus new school player. You have any predictions for us, LDM?
I'm with you, man. This is like this whole semifinal has felt impossible because every single one of these players are so good. I have to lean on Randy, man. I don't know. He seems too consistent. He seems warmed up. I do think Sash plays bar so much more that he has at least that advantage that he is definitely, there's no rust on Sash. Sash he's definitely ready to go. I want to say 2-1 Randy. I want to say that, but I think yeah, no 2-1 Randy. That's what I'm saying. I'm staying on that.
I think this might depend a lot on the maps
Yeah.
we end up getting for the pool, because I can really see it going either way. And if we see some of those large maps like Otago, Cold Place, I think I might actually end up giving the advantage to Sash Gorn just because he practices freeze for all so much, right? So
I do kind of agree. If we're thinking like the hyper late game, I do favor Sash a bit more. He does seem to have way late like the early late game. I think Randy's still definitely very competitive, but it's this hyper late game, huge macro situations that Sash is a pretty large advantage, I would say.
right, which You know, I think that plays into Andy's style a little bit because we saw from earlier bans and picks, like, I mean, he's banning maps like Valendale, stuff like this, these smaller maps where the games aren't going to go as long. So I think Sash might get out of this banning and picking stage with a bit of an advantage, but it's still anyone's game, right? Andy is no joke. He's a very strong player.
Yeah.
So.
Like, even on those big macro maps, you know, like, even if you are probably advantaged in these hyper late games, you still have to get there, you know? Like, you still have quite a lot of game to not die to Randy before you get to that point.
Yeah. And like you were saying, he's no slouch into, you know, the T3 later parts of the game as well. He's solid all around. Both players very solid. I mean, they've made it to the semifinals this far, and I'm expecting nothing less than a series that goes to game 3, right? So.
Ah, man, I hope so. I hope so. Well, we are getting both players in the lobby. Looks like we're gonna start getting ready for picks and bans. I wonder.
Yeah.
I kind of thinking back to the Gasbag game. With the 2-2 AA bot buff, you know, they've been kind of underwhelming for so long. I'm actually really curious. Like, how would like have one of those done against a Lich? Like, how quickly would one, or maybe even two, I guess, kill a Lich? As you know, you can only see those units as a joke for so long before you don't really know how well they perform with the buff anymore.
Yeah, I can't answer that frankly because of the change was just this week, right? So I'm not sure how many T2 AA shots it takes to take out a Lich. Can't answer you.
Or any sort of like tankier, like a bomber, you know, like a tier 2 bomber. Like, are these actually effective units now? Like, they're still very expensive.
Pretty excited to see the buff.
Yeah,
honestly,
I agree for sure. They've needed it for quite a while.
Yeah, so we have one of our casters back, TNT Brightworks, here
I
to
think. Sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say you're blessing us with your commentary, but can we get a prediction from
I don't know. We watched Shashkaran just like absolutely dismantle in the other game. Randy is like slow and steady and very consistent though, and that's kind of the gameplay style that I prefer and I think is most successful. So I'm gonna guess Randy takes the lead at least in the first match here. Depends on what they play, actually. Oh, it will be Gasbag. Yeah, okay. I think Randy has a lead on Gasbag, just because this map can really benefit from small incremental pushes that like take a little bit more of the map. After that is Prismatic, though, and Shashkaran did look really good on Prismatic. I think it's going to be a close series. Probably like 1 point each of them, and then into the third. Hopefully, oh no, they already banned Paradise. Never mind.
Well, I mean, Sash very practiced on that map. I do that's definitely, to me, kind of seems like a respect ban. As I mean, I'm sure Randy, you know, pretty comfortable as in any sort of situation in bar, but I know Sash is very comfortable on Paradise, and I don't know
Yeah.
if, I imagine that's where that's coming from.
Yeah, it's got to be a safety ban. Like, no matter how confident you are, boats are always like the big question mark where it's like, have I really practiced enough boats? Have they practiced more boats? Nobody really knows.
Yeah.
I do want to say though, on the note of those T2 AA bots, like, I feel like we really got to credit Legion for that, because once the Legion T2 AA bot came out, it was like miles ahead of all the other T2 AA bots. It has its little Gatling gun and then a little, I think it's a rail gun or something on it, and it like actually could kill air units. And then everyone was like, wow, wouldn't it be nice to live in a world where T2 AA bots that you pay 600 metal, 700 metal for actually could shoot down planes?
Yeah, like,
what a world.
Anything to get those things buffed. They have been so bad for so long. It has been a sad situation making those.
It's one of those weird situations where it was more efficient to just build a T1 lab and spam T1 AA bots rather than build T2 AA bots. Like, it was, I don't know, so weird.
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I was gonna say too, like, whoever has not tried the tier 2 Legion AA bots definitely should. Those things are fantastic. They have the railgun. Yeah, I mean, I tested them out once in a skirmish and it was such a breath of fresh air. Ever since then, I've been hoping the regular AA bots were also on this level, and now I'm happy that they're kind of brought up.
All right, we have our maps: Gasbag, Prismatic Anomaly, and finals on Aurelia. Should we get there?
Have we seen an Aurelia match today?
I
feel
don't
like
think we
haven't.
have. I don't remember one.
Yeah. Huh. Usually that's such a popular map. Like I feel like we see that all the time. Guess a testament to the map pool that we have this go around. Everyone's like very, very eager to yeah, go ahead and do all kinds of, you know, all the different types of map.
Well, it looks
We
like
need,
they're
like,
getting in
7
game.
rivers or something.
And I will leave it in our two very capable Brightworks and Slick's hands, and you know, hopefully we see some good games. But I'm gonna mute.
Sounds good.
Thank you very much, cameraman, lost dead man.
Lost cameraman.
Lost cameraman, yeah.
I think it'd be kind of cool to see, like, I would almost like to see a map that essentially is like the river run, where it has all the rivers and everything spread out, but then like shrink it down to like a 4v4 or even a 1v1 map. I feel like that's the kind of map that would be really neat to see. Something where you could technically use boats or hovercraft or anything like that, but then, like, you know, also bots and vehicles, all that kind of thing. Have you ever played on the mutated river run, where it turns all the rivers into little like land bridges and all the land becomes water?
No, I can't say that I have, but it sounds sick.
It's very interesting because you end up playing these Navy games, but then hovercraft actually make a lot of sense because you have to constantly go over these little land bridges to get to the opponents. So you have to, like, it makes hovercraft viable in the weirdest way. But also, it's funny because one of the most popular strategies was basically using your commander to blow up the land bridges so that it would lower them so that you could get boats through into the next section. It's like, it was such a funky map, but it was a lot of fun to play.
Yeah, that sounds
Cool
very
to see
interesting,
something
I'm
like
not gonna lie. And some people don't know about the restore command. Anyway, though, we got into this game, and I was actually mindful to see if Randy will pick his faction this time, because he has been selecting random so far, and he did manually select Cortex, so we are in a Cortex versus Cortex bots matchup.
He's taking it seriously.
Yeah, he's finally locked in, and yeah, this is gonna be a great game, man. Both of these guys are just so solid. Like, they're the great examples of, I mean, no weaknesses, but they just play solid everywhere.
Yeah, the mechanics are just airtight. There's no.
Yeah.
They're very fast too, is the other thing. Like, I feel like it's rare that you catch one of these guys not looking at something happening on the map, like losing units just to a random like bad trade because they're not microing or something like that. Like, that, it just never happens.
Yeah, there's no map where you can put them on and be like, yeah, this one person will definitely underperform. That's yeah, they're just both fantastic. Anyway,
yeah, it's really hard to call.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh yeah, no, I was just about to go into the same thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, 2 con opener from Randy. On the other side, we have a 4 con opener from Sashkoran. I think we're kind of looking at a replay from the game we just watched between Boulder and X Factor, where one player is opening with so many more cons. And yeah, let's see. Basically, it's gonna come down to, will Randy get damage done with these grunts that he's making while Sash is making cons?
It kind of makes a lot of sense to be greedy because in certain areas of this map, the metal extractors are really, really concentrated. Like, there's these spots with 4 mexes, and it only takes, you know, putting a twin guard there or something like that is more than enough to defend, at least in the early game, against most aggression that has to do with like T1 bots and stuff. So as long as, like, I guess what I'm saying is there's an easy way to get to let the greed pay for itself just by expanding very carefully here. It is interesting though. Sheshrin has only sent 1 constructor out. The rest are building con turrets.
Yeah, it seems like he wants to scale that build power before he goes out, but maybe Wind wasn't performing very well. I wasn't really paying attention. Randy moving on across the map now with these grunts he produced, and is also going up in constructors now himself. He's caught up to Sash. In fact, he's gone up to 5.
Yeah, so it looks like he's got an in-base constructor, and then he's also going to send the rest out onto the field here. Maybe he is going to keep 1 in. Oh no, he is going to keep both of them in the... Okay, so he's really scaling that wind power. It makes sense, yeah. Shashgrin was early on the wind, so didn't really need to focus on it anymore, but now... Oh, he's going to send 3 in one direction. Okay, I feel like usually we see pairs of 2, but instead going to expand with 3 mechs, or 3 cons on the northern side.
Yeah, because he's moving out with the commander on the south side. That's the first big difference we see here. Sashkern actually going for the commander expand, where Randy is still chilling at home. Randy actually converting to vehicles already.
Oh, wow. That feels super early. What's the economy at right now? 20, yeah, I guess we're at 25-ish metal per second. That keeps going up as more mexes are grabbed, of course, but yeah, about usually around 25 metal or 20-ish metal per second is where you start to kind of start thinking about vehicles like incisors or even medium tanks at a slower rate. But yeah, okay. I guess I don't mind that transition. It feels super quick, but the expansions did come up very fast as well, I guess, with that double constructor expand. It'll be curious to see what Jashgren makes of that.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see vehicles really fare well on this map. We didn't see much vehicles last game, but Pounders actually get extreme value when it gets to that stage where you're kind of starting to choke up. You can just put a Pounder in each choke and you're golden.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually. Yeah, I was gonna say I wouldn't really expect vehicles to be super popular in this map because I mean there is a big flat low ground on this map. It's almost got layers to it. Like this map has kind of like a low ground, medium ground, and then high grounds. But anyway, it feels like going up and down those slopes, the vehicles are really gonna struggle. But you're right, all those slopes are also all choke points. So if you can get a Pounder on top of them, just to reiterate what you said, yeah, you're totally, I think you're totally right that they're almost like a static defense. Like if you just commit the Pounder to just sit on that slope, they can kind of just be their own static defense, and it completely cuts off a big portion of the map, especially against a bot player for sure.
Yeah, they feel absolutely fantastic. Yeah, nothing too crazy so far. No one really taking on any damage. To be expected, you know, the map is very choky.
Yeah, it was a pretty calm opener, but not expecting much less from either of these two. I mean, the defense is pretty easy just because neither of these commanders has to really worry about run by. Neither of them have to worry about fast, light units like ticks running by because both of them opened core bots. And then, of course, neither of them also have like a giant area to cover. It's kind of just the key main choke points, like you said.
Yeah.
I think there's opportunity for a little run by here. We do have the incisors moving in. It looks like they're trying to go for those constructors here. There is a bunch of grunts for the defense.
Oh, up the hill. I think they're going to Pharaoh. Accidentally, though, Sashkorin draws a little bit too big of a right-click drag command, and some of them go down the hill, some of them decide to go around. Can definitely get a little bit awkward on these tight ramps on some of these maps.
True.
But gets him back in position. I don't think we should see lost constructors here.
No, and we definitely can't afford it either. These cons are essentially the entire force on this front line. If all this goes down, the entire northern side is exposed. There's only one more LLT in between all of this. Yeah, we're going to see more and more coming up right here. A little bit of an E-stall, actually, for the red commander. Needs to see a little bit more energy production. Wind speed down to just 4.7, so panic solar panels being built all over the place, of course.
Yeah, it's been 4 for a while, actually. I think for a minute or two. So,
wow.
yeah. Sash now going into a little bit of thug. Randy's still staying on Incisor. We'll try to go in here. Self-D on this LT. Is it going to go through?
Oh, just barely missed it.
Just barely, and all of these incisors will now go through. Thugs can't reliably chase him down.
Thugs faring decently against the incisors. Of course, with their speed, it's difficult for the thugs to hit them. But they do enough damage, I feel like, that they can clean this up. It's just a matter of... Will the incisors get to the base before the thugs can clean them up? They're struggling up the hills slightly here.
Yeah, I think those incisors will be cleaned up, but we have another set of incisors going down the bottom. We have 4 climbing towards... the 4 max expansion and another 3 coming towards the 2 max. This is not looking very good for Sashkorin. He got caught out kind of in this awkward stage where he doesn't have enough of a mass of thugs to be able to block every entrance.
Yeah, there's not really an option out of the bot lab anyways. Just no good AoE or impulse options like the Pounder would be.
Yeah.
We have the res bots here. Ooh, they're going in before everything's killed. Oh, they're going after the LLT.
Yeah, a lot of
little hero res right there.
Oh!
They managed to get it. No way. Oh, that's crazy. Okay, what a heroic res right there from 2 heroes.
Yeah, that was great. Yeah, while this was all going on, Randy actually managed to build up some shuriken, is freezing the entire north side hill, will go in with more incisor, and will clean up that expansion as well.
Randy is so good at those transitions. I didn't even catch the air transition that he made in his base. He's so quick with it. My goodness, yeah, that just shuts this entire fortified area on the northern side down. What a giant opening right here Randy has crawled into.
Yeah, and Sash lost so many mixes that the metal per second is now double in favor of Randy, and he just keeps spamming these incisors. He's not afraid of the thugs. Yeah, I mean, we'll see if this will backfire, but so far...
At this point, he can afford an inefficient trade if he needs to. There's like he can just throw these units away, and there's not even really a detriment. Oh, resurrecting the constructors on the northern side. How brutal is that? Using the enemy's constructors to grab this area. Maybe we can see the exploiter resurrected here as well.
Yeah, this is really
Yep.
well played so far.
Yeah, it's all that. This is the technical skill that we were just talking about earlier. It's like using all these different tiny little techniques that create little advantages, and then just using those over and over to eke out a great position. Shashgrin like completely surrounded at this point.
Oh yeah.
Oh, tanks are going in. He has no energy though. Gets a nice D gun, but no way.
Surrounded in GG's.
Wow.
Gasbag goes to Randy, and if I remember correctly, Gasbag was the map Sashkorin picked.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, that is correct. Yeah. So now we're going over to Prismatic, which is what Randy picked.
Dang, Randy taking a point off of Shashgrin right there. Not bad. These guys also, by the way, playing at ranked, respectively.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
Yeah, very
this
equally
is,
matched
This
always.
is a bit of a weird one. This prismatic anomaly is such a giant map that it kind of only makes sense to go for vehicles. So far, that means Cortex. We have seen a couple of blitz attempts though, so I wonder if maybe we'll see something cheeky like that.
Yeah, this map is big enough where maybe somebody can make the blitz speed really matter. The bigger the map gets, the bigger that is of an advantage. So, I hope to see that.
Yeah. Yeah, the blitzes have kind of been, despite their speed, they've kind of been overshadowed by the incisor, because at the end of the day, building 2 incisor isn't really that difficult. So, being able to just shut down the blitz before it has a chance to, I guess what I'm saying is it's not that expensive to cover all your entrances, so blitzes can't get in. And then you just negate that entire speed advantage entirely. But that's not to say that they couldn't pull it off. It just makes it a little bit more difficult.
Yeah.
Random Randy. Nope, he locks in Cortex.
Yeah.
Not gonna risk it.
Sash Armada currently going for that corner spawn. Nope, switches to Cortex. There it is.
Darn.
No blitz for us.
I was hopeful, but no, it looks like we're gonna have core versus core. And yeah, nine times out of 10, this is gonna be 2 vehicle labs here, for sure. Prismatic Anomaly also a solar map, which means no luxury of wind turbines or anything like that. These commanders are gonna be forced to go for those good old-fashioned Cortex solar panels.
No geothermals either. Yeah, it's just pure solar magic.
Straight up wind. It almost like it feels like these pyramids should be reclaimable. They look a lot like the energy crystals.
Yeah, I see what you mean for sure.
It'd be funny if those just had like a ridiculous amount of build cost, so you could reclaim them for like, 10 energy or something, and you could just reclaim them for, 90 minutes. So you could, if you wanted, you could eco scale by just sending units to go reclaim these giant pillars on the map.
That would be an interesting concept, and then you have to protect your resbots all game.
Yeah, they become
Yeah.
your energy concept.
Yeah, that's interesting for sure.
All the map devs out there, pay attention.
The thing is, this map came around exactly when the announcement for the Nightfall update was also done. So I thought this
Oh,
map
yeah.
was specifically created to be the first map with like a day-night cycle, because it just, look at it, I mean, it just looks like
Yeah.
that's what it's meant for.
You can
It's
imagine a
unique
nighttime cycle would look great with these big pink crystals. They're all like luminescent, but also at the nighttime, they're like, yeah, they look like big. What's that one? There's that one like pyramid building in Las Vegas. I'm trying to remember the name. Of
Oh,
it.
beats me.
Anyways, yeah, it's it's kind of a bummer we don't see the day-night cycle. I was really excited for that actually. I know there's a way to like manually do it, but it'd be fun if it was toggleable.
Yeah. All right.
But, Rascal Gaming.
Yep. Rascal opener for Randy. 2 cons
Double
and
con.
5 Rascals. Yeah, for Sash. So yeah, this another one of these maps that got really affected by the last patch. You can just afford to walk outside of your base with your commander so much earlier because of that increased build power on the lab. And there we go. We already see Sash walking out. Randy probably going to be walking out soon as well. And yeah.
Yeah, it also helps. Didn't the metal extractors get a bit of a buff as well? They're a little more tanky.
Yep, 40% more HP.
Means you
Oh,
can-
what a sneak in from Sashkorin. Turns off 5 solars. Let's see if
Oh,
they
wow.
turn back on. We don't get that bug
Oh,
from
no.
earlier. He just keeps consistently turning them off, just tapping them closed. Oh my god, that is devastating.
super annoying right there. Complete e-stall for the blue commander. Yeah, 50 energy currently. Are they turning back
some
on?
of them bugged. Some of them bugged. Some of them are not turning back on. At the same time, Randy in the back of Sash's base Sash loses one mix. Yeah, 2 of Randy's solos are not turning back on. Yeah, this is really unfortunate. This is probably like a new patch thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it must be.
Damn, that really sucks. I hope he notices it soon.
That's like what, 2/5 of his energy production going down the drain right there. Yeah, that's
40%.
not ideal. Okay, well, let's see if we can do some damage on the other side. Looks like Rascals will mostly clean up the aggression. Yeah, I want to say, I mean, losing the 1 max in the back, that's a bummer, but we have plenty of constructors back there. And it wouldn't surprise me if we see pretty aggressive expansion efforts at this point.
So there's a huge difference in where they both spawned. Randy chooses to go for the middle for the middle spawn, obviously closer to both corners. So closer to both of your 3 mech clusters, but a lot more unsafe. Sash, on the other hand, very safe in the start. He can kind of block those 4 entrances with 4 respective LTs, but further away from all expansion.
Which is surprising because Randy did not play greedily. Like, I guess I would have expected him to play a little more greedily in this position, but I guess you can't really afford that because you're so exposed, you have to spend a bunch of money on the defense. Otherwise, you just get overwhelmed.
Yeah.
Could pay off now, though. He does have those constructors moving out. He's got 4 cons in the base, 3 of which are building solar panels. Maybe a little bit worried after that last little one rover shut down the entire energy grid. He's got the commander naked expanding as well. Got a couple of very lackluster guarded metal extractors here and there.
Yeah, kind of taking a similar path to what we saw in that Modulo versus Sashkoran game on Prismatic from earlier. It looks like it's kind of been decided that it's priority on this map to go towards the center with your commander.
Yeah, I think there's such a distinct choke point right there in the middle. If you can take this big crater right here, both of those 2 big craters in the middle, if you can establish any kind of a line in between those, all of a sudden you have so many angles that you can sneak units through to attack the enemy's expansion paths.
Yeah, and if you lock down that center, you can safely expand behind. But as we're talking about that, 2 rovers from Sashkoran, 2 rascals, sneak back in and manage to snipe 2 mexes from Randy, while he loses 1 mex of his own.
Was there a constructor with those? Where did that go? Must have retreated.
Yeah, I was curious as well. Like, he had these 2 mexes and then no constructor. I think maybe he went back or something.
Yeah, it must have been.
I have no idea what happened there.
That's a very impressive prediction then, if he like understood. Like, I mean, it makes sense. Like, it is very exposed out there to leave a constructor, but I'm surprised to see him recall that rather than just sending units to go guard it and try and continue the expansion.
Yeah, it's possible that we also maybe it died and we missed it, which would be very unfortunate.
Yeah.
But no wreckage, so yeah, truly one of the mysteries of all time.
It disappeared. It's like the Bermuda Triangle, the constructor that disappeared.
He got beamed into space.
Yeah. Still attempting these run-bys, but there's so many LLTs guarding everything over here. I really don't see how we're going to find much more value. The era of the Rascal is kind of over.
Yep, going into Incisor now from both players. And this is the thing, the metal per second is actually dead equal, so even if Sashkoran manages to deny the top right corner, that doesn't earn him an advantage, that just means they're kind of equal, because Sash also controls only 1 corner.
Paused.
A little bit of a pause here. Shashgrin lagging behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. He and that's easy to misread too. It might be Shashgrin thinking that he's got a way bigger advantage denying all this metal over here than he actually does. Because yeah, the constructors on the left-hand side are essentially uncontested. They're going to start expanding even quicker too, as we have another constructor moving out to aid the first one. It could pretty easily outscale here. The blue Randy could outscale Shashgrin a little bit. Well, a little more aggressively than Shashgrin might realize here.
Battle paused.
Oh.
Pausing again. Shashgrin having a rough time.
Damn.
We need to restart the game or some such.
I really hope that fixes it. This is going to be the second player that's experiencing technical difficulties.
Yeah, weird. We're hashing it out right now.
Yeah. Well, while that's going on, I want to comment on. I really like what Randy's doing. This is probably like a common thing, but he's making a wall with his solar panels
Battle
Oh yeah.
using a.
You're right.
making sure to position them so they work for him.
It's an expensive wall for sure, but it does mean that these incisors are gonna have a rough time getting through.
Yeah. It's just
And
gonna
again-
come in handy now. Perfect
Yeah.
timing. Oh, they
Just
sneak in.
barely not quite completed. Well, he's like body blocking. Oh look, yeah, he builds another one. He's trying to block these incisor in.
But they sneak in. Oh, that's like the fourth, the fifth solar going down. 6 solar, 7 solar, a mix. Yeah, looks like that's gonna be all the damage they do, but that was more than enough. I would assume. So many solars
yeah.
going down.
Yeah, for like 300 metal worth of incisors for 5 solars and some X's and all that stuff too. Yeah.
What actually manages to escape? Oh no, it goes down.
Ooh.
All right.
The
Yep,
solar
good.
panel wall apparently not quite enough.
Not very durable, as it turns out. Yeah. Good time
Big
to look at
counterattack on the southern
statistics.
side.
Oh yeah, I see.
Incisors making their. Oh yeah, look at him trying to throw down the laboratories to body block. It's hovercraft labs. Those are what you want to use. Those are extremely wide.
Oh, that's actually, I didn't actually know that. That's a good little
There you go.
factoid there. Thanks so
Little
much.
micro tip. There you go. Yeah, if you ever need to block off an entrance, just spam the hovercraft labs like crazy.
Nice. I'm not even sure I remember the hotkey for those. But yeah, 2 constructors go down. Randy catches Sash out just as the exploiter was on 99% progress. And
it's a
that's
rough
going to be a
moment.
huge raid.
All of a sudden, this line that he thought was going to be perfectly secure, thrown into disarray. And these incisors aren't really done yet. They can still extract from this area and maybe find some more value. They're turning more into the army here now, so it's going to be harder and harder. Little self D on the LLT up there catches one of those incisor.
Very nice. Yeah, it seems like this raid may be repelled for the moment, but that was definitely a lot of damage from Randy. That's how you come back into a game.
Yep.
2 constructors, 4 mixes. Very well done.
And he's still expanding on that southern side, or that western side rather. It's all exploiters, which is kind of interesting because at this point I feel like building the exploiters is a little bit of a waste of metal. Like we have so many incisors on the field that the exploiters aren't really going to be able to shut them down super easily. But it does buy you a bunch of time. Like it takes a while for those to kill them.
Yeah, they're very tanky. Even sometimes if you have just a normal mix in an LLT, for example, like the incisors can still snipe the mix really quickly. And
Right.
now that it has so much HP, it's kind of good.
Did exploiters benefit from the buff to
Oh,
max HP? I wonder.
good question. I actually don't know.
Something I'm sure somebody who's very familiar with the numbers could let me know, but I have no idea myself.
Yeah.
It seems like they wouldn't really need it. Like they're already very tanky, but maybe they qualify.
Yeah,
Do we have
Randy's
any kind
expansion-
of a transition? I don't see one. Still both just thinking about mass incisor, I suppose.
Army value looking sort of equal. All of it positioned in kind of the same area, but Randy manages to sneak by with 9 incisor. Sash
Oof.
drops the attention on that area there for a second, and those managed to get through. LLT just in time. Self D goes on. That self D's gonna kill the cons as well, though. It goes through, kills 2 incisor.
Okay. Kills mostly constructors, but it did nab some of those incisors too. I think it was like what 2 or 3 of them went down.
Yeah, 2 incisor, yeah, but all of the constructors go
Oh.
down once again. Sash needs to rebuild them once again, send them to this area. Yeah, this is huge damage. And Randy
Yeah.
manages to find the corner constructor as well. That's gonna go down too.
Dang. Huge attacks all across the map. Those are medium tanks as well, so they don't really care about the exploiters light laser beams whatsoever. Yeah, I think. I wonder if this is a good moment here for. Oh, we're gonna see an air transition. I was wondering if we were gonna go bots to try and just send them to resurrect everything. That's one very cheap way of getting all this stuff back into the fight here, but it looks like we're gonna go air instead. No air transition from Randy so far, so it's just air on the field right now from our red hero, Shashgrin. Gonna be building Shuriken. Suppose the idea here is just to try and make some of these fights a little bit more efficient against these static defenses and the remainder incisors. Take every advantage you can get, I suppose, but I don't know if it's a big enough one. Already losing ground on the right hand side.
Yes, I didn't know about the brutes. Now finds out about them. The Shuriken will come in handy against the brutes for sure. They don't really fare well shooting at those.
Yeah, they're sort of the only way to shut down brutes without, well, taking a ton of time to do it.
Yeah, pretty efficient way to kill brutes on your side of the map. Randy now knows about the air, drops an air lab himself. Probably going to see fighters come in across the map very soon. But Sash wins that trade on the left-hand side. And also shuts down the raid on the right-hand side. Okay, so now I guess it's just a question of will he be able to reclaim everything? And so far it looks like the answer is yes.
It seems good for now. We do have a battery up and running. A couple of batteries actually for Shashgrin. I really like that. No batteries here for our blue commander Randy. I would like to see advanced solar panels or batteries. Either one of those seems like a good idea, but those batteries seem to me like he's maybe thinking about going for T2 here eventually. It only takes a couple of minutes of charging to get those batteries up to high enough where you can afford it. And with both of these trades pretty much concluded, there is now a couple thousand metal lying on the field here that might be well worth it to go into a cheeky T2 transition. I almost wonder if we even see a T2 air transition. And we have a constructor at home. I'm thinking T2 vehicles then.
Yeah, Randy's expansion is extremely impressive. He's on much more metal per second than Sash. Sash basically needs to utilize all of this metal that is on the ground and hope to get a counter raid going to come back into this game. We'll see if that's enough to propel him back to an equal position, but so far, Randy's definitely looking ahead. Army value though, 40% for Sash.
Yeah, that is huge. Looks like there's an attempted raid on the left-hand side. There are shurikens available now for both commanders. Means that raiding becomes a little bit more difficult. You have to think about anti-air or sending your own fighters or anything like that if you ever want to force a raid through to the other side.
Yeah.
I don't think these incisors are going to be escorted here by fighter patrols.
No, these incisors will definitely go down, but a raid on the right-hand side definitely looks way more promising. At the same time, we also see a lot of Incisor and Brute going down through the middle, but a lot of defense is available there. Sash will probably pull back, don't want to feed. Yeah, he's pulling back. And the right side raid with those pure Brutes is going really strong.
Yeah, once you have 4 or 5 of those medium tanks up and running, you can just kind of push through the exploiters with relative ease. In fact, I think does a single Brute win against an exploiter? I wonder. It looks like no. Probably about pretty close, but not about all the way. So many solar panels going up. It's so weird to me not to see the change to advanced solar panels here. Like we have the batteries.
They cost so much energy. It's kind of difficult to make advanced solars and army at the same time. So I get it.
Yeah.
We have 2,000 metal reclaim down in the middle. Actually, a little bit more than that. I think it will be very important to see who secures that. It looks like that is Randy. He has the shuriken in position, he has the army in position, the commander is right there to grab it. Damn, that's a huge reclaim field.
You know, something we saw in the other game that I've been a huge fan of recently is just sending out a single aircon to reclaim. Especially when you already have the air control. It makes a lot of sense to go for that one aircon, because there's just, I mean, unless they want to spend fighters to go deal with that, but then, you know, they're way overexpending their fighters, and I don't know. I feel like it can pay for itself really quickly when these reclaim fields get so big like this. Tank battles tend to leave behind huge wreckage fields, so it kind of just makes sense to have a way to reclaim it as quick as possible.
Absolutely, especially if it's in like the corner of the map. So Shkorin's commander a little bit out of position. Oh, okay. He's not gonna go down here. Only 3 brutes available. He has got 30% HP. He's got shuriken available, but yeah, Randy is deep into enemy territory here with his army, while Sasha's raid on the top right is kind of getting stopped by the shuriken and the reinforcing units. Yeah, this is not looking good. This is not looking good for Sash. He needs to Shuri every. There's so much going on.
Yeah, all over the map. There's raids constantly on every side right now. He's leaving behind like single shuriken on each of these brutes to deal with them while he sends units to go clean them up.
Yeah, very clean micro. But yeah, the metal extractor is available for Sash. Keep lessening and lessening. There's a huge attack, counter attack that he needs to worry about from the top right. He's losing cons in the corner. Oh, or will he?
Oh.
I think they will just about live, yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
just
good.
barely. Okay. Yeah, those cons living, I mean, the story of this game has been the amount of constructors that have died over and over and over for Shashgrin, where I feel like maybe once or twice Randy was able to snipe one or two groups of constructors here. There's those air constructors reclaiming the battlefield. Yeah, I love that move right there. That just, it gives you so much metal to use to put back into the army. It just lets you rebuild your army so much quicker.
Yeah, exactly, because they zip zap and they're there. You don't have to. What's the alternative? Make a vehicle constructor in this situation if you don't have a bot lab? Yeah.
Yeah, that just takes
So much
ages
better.
to get there. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Still, this game, I think, still could go either way. I wouldn't count anybody out yet.
I would say the longer this reclaim goes on right here, the more and more metal. I mean, it's a pretty consistent like 200% advantage right now for Randy. So the longer that goes on, the more futile this becomes. We haven't really gotten into those comeback mechanics yet. Like, neither commander's gone into res bots. Neither commander's really gone into T2, when you can start to get the like super efficient units, Banishers and stuff like that.
Sash has a few res bots. He had like 5, now he's down to 2. But yeah, I definitely get what you mean.
Oh yeah, he does have a couple res bots running around. Wow, he must have switched to a bot lab super quickly.
Yep. And is now gone.
That always blows my mind. These guys are so fast about those tech transitions. It's really insane.
Yeah, very, very prolonged fight going on the top right. 1,000 metal on the ground, and it looks like Randy has the air superiority, which means he can also afford to shuriken all these brutes and then can clean up extremely efficiently. Has a constructor in position, will be able to reclaim all that metal, and yeah, it's it looks like he just keeps piling on these advantages.
Yeah, those brutes are walking away with it here. There's nothing to stop them. Even we have the twin guards and the exploiter all firing away at the same time, but they're just so tanky. They really do not care.
They don't care. Just waltzing through.
Landmines, at the very least. Not bad.
A few brutes managed to sneak in into the south of Sash. Are gonna mop up more constructors, more metal extractors. Yeah, it just seems like that area has been a constant pain. That exact 3max cluster all game.
Yeah, Shashkin was never really able to lock down either of the two big run by paths that continue to be exploited here. Yeah, Shashkin out in the open. Medium tanks coming in. Randy actually diving on the commander here. Says, I'll
The
finish
fighters
this
flying
myself.
above. This looks like a military parade.
They just need a little like a little ribbon or whatever flying behind them, or like a smoke trail. Be beautiful.
Yeah, it would be. But yeah, Sash looks very out of position. Randy does not stop walking forward. Let's see if he manages to save this. He has his own brutes coming to the occasion. 31% health. 28, 25, 17, 14, 9. Dude goes down. GG's. And that is
GG.
Randy proceeding to the finals to face off against the Below Deer. Sash goes out of the tournament.
Wow. Well, that was quick, but my goodness, was that a good match. These guys fighting to the very bitter end right there.
Yeah, I
Andy
mean, it was
just on top of it.
It was a masterclass of raiding, of airplay, of paying attention to 4 different sides of the map. Yeah, it was a great game. I'm really glad we got to watch that.
That was awesome stuff. And is that our final match for today, or do we have one more?
We have the grand finals between Bloodier
Are we
and
doing it today or
and
tomorrow?
Randy. We're doing it today.
All right.
Yeah, and that was an interesting last game. That when Sash got those incisors into the backline, I was not liking what was happening for Randy. He lost so much energy. I mean, I guess he had so many cons like ready to go that he kind of just rebuilt it instantly, and reclaimed it all and rebuilt it instantly. But I don't know. That was very interesting. He just seemed to expand very quickly and just took every mechs like that he was losing. Like he would lose the mechs and immediately have them back. And you know, Sash, while he got a lot of value with the Shuris, he didn't make up for nearly as much as Randy was getting on his raids all over the map. Interesting.
Yeah, it was super difficult for him to keep up, and that's part of Randy's talent is he's just so fast. Like he can manage all that everywhere on the map. But yeah, it felt like a very tricky situation where all of a sudden it's like you're forced into a situation where you need all this tech that you don't have, and if you spend the metal to get into that tech, then you don't have the metal for the units that you need to produce with it anyway. It's like a perfect checkmate and beyond a reason. Like it's just how it ends up working sometimes.
Yeah, very well played.
Yeah, very well played. The greedy strat spawning in the middle ended up paying off later on into the game. Huge gamble, but it paid off.
So I believe we're just gonna try and get Bloatier in here and get our grand finals underway. Our best of 5 grand finals. And honestly, after how both these players have been playing, I'm very much so looking forward to this. This is gonna be a good set.
So I got a few people to introduce. We've got our next caster here, Crimson. How you doing, man? How's Hound?
Hello. I'm all good. Yeah. I'm excited to continue those.
Yeah, we also have one of our finalists. Andy's here, man. Hey, congrats. Good to see you.
Thank you very much.
Well, I mean, Randy, you've got to be feeling pretty good after these last few games you've been playing. Although I imagine you needed probably to find a relaxer after that Otago game where you you know, maybe took a slightly risky calm walk. You needed to find some way to chill out after that one.
He'd killed too many of my maxes. I just wanted that game over.
Look, fair enough. Fair enough. How are you feeling going into this finals versus Bloatier?
It's going to be tough. He's a very good player. I've been watching the other games he's played this tournament, so I have an idea of his style and what he's going to be doing, and hopefully I can counter it.
Before we move on too far into this, Andy, I was pleasantly surprised to see you turn those solars back on. I guess there's a little bit of a bug right now where they might not open that quickly. So
yeah, I wasn't aware of that. I just looked back at my base at one point and saw they were closed, and I was like, what the hell's going on here?
Yeah, good catch there, because I was kind of getting worried. I'm like, well, this is one way to throw a game. It's just, you know.
It's like, where's my energy? What the fuck?
Yeah.
It is kind of like one of those unfortunate bugs to happen, because if you don't know about it, you really could just have your solars not turn on, and you just don't have any energy. It's just not a great feeling. And even knowing about it, you still need to, like, you know, spend time reacting to it and turning them back on. It's annoying, right? Like, it's not what you want to have to do. But what can you do? So I'm assuming we're just waiting for Bloatier. You know, maybe you can even sneak him in here. We'll have to see. And I have to wonder, Randy. You said he's a scary opponent. And what do you think, score-wise? How do you think you're gonna take now that he's in here and he could hear your response? What do you think, Randy, score-wise?
Is it best out of 5?
Yeah.
3-0.
Oh my God, Bloatier, do you have any response to this gauntlet that Randy has thrown down?
I think Randy wins 3-0.
That's a good response. Oh my God.
The king wins.
That's crazy. Oh man. How are you feeling?
Mind games versus reverse mind games.
Yeah, for sure. How are you feeling after your games today, Bloatier?
Well, to be honest, I'm like really sleepy. So I'm kind of surprised that I won anything at all, but I'm happy with that.
Oh, we were saying earlier you were looking pretty clean, right? Like you definitely seem like you're on top form.
Well, I have only played FFA for the last month, but I don't know. It's just in a tournament, I care a little bit more about the games, I guess. So focus a little bit more.
If you've just been playing FFA, this looks like a pretty good advertisement for FFA training because you've been looking pretty good.
You know, it's funny, when I started playing Bar, that's what Yudi said to me. He was like, you need to start playing FFA.
It has been one of those common things, like a lot of like you know, just like X Factor says that Otto's like said it, just Otto or Yudi has said it, and it does seem pretty consistent. Of free for all seems pretty good at improving your skill level. And I'm sure pretty soon, you know, maybe we'll see a pro Randy free-for-all arc. Maybe, who knows? Might happen.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah.
Unlikely.
Unlikely, but it could happen. We never know. Never know. But all right, Barcast, do you have anything else you want to ask, or are we good to go into maps, picks and bans?
Yeah, let's do that here if you guys can. Not sure who's the higher seed. I guess it's by OS.
You tell me.
Yeah. I'll just flip a coin. Okay, Andy goes first.
That was a fast coin flip. Do we trust this man?
Yeah, I was thinking the same. Oh my God.
Yeah, how much air did this coin get?
Yeah,
Like he was ready and waiting. The coin was in the air when he called her.
Should have streamed this coin toss.
Yeah. Can we get a referee on that? I don't know, man.
I'll contact the tournament organizer.
Yeah.
I think the first pick is worse. So, you know, go ahead, grinding.
I will ban Ortego.
No! Oh my God, this guy.
I'll
It's your own
ban
fault. It's your own
Paradise.
fault.
I'll ban Paradise.
You've been looking too scary on it, so I can't just let it go through.
Wait, now Kuchi doesn't get to commentate on the Zero Max build.
That build,
He
that's
got
so
a chance
funny.
to, right?
Yeah, with
It's a good point. I thought I had a counter to that. I forgot.
Oh, wait,
Oh, well, it's too late now. It's my pick now, right?
It is your pick.
What have we not seen yet? What do the people want to see?
Well, look, I wanted to see a Taco, but you know,
The
that's
show,
a big
man.
delay, man. I'm just saying.
Let's do pools.
Ooh, we have not seen pools. That's a good point. Or Aurelia, actually, for that matter, we've not seen. Just, you know, hint, you know, bloody, just, you know, do what you can.
Big gold place, I guess.
Okay.
You guess.
Old place, I guess.
Yeah.
So in best of 5, is it another 2
Yeah.
picks now?
Hold on. I have this written down.
Can't always trust what you write down.
Okay, for best of 5, it goes 2 bans, 2 picks, 2 bans, 2 picks.
Oh shit.
So 2 more bands now. Okay.
I guess you didn't ban Ortega then. Oh no, you did. Okay, never mind. You banned pools and I banned cold plays, clearly.
No. So I'm
No,
assuming
2
we have
bands in
bans,
a ban
right?
each player. The map
Yeah.
pool isn't big enough for.
Oh, I see.
So we're doing it right. So we just need 2 bands now, 1 each, and then a pick each.
Yes, that
And then
looks
there'll be
good.
1 map left. That's the 5th
Two
map.
2 bans each and a pick each.
So you guys
No,
do 2
one
more
ban
bans?
each now.
1 ban each. Okay. Well, wait. Isn't you first? No.
Yeah,
Yes.
Randy ban.
I'm just deciding. You look so scary on so many of these maps. It's hard to choose.
Have you even seen me on any of these maps?
That's a good point, actually. It's a fair point.
Gas pack.
We did see him on Gasbike, yeah. Yep, we did see that. And that is a ban. It doesn't show up on the Figma for whatever reason, but Gasbike is a ban. Which I believe we have Blooders.
I banned Mithril.
And I guess for the remaining maps, we're just choosing the order, really.
Yeah, exactly.
Which
Okay,
matters if you 3-0, which you
3
will.
can be Aurelia.
Nice. Another map we have not seen yet today for whatever reason.
I guess Prismatic and Falandolis.
Man, oh my god, a Foundel
That's good.
finals. Can you imagine? Oh, man.
The worst map.
Yeah, I was
Right.
thinking the exact same thing. I'm not gonna lie. Oh man. All right. Well, anybody have any questions for our two little finalists here before they get into this?
Wait,
I do.
what shots are you calling little? What?
Fair
I've got a
point. Fair point. Look. Anybody? Barcast? Nobody?
You want to stay on mics for game one, Bloody?
You gonna trash talk each other
Nah.
mid-game?
No.
Yeah, that
I'm
could be-
good.
that could be
Fair enough.
dangerous.
Fair enough.
Well, boys, good luck. Have fun. Enjoy this. And give us a good set.
Good
Right,
luck, have
John.
fun with the games.
Thank you, Crimson.
Thanks,
So weird
Brian.
when people call me Crimson.
It does feel so strange when they call you. Like legit, it's so unsettling.
When someone introduced me as Crimson, I was like, who the hell is this guy?
I know, right?
You get some no-name guy in for the finals?
Perfect. As all things should be.
Well then,
Oh man.
all right. If we're ready to go, Randy Bloodier, get out of here and get into your 1v1 brain.
Good luck, blood.
Good luck.
All right, and I am gonna hand it off to Hellshound and Slick, our two casters for this set. So, boys, hopefully we get something good here. This is it.
Thank you, Aldian. Muchos gracias. So we dive in to game one of the grand finals of the BPL of Randy versus Bloater.
Should I ask you who is your prediction for the win? Or are you gonna?
I'll be brave. They called a 3-0 for Randy, and then Bloater agreed that it would be a 3-0 for Randy. But as a person who has been playing many freefalls lately and has had to suffer playing against Bloater's freefall practice, I'm leaning towards Bloater actually taking this. I might even go with a 3-1 for Bloater.
Okay, very fair
And
prediction.
yourself,
They
what's
are
your
technically playing
prediction,
free for all.
Exactly. It's the end of a freefall, right?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if I can give a prediction. I know I boldly asked you, but I genuinely have no idea, to be honest. If I say a name, it will be a coin toss. And it will be another fast one, like Barcast did.
Cast a curse, whoever you choose. I need you to choose Randy to uncurse
Okay,
Bloater, yeah?
I choose Randy. Curse broken. There you go.
One of us has to be wrong.
Yeah. Okay, there you go. Oh, fixed. All right. First time seeing this map today.
Yeah, it's a pretty
Both of
fun
them go
map.
for it.
Both Cortex, both? Yeah, both playing Cortex, both opening bot lab. So we're going to
Nope.
be seeing Grunt Wars. all
No,
over the
Bloodier's going
place.
vehicles.
Wait, vehicle? Oh, he is going
Yeah,
vehicles. Wow.
he is going
And
vehicles.
The classic Incisor versus Grunt war. I believe, as far as I know, Incisors are pretty favored at the moment. But I'm not sure how that's been quite faring throughout the rest of the tournament.
I mean,
What-
these guys know how to use these units better than normal people, so you never know
Yeah.
what's really on
What-
top.
And one mistake, you will lose your base to the grunts. Not quite as badly as if pawns ran into your base, but grunts will do work. And I imagine with the opening, we'll see probably map control going to Randy early on, as Bloater builds up a incisor ball. See him having 1,000 incisors in his queue.
Wow, very diversified.
I think he has a plan here. I think he
Yeah.
might have an idea of what he's going to be doing for the rest of this game.
You know what? They might be pretty decent then. Yeah, you know what? They might be okay.
Reasonably good unit coming out there. But we have our first grunts wandering out onto the map. It'll be... I do find this is like the most interesting phase of this matchup, is can you find damage and pressure as the bot player before that incisor ball's numbers get too big and you just lose every trade?
Exactly, when they become too hard to stop, the critical mass. Yeah.
Yeah. See a
Although, to
lot
be
of
fair-
grunts out.
Yeah, Grunt's not really the best at chasing down rovers though, so if these rovers get past, they can they can also do some damage. But Randy only has one expanding constructor at the moment. He really went heavy on the grunts here.
Yeah, this is a very aggressive play. We see Bloater with a much further expansion because he's also expanding with his commander. But Randy, looks like 10 grunts running across the map. He did catch one of Bloater's scouts, but Bloater has 5 more rovers running over to be annoying. But does he have the incisors to stop this? Yeah, I don't think Bloater...
Two, sorry.
Yeah, I don't think he realized that. I think he only saw the first grunt and was like, oh, okay. And then the second grunt and was like, ah, that's fine. He didn't realize there's 9 more coming along.
Yeah, he was in the middle of making a constructor. He's making some more rascal after the constructor popped. Now he's switching back to incisor. I think now he realizes what's going on as some of these radar dots start showing up.
Yeah, he should be fine, I'd say. Incisors really trade well, but it's still a little bit scary. He takes out the side grunt, but no, I think 8 grunts versus 2 incisors. I think the incisors win still. Like, incisors really bully grunts.
Yeah, they're really good. Damn.
It is not a fair matchup. I feel like Randy didn't quite get enough damage for what he was looking for there.
No, and let's see what is the con versus con situation. I mean, Bloater also has only one expanding con, and he's expanding with his commander the other way. It's pretty similar, but he did get to it a little bit faster. His commander's a little bit more ahead.
Yeah. And vehicle cons are like slightly better than bot cons, but I wouldn't say there's no like massive advantage for either side of this early game. I just feel like Bloater is probably happy because he was slightly ahead in the metal expansion. He's slightly ahead in his incisor numbers than he probably thought he would be. He's taken out a number of grunts without really losing anything. So, very stable, but I feel like slightly favoring Bloater. But maybe Randy has maybe Randy's E income advantage is enough to give him something, yeah. But that is just based on wind RNG at the moment.
Yeah, we are chilling. Very stable game. We are chilling for the moment.
But we do see the incisors currently halfway across the map. That is a scary number of incisors for the number of grunts that Randy has.
Yep, not showing up on radar yet. Randy doesn't really have a radar up in position. He has a radar queued over here. It's the next thing this constructor will do, but I think it will be too late. The incisors will already be in the face.
These incisors will be in. And really nice catch by Bloater on Randy's 2 grunts that are running in there, just killing them without taking any major damage. Randy knows. Randy now sees that the incisors have arrived, but can Bloater find any damage? Probably all of the grunts are enough to stop this.
Yeah, we're very close to the point of reinforcement, so I don't see these incisors really doing damage unless we see some immaculate splits.
Just looking. Probably time to get out of here. Take your kiting advantage. This is the thing, you cannot chase incisors with grunts. You will just get absolutely murdered. And he might be able to find an expansion here for damage.
Oh, these cons are going to go down.
Yeah, and this is going to be painful. 2 cons is not something Randy wants to be losing yet. Nice. Oh, that's some cheeky blueprint trick here to try to catch the incisors, but looks like he's actually still going to manage to escape and take down a large number of the grunts that were chasing him, only losing 2 or 3 incisors for that.
Yeah, and there's the advantage. The game is no longer equal, I would say. 2 cons losing. Yeah, but still, Randy still has his bot lab. He was in the middle of a vehicle transition. Lucky he's still able to produce res bots. We'll get that back up.
But this seems like a major problem now facing Randy, because this incisor wall is growing and it's going to ignore his LLTs, and he's got a large number of these units moving across to try to counterattack, but this attack is already on his doorstep.
Yeah.
I don't think he's defending this really well at the moment.
Absolutely no defense, no LLT, no more LLTs in position, while on the other side, Bloater has a lot of LLTs, basically on every step of the way from his expansion, so
oh, nice self-D attempt on the max, but not quite. I guess he has enough incisors now to mostly defend, but Bloater will be happy with taking down 4 mexes. Though we do see Randy's counterattack is finding some damage. It's a lot more committal. He's going to lose all of these units, but... Well, maybe not, actually. Wow, I did not even realize there was a path through there.
Yeah, there's a little bot pat, cheeky little bot pat. 2 mexes go down and he's going to the middle. At the same time... Yeah, sorry.
Randy just going back and forth with these incisors, being chased endlessly, but... Oh, interesting attempt on the self-D there.
Needs to time it just right.
But he once again full denies the res, stops another mech from going up. Oh no! Oh, no. That's bad for Randy. Wow, that self-D took out his 2 cons there. That might honestly be more damage than Bloater's raiding did with that self-D. That is devastating.
Yeah, Bloater got 2 res bots, that self-D got 2 cons. Clean everything up. What was going on?
He does catch some incisors here, but so many more incisors are rolling forward here.
Yeah, and while that was going on, Randy's grunt raid that we were commenting on got completely caught. It did no more damage, it got caught by the reinforcing incisor, and it's completely dead. So yeah, very disadvantageous position.
Yeah, grim position for Randy at the moment. I mean, he could have... but he's eaten his bot lab, so he doesn't have res bots even anymore. He lost his res bots, he lost his bot cons, he lost several mexes, if not like 9 or 10 mexes to these incisors. So this is looking really good for Bloater. Just this 1000 incisor queue. Very strong, but we see an air lab switch coming out here.
Yeah, for both players
blood,
actually.
I'm guessing. Really well timed by Randy to feel like it's time to go A. I would never have sensed that.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a pretty popular choice this tournament. It seems like every single game, the moment the land kind of stabilizes and all of these expansions are already done, there's the choice. All right,
well,
straight up
I think
bomber.
Bloater senses blood is in the water. I think he can tell that he has built a big advantage at the moment. He's looking for a way to just hammer the nail in and pretty much end this game. 5 bombers, a scout, and going T2 now first.
Wow, that is very, very forward thinking. Is
and Randy thinks this is an all incoming, so he's just been spamming shurikens out.
Yeah, Randy has
which have no value because there's no attack coming, and incisors bully shurikens. He's going to lose all of his wind here. Honestly, this might be borderline game over. Like,
yeah, Randy's wins are not bomb resistant the way they're stacked.
Yeah, no, this is... I'm pretty sure all of his wind is going to die. He might go down to like 100 energy at this point.
Yeah, only has the converters left, ironically.
The worst thing to have. I do not want you, converter.
Yeah.
There's 2 windmills left alive. So it's about 200. There go the converters at least.
I feel like he could have left those up. I don't know if they would have been very useful at this stage.
The shurikens are busy being annoying, causing some problems, and Bloater has full retreated his army out of the area. But I'm pretty sure his tech 2 is up now.
Nope. He cancelled it.
No?
He's going back into
he
tier
cancelled?
1, spamming grids.
Fighters.
Yeah. What are we getting picked?
Oh, you got a T2 con out.
Oh!
Wow. And just ate it to have the eco to have enough units to defend, and now the shurikens have dived. I think with the shurikens dying, there is just no play left for Randy. This is just...
Wow, that is insane advantage. I didn't even conceive that he did this.
Slammed the door shut on Randy with just a heads-up defensive play. Now he can bring his own shurikens in because he's got such a massive eco advantage.
Yeah, has the air superiority, has more units than Randy. Randy really needed this attack to hit really, really well. Doesn't look like it will. And now Bloater just flat out has all of the advantages.
Yeah, Bloater just pulled his forces back from the shuriken blob, waited for the shuriken ball to overcommit, went back down to tier 1, got some fighters out, and now... don't see any way back for Randy. Maybe he can work some magic here. But this is looking like an extremely impressive game out of Bloater so far.
Absolute masterclass, yeah.
Randy's comm is on the front line on this map. You know that something is going on if the comm is in the middle of the map at 13 minutes. There's a good chance that Randy is just sending his comm in to get onto the next game, or hopefully degun 15 to 20 tanks to turn this around. But Bloater doesn't even care. Yeah, Bloater doesn't care. Bloater's like, I don't care about your commander. Your base is open. Good luck. There is.
Yeah, Wind being at 6 right now just sucks so hard for Randy.
Yeah. You lose all your wind, you start rebuilding, and you're still bankrupt. I wonder if he was trying to just pull Bloater out of position with his commander and keep him distracted from the base. Why his commander is in the middle of the map? Clearly seen. I wonder if he believed he could out micro there, but oh, we see Randy's resources are currently flooding. I feel like Randy is borderline pulled the plug on this game.
I mean, there's not much he can do, to be honest.
There really isn't. I don't see how you could play this game out. This game looks so doomed. But his eco is... I mean, he has metal, at least. He has mass, but I don't know what you do yet. Bloater has T2 mexes, Bloater has ground control, Bloater has energy control.
Yeah. I'm not sure if Randy knows that Bloater has tier 2 tech. As far as I can see, he never spotted a tier 2 metal extractor. The units never got far in to spot the constructor itself. So maybe Randy thinks this is still like a tank versus tank situation. Maybe that's why he's still in this. So yeah, I'm not sure.
We do see him pulling out the Lasher tech, which is actually pretty good in just stand-up face-to-face T1 fight. Lashers, pounders, and sizers can't really trade into that. But there's just leaks all over the side here for Randy.
Yeah, gonna lose these mixes once again.
And I'm pretty sure that we see now Bloater's gone back into T2. I believe I see a Banisher being built. And if you think Lashers are good, just wait till they fight a Banisher.
Will be absolutely devastating.
I wonder, I feel like maybe some good defenses here by Randy with the Twin Gods to stop this raid. Maybe Randy can find a snowball and just try to run over a part of Bloater's army and catch it out. But I just don't see Bloater letting that happen.
Yeah, I mean, the statistics really tell the whole story. Double energy. As soon as no reclaims in play, we'll see the metal per second difference.
Honestly, it doesn't look as bad as it probably should because of the massive T2 max differential. But every second it just keeps snowballing more and more and more. There is a pretty big tank push coming here for Randy into Bloater's main, but there's a Banisher in front of it.
Yeah.
The only way I can see Randy pulling this off is somehow sniping Bloater's comm, but Bloater's already got a jammer up near his comm. He's just not gonna let anything happen, I feel like.
Yeah, Bloater has 4,000 metal advantage in army value just in that middle section.
Yeah.
If I'm counting correctly, so I don't see a window here for Randy. I'm gonna be honest, I just don't. He's not even tier 3 yet.
Something incredible is going to have to happen, but otherwise it feels like Bloater's just going to now Banishes are at the front, we see Tigers coming out, he's just going to slowly grind out Randy. I don't see how Randy can stop it. I feel like it's just we're seeing mass brute pounder coming out, but neither of those is an answer to Banisher.
No, Banisher absolutely chews through those units. The efficiency is off the charts on that engagement. Pretty funny, Randy is currently walking through the pond, planning to emerge at the Bloater Agio.
That might be a nice little play, honestly.
Yeah.
Deny the Agio. We do see Randy trying to catch the army. He is going to catch one of the Banishers at least. But also, while doing so, lose a very large amount of his army in this mad chase. But he might be finding a little bit of success here. He might be breaking through. The Pounders are dealing some serious damage, but is four brutes breaking through enough of a victory to change the game? I feel like the answer is no, but
Yeah, we have Shuriken available still for Bloodier. No air absolutely whatsoever available for Randy.
he is
These
going to
brutes will
snipe
get
out the
stuck.
scum. He's
Yeah,
going
if we
to
can take a
snipe
look
out
at the Aegir, yeah.
It's going to go down. He gets it. That's a pretty nice little catch by Randy. I don't think it changes the game, but nice little spiteful jab back at Blurder there.
Yeah, and now we're back into Brutes on repeat versus 400 Tigers on repeat.
Tiger's pretty efficient unit. Possibly the big brother to the Brute. The Tiger coming through. Honestly, feel like at some point you just like, maybe I should just make Pounders and hope that he just keeps driving into me. But
I mean, yeah, I think that's what's going on. That's exactly what's gonna happen. Just gonna be Brutes, not Pounders.
yeah, he's just believing. Medium tanks are really efficient units. Like, they are actually extremely efficient, but Tigers are also extremely efficient units. Maybe he can find a breakthrough somewhere, though, if he just keeps poking and prodding, and he can somehow get the reclaim from all of these fights. Maybe there's something? It's not a large hope, but maybe?
Yeah, we'll keep our eye on it. I would love for Brute on repeat to somehow work in this situation after everything Randy's gone through. I definitely respect the not giving up, mindset of the whole thing.
Yeah. He is keeping on keeping on. See another little run by getting through. He's
He
kind of
actually
just
has
trying to
a-
overload. This is actually cool. It's interesting. He's finding something here.
I wonder if Tsars here could work for Bloodier. I know the map is kind of big, so maybe they'll be running around, but it would be so satisfying to see a Tsar shooting at all these Brutes.
At some point, a Tar would be good.
Yeah.
I feel like soon it's going to reach the point where, sure, he's starting to deny, but Randy's just losing units constantly, and Bloater is going to get the reclaim. But this run-in might actually hurt here. I'm surprised we don't see like a Shuriken commit out of Bloater to try to deny this, but this is actually going to cause a lot of damage.
Yeah, he's just
8
full gun in on
Brutes.
Tigers, and his Tigers have to take this awkward path to defend this because his base is constructed that way. So,
Shurikens
yeah.
are now coming out, but we have another run by in mid. Randy is trying to find the magic to make this playable.
Can you imagine if this works? That would be like game of the
If he
year.
wins, if he wins from that position, I have no words. I mean, honestly, it's catching up for him. Wait, he is going for the comm walk. Okay, the comm walk is great. I don't think this comm is actually doing it. Yeah, no, that pond is safety with Banishers out and about. I think, though, now Bloater started moving into Shurikens, we see more Tigers coming out. I think as the Shuriken numbers increase, this starts just getting less and less and less efficient.
Yeah, but Randy, while we were monitoring this entire situation, he actually did tech up to tier 2.
Yeah,
he
he's got his
made
own T2.
some cons, he's upgrading, and he has 100 Banishers on the docket, not on repeat.
Not on repeat, but
No.
100 of them queued.
Yeah.
But what Randy has done is he's like gotten map control out of this. I think the problem is probably going to be that there is a large amount of resources left on the map on Bloater's side. And Bloater does currently have 15 Tigers out. Which are pretty good units for breaking lines.
I mean, if these Banisher numbers can get up, they will be great at answering the Tigers. You know what pains me? Randy still has an air constructor from when he had an air lab sitting right next to 4,000 metal worth of reclaim. But is not using it. I feel like that could have already been reclaimed and it would have been huge for Randy in this situation.
Yeah, we actually see Bloater is using air cons to take back his Nexus and I believe reclaim, yeah.
Yeah.
But I do think now is where it's going to be a bit of a tough time again for Randy. The T2 wave is starting to approach, and there isn't really a T1 wave to answer it like previously.
No
he is
running
getting his
around
T2
this
out,
time.
though. Yeah, he is going to have some T2 out, but a lot less. But honestly, crazy comeback in some ways for Randy this game. Like, he has pulled this game back as much as I think you can ever do in that situation.
He's walking
And
back outside.
Yeah, once again, the commander is poking around. I kind of just want to see Bloater be like, you know what, I'm going to just build torpedo bombers and put my units on at the front of the lake. Oh no. This is so annoying.
How many? Yeah, this is insane. Yeah, can you imagine explaining this game to someone who hasn't watched it? And yeah, there was also this moment where Randy was using his commander to snipe tier 2 cons and then retreat into safety.
Yeah. Randy's commander was on the front line in the T2 phase, degunning Aegeos and ensuring that no expansion was happening consistently. How? I don't know, but he was living in a lake.
Complete guerrilla warfare. Very, very impressive.
The Loch
like
Ness
no-
monster
yeah.
of Randy's con.
Tales will be told about this commander. I
We
feel like
do
no
see
matter what
Tars
happens.
coming out now, though. Tars are out for Bloater. He is
Finally, yeah.
pulling the Meowcat Meow. I actually see 3 Tars. That is a commitment there. But sorry, you were saying.
That's the perfect unit you would want your opponent to make if you're making Banisher, I feel like. Like these
Yeah.
97 Banisher that are left to be produced from this factory will do great against these stars.
Definitely won't complain. But until he gets more Banishers out, this is still a massive issue. Because these Tigers are just running up and down the flanks now, denying the entire map. That is a lot of tar. What is this? That's a 4th tar, 5th tar building. Is Meowcat Meow playing?
I'm sure he would really enjoy what he's looking at right now. I hope he's still in chat. I saw him earlier for sure. This AGO not gonna be, it's going to be intercepted, not gonna be finished. Only 1 Scorpion available for the defense. It will not be enough. But the Banishers coming clutch. 4 Banishers available for the defense. The AGO is not even gonna be denied. Oh, there we go. Bloody goes back just to land these final few shots that are left, and there we go, denies it. Will he kill the T1 also? Yes, he does. Okay, very clean.
Make sure it goes down. Keeps his massive advantage. But we do see the Banishers are pretty good at dissuading any pressure, but I'm not sure how you have enough Banishers to cover the now 7 stars that are going to be coming out here.
Yeah, do we plan on stopping? No. But
Oh,
tier
there we go. Torpedo bomber, it's happening. He pulled it.
2... yeah.
The Loch Ness monster must be dealt with. I'm a bit surprised that we don't see him putting the Tars like in a position to stop the commander from coming out. But at the same time, I don't know how Randy stops all of these problems.
Perhaps it's a diversion. Yeah, Randy has absolutely no anti-air at the moment. Only some static A here and there, the Banishers, but no air lab in sight. Does not have the energy to afford one at the moment also. He still doesn't even have a fusion. The Aegeos is back in production, but it's only 50% done. I don't see a viable answer.
Considering it. His com is thinking about it, but no, I think these torpedo bombers and the Tars that are going to wait on the front line will probably be the end of this commander. Because, yeah, maybe if he could get the Banishers there right now, he could have a hope of shooting down the A, but I think we're going to see the end of Randy's heroic com resistance to... Ooh, we see one of the torpedoes just...
One hit the ground, the other exploded in nothing.
Well, that was very disappointing, honestly. Okay, here we go. Slowly.
So fun fact about the Cortex torpedo bomber, and I've heard this primarily from complaints from Supreme players. They have very slow turn rate on the torpedo itself, so they are kind of dodgeable. I feel like you can dance around them, but Randy actually just goes down, and that's end of game 1. What a game! What a game!
What a crazy game! Wow, over it look to like being clawed back with com heroics everywhere. Game 1 of this grand final already delivering. Injected straight into my veins.
Yeah, I mean, if all of the games are like this, we're in for a great series. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very
We have the first person drawing blood is Bloater, though, going against both of their predictions that Randy would win 3-0. But helping my prediction so far.
No caster curse. No caster curse in this. We neutralized it strategically.
Yeah. He made sure it was a fair caster curse. They're both going to lose. We will win by watching, but they will lose.
Yeah, insane series. But now on to Cold Place. I believe this is Bloadir's pick. Am I wrong? I might be wrong. I seem to remember he picked this map. Let me scroll up.
So.
Oh, no.
I was here when it happened, but whether my memory remembers it, different matter.
I was scrolling up in the chat, and then I remembered they were doing this over voice.
In the voice chat.
No recollection. Yeah.
I remember Randy banned Otago, and that's all that I remember.
Yeah, so then we're going to be discovering these maps as we go. It'll be a nice treat.
I think Cold Place is a very interesting map. It's one of the more dynamic maps in the 1v1 meta.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of different opportunities on this map. You have bots being able to raid out of the hills. You have flat ground for tanks. You have water. Bombers super popular. Destroyers
get a lot of value.
Probably have seen hovers. It's all there.
Yeah, it's an insanely dynamic map. You can do everything here. There's so many possibilities, and we watched an extremely cinematic game earlier between Sashkorin and Module on this map today. 43-minute game. We saw flagships. We saw Razorbacks, Marauders, Salamanders, Banisher. We saw it all, really. It was amazing.
Yeah, and so I'm sure we're going to see more of the same in this one. These two both seem to be willing to go the extra mile to make these games really interesting. I do wonder, will we see ARM in this one? Because the wind is really good on this map. I wonder if we'll see ARM or if we'll see double Cortex again.
I will make a bold prediction and say that we're going to see double ARM, actually, because
double
the ticks are very valuable to have on this map. Incisor doesn't fare well off of the start because the terrain doesn't really favor it, I think. Grunt's not really good at chasing units that are in the back hills. Yeah, just a very spacious map. I think you want ticks on this one.
Sense, and I mean pawns running down from the hills definitely going to be dangerous. Currently looks like we're going to get one ARM, one Cortex, with Bloater playing ARM and Randy playing Cortex. So some asymmetry there, as well as asymmetry in the spawn locations. Interesting choices going on already. Placement, yeah.
Bloater spawn a little bit more safe. You get access to these two chokes at the end of your expansion path, kinda. Really defensible. Randy's spot obviously gets access to that geo really easy, and is really easy to transition into water shenanigans later, because you're right next to the lake.
Yeah. But slightly more vulnerable to raiding. You have a much larger area to cover initially, but easy expansion paths, I'd argue.
Yeah, so Randy is Cortex. Wow, he did.
Yeah.
He is Cortex. That surprised me. Let's see. I mean, it's probably most likely going to be a bot open.
I'd guess so. I feel like grunts are just really good at the moment with the latest chain. Seem to trade extremely efficiently into everything that isn't an incisor.
Let's see how many cons they go for. That is also something I'm very curious about, because with with a map this big, you get a crazy amount of constructors.
Bloater
Off the
going
rip.
very quickly into his bot lab. 2 wins bot lab, which I believe is pretty viable now with the latest balance change. We have 4 cons on the queue and 1,100 pawns. Man likes
repeat.
these queues of 1,000.
On repeat, important to note. Once he gets through that 1,000, it's gonna go again.
Yeah. gonna have 2,000 pawns. He's gonna hit pop cap and only pawns.
Yeah.
See 2 comms coming out for Randy. Nothing else as of yet. Man is playing it close to his chest. Not queuing up anything for us to predict anything here.
Yeah, really keeping us on our toes here. Important to note, Bloodier went for 2 ticks as his first units out of the lab. Even before making all the wind turbines you would usually make before a lab. So it's possible that Randy kind of gets surprised by this here. I'm not sure if he's expecting such quick ticks.
He doesn't even have a grunt out yet. He's built 2 more cons.
Yeah.
Fourth con is currently building. If Loader notices these, he can easily start picking off and annoying the Mexes. Mexes are much tankier now, of course. Much harder for ticks to actually find value, but...
Oh, the repair! Oh, the Mex does go down.
One. Very nice. And Bloater knows everything about Randy's opening now. Like, there is nothing hidden to him. Does he get this? I don't think he gets this Mex. Okay.
Alright, and now we just see the pawns start coming out. 4 cons for Bloody expanding and pawns streaming into every direction.
I think it'll be interesting to see what Randy does now. He got a 5th con now?
He has 7 cons.
He has
actually.
7! Holy! This man did not care. I mean, this might work out really nicely for Bloater, actually, if we don't see a large number of grunts made. We have 100 grunts in queue, but we also see that Bloater is busy picking off Mexes again with these ticks.
Yeah, one
Multiple
Mex
Mexes
goes
going
down. Oh, 2 Mex. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, and he nearly got a 3rd, but he decided not to commit. And he's now caught this con with 3 ticks out here. There's a 2 ticks. The other tick ran away.
I don't think this con will
Denying
go
the
down.
LLT.
Yeah, denying the LT though.
But the problem is, this keeps forcing Randy to send grunts everywhere, and we've got 5 pawns coming down, and there's a good chance that Bloater might just try to pick off these 2 expanding cons if he notices them.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like, ticks on this map are just so extremely annoying. They tie up so many grunts in defense. They can go around everywhere. It's hard to detect them on radar in that hilly area, and I wonder where the advantage from being Cortex will come through, because for now it's definitely looking like an Armada
Other
situation.
mechs going down, yeah. Randy trying to reclaim the tick. But Bloater just runs past and then goes back. Okay, we have the one-on-one tick versus con combat. Con winning that. But now we have 5 pawns coming in here. Does look like Randy's going to be positioned well enough, but I think this LLT isn't up in time. Oh, Bloater pulled back.
Decided not to commit.
But
It's important
we have
to know.
more!
Yeah.
More coming on the other side! It's not over yet!
There they go.
And I
There they go.
think these 2 expanding cons in the south are dead. Like, they cannot be saved at this point.
Unless they get pulled back right now, they should go down, yeah.
That's massive. Like, that really hurts what Randy's trying to do here with this expansion. There they go.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Bloater secures himself a nice early advantage here. Important to note, he's under absolutely no pressure on his expansion. We see more than 100% difference in the metal per second currently. Yeah, this game is very red at the moment. Very red player.
Yeah. If you're rooting for Bloater, this game probably couldn't be going better again. This freefall practice is just clearly paying off for this man. We do see a counterattack coming now from Randy, the north. Might catch Bloater a little bit off guard, sneaking past. But this LLT barely going to finish. Oh, it's close. It's close.
Oh, it's gonna go down.
It
That
finishes
feels so
just to
bad.
die.
Every time that happens to you, it just feels so bad when the enemy catches you out so in the perfect moment.
1 second more. But still being harassed everywhere around the map by these pawns, living in the hills. And we do see, even though grunts are pretty good, they still don't really trade well into pawns if you just face tank them. And Bloater must be really happy with this opening. He is super secure, he's got LLPs on all of his expansion. He's taken everything he would have wanted to take at this point. I imagine we're going to start seeing him having a transition come through here. I wonder if we'll see air or T2. I imagine it won't be T2. I don't think we'll see T2, but I think we might see bomber soon.
I think air is the transition to go for at this moment. Everything's kind of stabilized on the land. Your expansion is going well. You have a full scout of your enemy's base. You know exactly where all the winds are, exactly how bombable it is. You can really do whatever you want. So
It's interesting to see that Bloater has thrown down 4 e-storages, actually. Looking at his base, I was just like, that is a lot of e-storages that have been queued up. But we see pawns fighting the grunts here. I think grunts, when they're running away, it's like borderline impossible for pawns to actually trade into them. But if you're not running away, pawns will obliterate grunts.
Yeah, grunts definitely require a lot of micro to be efficient in that trade, but when they are micro properly, I think as of the current balance, they have the slight edge in a 1-to-1.
Yeah. For equal metal, I'd say. Because 1-to-1 probably favors the pawn, but equal metal probably favors the grunts at the moment, which is a big change after the previous 1v1 tournament where pawns were definitely largely on the menu.
Yeah, if they weren't the only item, to be fair. But a few very interesting developments on the map. So Bloater had a air lab queued up, decided to cancel it, goes into more pawns. Now the air lab comes down. While that is going on, Randy is on a shipyard with herrings coming out. So herrings, we discovered during the earlier game that they actually... Oh no, it was skaters. Skaters cannot shoot at the coast.
Randy getting his grunts all caught out here. That is 15 dead grunts for like 2 pawns. Oof. Big catch there. But these herrings might actually intercept the bombers that are coming down. They were on the same path. We'll see if Bloater doesn't notice this. Bombers do not have great line of sight. Randy's going to see them soon on the radar. If he shoots down the bombers... Oh, Bloater's not paying attention. All of these bombers just flying straight over the herring.
Oh my god.
That is disaster for Bloater. Keeping 2 of them alive, but these herrings are just going to absolutely deny the central area to his air now.
They definitely hit the jackpot. They got the scout and 3 bombers. 2 bombers left though. Still will probably warrant some air response from Randy. Nope, he just goes A-bots.
Yeah. Very spaced out. But we have a pawn. Somehow there's a pawn in Randy's back line here. Which is definitely not what you want to see.
No, that is gonna do a lot of damage. At the same time, 5 pawns from Bloater will snipe another con. Oh no, they actually go past it. Will snipe a lot of mixes though. Yeah.
Yeah, they're sending a message. But Randy has a large number of grunts looking down Bloater's now expansion.
Yeah, there's not going to be an answer here, I don't think. There's no Bloater obviously being Armada, no Shuriken.
T2 coming out of Bloater here. Is he going to go Platypus, I wonder? Are we going to see... No, no, that's a vehicle there. He's going Jags, wow.
I mean, he can still go Platypus off a console, and I will bet that he will.
True.
Yeah.
I guess he's scared of this push and he's going to get Jags out. Honestly, I could see him just sticking with Jags and running through the south corridor. And I don't know really what you do as Randy when that happens. Because Bloater just has a massive eco advantage again. Just more than double Randy's E income. Army value slightly favoring Randy, but is that going to hold true with like 10 boats out and T2?
Yeah, most of that army value is currently in boats, which are not very useful. Okay, so it turns out herrings can shoot at MXs, skaters cannot. So yeah.
Herrings are like the whistlers of the sea. Skaters are, I don't know, they're something.
Yeah, seems like they're just tall enough to shoot over that coastline. They got a lot of value. So many coastline mixes dead, but yeah, I don't see how these Jags will be defended here. Vehicle, tier 1 vehicle lab for Randy. We have 100 brutes on the queue, not on repeat.
Brute's pretty decent into Jags after the nerf. Jags definitely felt a little bit of suffering with the change to their range. And DPS reduction, but until you've got about 10 15 brutes. So these Jags are just going to deny pretty much everything. And we have a Starlight coming out.
Wow. Wow. That is.
That's just like, this man really dislikes these herrings. That's what this is for. This man is like, I want my mexes back and your boats are going to die.
That is the equivalent of having a cockroach infestation at your house and you grab a flamethrower to get rid of the problem.
Pull out a shotgun and just start laying into the walls.
Yes.
That roach isn't going to be there, but it might be overkill. We do see a console out as well, so he does have the option of going for Platypus if he ever feels like going into denying the sea, but this console does appear to be dying to the herring.
Please no, please no. Okay, there we go. Pooh's back.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
this one.
I think that's Area Max and it's going to come back for the next one.
No, I don't think so. It's set to go forward. Yeah, this one will
Okay,
live,
okay.
but it will tell the others.
But this is just a tough position again for Randy because there is no T2 on his horizon.
Yeah, no, he has brutes. Bloody has a Starlight. Definitely a big difference in the available tech here.
To be fair, this brute ball is a minor problem, I'd say. I actually don't think it's very easy for Bloater to deal with at the moment. He is putting a lot of his resources into resources. So
Yeah,
you do see
yeah.
the army value growing here for Randy as he keeps catching out a few more Jags here and there. And Jags really are not trading super well into brutes. Nice little micro there to make sure it doesn't die. But the Jags coming up on this flank are just being picked away at. Randy's commander once
Yes.
again, by the way.
I was waiting to say that. Yeah, we have Randy, wise Randy of the lake. He's back in his natural habitat. Let's see if any tier 2 cons go down to this
Console is
again.
going to get caught here. How much micro is Bloater willing to invest to save this? I don't think enough.
Oh,
But it is living, honestly. It is. I cannot believe this console is just barely outrunning at the moment.
it has
Wait,
been
the
through a
console
lot.
look?
Yeah, it lives. This console has been through a lot. Ships try to kill it, tanks try to kill it, but it's chilling.
Is he going to kill the Starlight with his commander?
Oh
I
my.
feel like this is what the play is. I'm like actually confident that this is what Randy's going for. He's running to kill the Starlight. The bulls are out though, and bulls present a minor problem to Brood.
Yeah, my minor problem. Yeah, the bulls will clean up the brutes in time. These grunts though, if they decide to go through the mountain, Bloater will have to use these handy banshees he's currently producing. But
Yeah,
nope, they
these
just go
banshees.
through the land.
He is really hunting down the Starlight with his commander.
He's close.
Oh,
Let's see.
that
Will
is-
Bloater spot this?
What if he captures it? Oh, he sees it.
There we
And
go. It goes down. Wow.
that
this is-
Banshee's going immediately, but the water is right there.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. The water's right there. But now Bloater seems pissed off of this. He says, "No, I don't want lake shenanigans 2 games in a row. I will set up some BP next to the coast." And as I said that, he stopped. So
I think the thing is he can't. The BP just gets denied by the herrings at the moment.
yeah, I mean, I guess. Probably platies are the move here. I wonder if Bloater has that in his repertoire. To
I actually think
deny
he's
these
just going
errors.
to run down mass T2, right? Like that's like the easiest play. He's got his eco established. He's got so many T2 maxes. I still don't think Randy's going T2. He's rezzing Bloater's
That is-
Jags that died.
That is crazy. Meanwhile, Bloater's going for a second tier 2 lab, tier 2 Armada Air.
I think we might see torpedo bombers again. I think Bloater might be onto the fact that Randy likes living in the lake.
Yeah, definitely a very. That is the win condition. So yeah.
I just want Randy to walk out, degun these 3 T2 mexes and run back in again.
Yeah, Randy, please don't die. Torpedo bombers. I believe he will get saved by the 2 herring. I believe.
Honestly, I actually wonder if you even bother going torpedo bomber and not just lich. I feel like you just do a lich here. Deny all of this land push. Because this is actually a problem. Oh, there he goes. He's T-gunning the T2 mexes.
At the
There's
same
also
time,
a breakthrough above him, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He's got a big breakthrough. The Banshee's now closing in on the commander. He will dive back in the water, but back in the water, there's an Armada Destroyer waiting for it, constructed handily by some 3 consoles.
Wow.
I think Randy will die. I think Randy will die. I don't see a way out of this, but every time I've said that...
He doesn't have scouts. There's no radar here yet.
It doesn't matter, the Destroyer...
There's a
has
torpedo
armor.
coming. Okay. But he's not hitting Randy's comm. What if Blurder dies first? Wait, Blurder, make a transport.
Oh my god, this is actually cinema. Randy is cooking. There are brutes in Blurder's base. He's frantically degunning as the brutes are splitting. Blurder is on 13%, 15, 9, 5%, 3% health. Oh my god! That is insane. There we go. Is he going to die? Ghost.
The comm is still alive.
Wasps. They're attacking the... No, they're not attacking the ground.
He doesn't know where he is. He doesn't have a radar anymore.
No. Oh my god, what a development.
And this Randy's comm alive, and this Randy's comm is not seen by the torpedoes. They're all missing.
Yeah, he's gonna...
Is Randy finding
level.
the craziest comeback again?
Oh my god! How does this man see the winning condition where nobody else does? This is insane. He's got 12 more brutes coming in on the north. It's actually pretty funny. One of the wasps died and landed on Blooder, but it wasn't enough damage to kill him.
Randy is living a semi-charmed life. This is why you want a lich, by the way. There's no messing with a lich. The lich will just hit you out of the water. Oh, he's making a turtle to get line of sight? Blurder's comm is so low.
Do we have any scouts coming?
Oh.
No scouts from Randy. Randy needs to make scout planes in this situation, I feel like, because these brutes will not see the commander unless they accidentally bump into him, which
They
can
might.
happen.
I think they're going to. They're on the path at the moment. Oh no, what if Blurder shoots himself with a bull?
Oh my god! Bloody please. No, he's paying attention. He's paying attention. Okay, he's paying attention.
Okay.
He gets
Okay.
revealed.
But the torpedo bombers are all dead, so it's up to only this destroyer. Okay, he's sighted. Randy sees that he's been sighted.
No, I think no way. So close. I
We
think
have
this is it for Randy.
gunshots. Is this enough though? Okay, he's boxed in by them. Oh, the gunships are coming to kill the the destroyer.
The destroyer, yeah. The turtles cannot
Wait,
hit the commander. They can only reveal him.
Wait, holy shit! Like,
He's moving now.
he's dead. He must be dead.
Last
Yeah,
torpedo.
no, it doesn't block.
A big charge lands. Randy's
Oh. What is the cinema?
dead. Tell me this is not the best map on the freaking pool. Tell me this is not the best map.
That
Look
was
me in the eyes.
These 2 games are wild so far.
Oh my god, dude. No, I mean, no, this is insane. Where's my discount on the popcorn Coca-Cola combo, bro? Like, this is
Yeah, I
cinema.
literally just got popcorn, so this is perfect for me.
Yeah, this is amazing, dude. This is just... Randy, I mean... Yeah, I don't know. I'm out of words. Yeah, you take over. I don't know.
Well, I'll say this is looking really good for my prediction so far. I'm liking where my prediction is, but these games have actually been crazy because you look at them and it looks like Blurder is just winning. Like the game is borderline completely over. And then Randy is just finding some way, somehow, to crawl back in and make Blurder's life absolutely miserable as he tries to win the game. I actually can't believe how close these last 2 games have been. The last one in particular, 3%? is wild. Like,
Yeah, I've actually put out a dictionary here. These games have been insanely perplexing and maximally befuddling. Something else that is really funny, in the lobby exchange after their last game, so after Blooder won the game on Pools of Illis, Randy said, "I like playing from behind. It's very fun." He was behind arguably this game from minute 4, and the work he did from that position was mind-blowing. It was just mind-blowing, dude.
it's crazy. And the thing is, like, he's playing so dynamically, where he's attacking on like different angles with different ideas, and he might not have access to any T2 eco, but he is just making things happen in the most unexpected way. It's really impressive. Like, he's not wrong when he says that he likes playing from behind. He clearly is having a good time. I would hate to be Blooder.
Yes. The mental toll this must take on Blooder to be so close to death from this position. Yeah, I mean...
You're sitting there and it's like, I'm winning, but is that what my opponent wants? I don't know. Imagine that's your lose condition, is winning the game.
Yeah.
So,
I mean...
we have Game 3 on Aurelia coming up in this best of 5 between Blooder and Randy. Blooder currently 2-0 in the lead in what have been unbelievably entertaining games so far. I'm rooting for Randy to pull it back and give us the full series here.
Yeah, for sure. I don't want this to end. I really hope Randy takes this win. Like,
but Blooder has looked so dominant. Like, it must be said, Blooder has looked so dominating in the early game and like the transition phase. And Randy is just working magic after that to keep himself in the game.
Yeah. What do you do if you're Blooder in this situation? Try to not win that hard in the beginning, maybe? Like,
keep the game nice and even so that Randy isn't feeling too comfortable. Yeah. Like, I could go in and do damage here, but I'm not, because that'll help my opponent. What you thinking about? Randy asking Blooder the real questions.
The mental games, they never stop with the Loch Ness Monster.
And there's water on this map once again. Okay,
but apart from that, it is drastically different from the other maps. The other two maps we saw, very spacious, very raidable. This map has 2 chokes that are very easy to close up. So yeah, we'll probably play out very different. Go on.
Yeah, this is a very interesting map. I've seen so many crazy games on here because got very short passages, a short direct passage between the bases that's easy to defend. You've got the far left side, which a little bit further away, but again, pretty choke pointy, pretty easy to defend, but there are mexes to contest there. And then you have the sea route, which hovers can play on, amphibious stuff can play in. You can see seaplanes. It's a very dynamic map, and we see Randy playing as the ARM commander, building a vehicle lab, and on the other hand, we have Blooder as the Cortex commander, also doing a vehicle lab. With very different queues. Once again, 1,200 in size is this time in Blooder's queue.
I don't know how he can make such big decisions at the start of the game. My queue is maximum 3 units long, as I don't see that far into the future to know what I'll need. This man is just prepared from the beginning.
I don't think it's quite... Maybe this game he'll go for the full 1,200 production. But I think he knows where his plan is going and what the main unit is until such a time as he sees Randy change it. Randy coming out really quickly with 5 rovers. Going to be a bit annoying for Blooder. Blooder going with a much greedier opening. This could actually punish him really annoyingly with double con open.
A lot of rovers out, yeah. And something to note about Blooder's base design. He can't really shoot from his own windmills. Yeah. So these rovers can get a lot of damage done as...
Blooder, like, borderline ignoring this. This is really nice Arasia from... Wow. All the mexes going down, more rovers arriving. The Rascals are doing their best to defend.
Oh, but Randy's lab is idle at the moment. He's put his full attention into this attack.
Oh, this little defensive play. He's going to still lose it, but that's where it ends.
Yeah. Very well.
Bloater has already taken more mexes though. So Bloater, honestly, the fact that he didn't lose any wins there is probably like the saving grace for him. But we do have a blitz coming on the flank here, which could be a bit of a problem. This could take out a large number of wins. I actually...
Yeah, this will... Oh, the Incisor will be out on just on time, I think. Maybe
just
not.
in time. Oh,
Yeah.
but he turned it around and the Incisor's out in time to intercept.
Yeah. This had potential for sure,
that's-
this blitz.
Yeah, if that blitz had gone the other direction... But Randy is being really annoying with these units. He is just carrying on with this pressure.
We have to remember, though, he is behind on expansion doing this. Bloody has more metal extractors, even though he lost some.
Yeah.
So Randy either needs to speed up his own expansion or keep the damage going to stay ahead.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to find ways in, trying to do things. He's being so annoying. Randy is one of the best at finding that one point behind your mechs where you just cannot hit with an LLT. And there we go, now you see him starting to expand. I think Randy will be really happy with how this early game played out. Like, Bloater was going greedy and Randy just said, "Oh, I am going to be annoying."
Well, I'm not sure if he got enough damage then, because the metal produced is the same, the metal per second is the same. Yeah, it just looks like an even game, even with all the damage.
To be fair, remember every other early game? Not even.
Yeah.
Bloater has been coming out pretty far ahead. So this one is at least an even start.
Yeah.
But it must be said, Bloater now actually has the unit advantage, though Randy does seem to have taken the lead in economic terms. We've seen some rascals on the other side of the map. Nothing really to raid too much.
No, Randy doesn't have radar. This will be a very strong raid. Randy does not have radar, does
And he
not have
hasn't
defending
he doesn't have
units.
units. Yeah.
He is making
Wait,
a constructor. This is
Oh
so
no,
greedy.
Randy greeting so hard, and he saw this. I'm so sure that he saw this coming out.
Maybe with his rover that is still stuck on the enemy side of the map, but yeah, one solar goes down, all of them are off, another solar will go down.
But Randy doing the same. Randy is returning the favor. But there are defensive units here for Bloater. Bloater does have an Incisor out. One Blitz now out though as well. 4 Solars is an insane amount of damage, honestly.
I think
Like,
it's equal damage done.
I would argue that this might be way more favorable for Bloater, actually.
Look at Bloody's base though. He lost so much while this was
Bloater
going on.
never had a lot to begin with.
Okay, alright.
Bloater's base did not have a lot left in it, but positionally, honestly, they're both probably pretty equal again.
Yeah, the Rascals go down for both players, and we're back into a stable-ish position.
We do see a pretty large army value advantage still for Bloater with these mass incisors. Once he starts funneling more resources into his economy, that'll probably change up again. But Randy has got a metal income lead due to so many of Bloater's mechs as being dead. But
Oh
you'll
yeah,
see.
wow.
If these incisors find damage, it's hard to say. But I'd say at the moment, other than army value, everything is looking pretty decent for Randy. And I guess the nice thing is he can just eat the solars and rebuild what he needs. But if Bloater runs this into Randy's commander...
Oh no, he's cloaked
Oh.
and he sees this with his radar. This will be insanely valuable.
okay.
Boom! What an execution.
Oh, and he had the rascal there. But Randy just a little bit too big brain.
He was cloaked? He
Yeah.
was cloaked. Nothing
Making
Rascal could
sure.
see, yeah. Wow. Okay, well the last 2 games were Randy playing from behind. Let's see how he plays from ahead.
Yeah, now with that army value changing, that loss of 7 incisors, I think it was, to 1 D-gun, That's a pretty big swing in this game. And Randy's greed with like the large number of constructors that he made there, going to pay off now. Now I think we're going to see Randy just explode in terms of eco, yeah.
Yeah, the cons. That's the big advantage that he got after the mutual damage they did, was he had way more cons in his base. Yeah.
We do see the return raid now coming from Randy. 8 blitzers going into, honestly, not a whole lot. An unbuilt LLT and a... Ooh,
That's
might be a
LT.
really good selfie.
3
Really
down.
nice timing on that.
Yeah.
Well played to Bloater on that defensive action.
Yeah, very well done. And
this should shut down the blitz raid, honestly. Like,
yeah.
might
Wow,
sneak through on the flank.
Kind of similar, both players doing very good defensive plays to clutch this. Randy with the D-gun, Bloater with the self-D on the LLT.
Yeah, that LLT self-D was really nice because he cancelled it to reset it.
Way better than
But-
the Puzavillis.
Yeah, that was a self-damaging self-D. We do see actually interesting play out of Randy here. He's got some pincers going up the coastline here on the other side, as well as these blitz going through. I honestly kind of feel like Bloater's E situation is so dire that he can barely play the game at the moment.
Yeah, Blitz
And
will run
Randy
into
is just
LLT.
but Randy is just finding so much damage. He's losing these raiders, but does it really matter to him when he's just constantly denying these mexes?
At the same time, 3 pincers, 3 sneaky pincers who were technically spotted by Bloater's commander. Not sure if Bloater paid attention to that. Will go through and start going up of Bloater's coastline. Will they find a lot of damage? I think so, yes. I think so.
As long as he doesn't run into the 2 LLTs, they should find some good damage. If he stops by this island, there's nothing there to stop the island from losing all its windmills. And any E damage at the moment to Bloater is just beyond painful. Randy coming out with like a insane lead at the moment, in all honesty. Like, I said this in the first game, I don't see how Bloater recovers this. So let's see what magic he can work.
Yeah, exactly. It's his time to go in the lake. And he is.
He is already in the water. They have learned from each other.
Yeah, let's see if he pops in and out. Randy style. Alright, the Prince is finding nice damage. 3 mechs is gonna go down here. If he finds his way into the base like this, they are surprisingly well equipped at killing solars. I think they take like 4 shots to kill a solar. But instead, Randy decides to go back into the water and save them for another day, another mission.
He took out 5 because he also took out the expansion island. And I mean, that is just, again, damage that Bloater cannot afford to be taking at the moment. We see Randy's already moving into a stout spam, yeah. And in sizes as good as they are, don't quite hold up once mid-game arrives. And again, just 2 more mexes, multiple wins probably going down here, solars. These pincers are just finding so much value. And pulling Bloater's units that he can't afford to not have fighting into defending against units that are underwater.
The only way for Bloater to rebuild that damage is to work his slow commander back all the way where he came from. He was so slow underwater. But while I'm saying that, on the left side, a nice incisor run by is going to be attempted by Bloater. Will fail. Enough stouts there present to shut it down. And yeah, man, I mean, I'm going to say it again. Oh!
This is
I just spotted the bombers.
This is the play. This is his way back into the game. Bombers and shurikens. But
going bomber, wind going down to 3. This is like the game does not want you to come back into this.
yeah,
into
the
this
game is
round.
saying, no, sorry, Bloater, we are not going to continue with this one. And it's so difficult because now there are so many stouts. Apparently 16 stouts out for Randy, and I don't think Bloater even has 16 incisors anymore.
No, and he has no vehicle lab. Only slowly can churn out shuriken with this devastating wind speed. Not gonna
Randy
be enough for sure.
already has at least 5 AA turrets that I can see around these main base. So I don't even know if these bombers are going to find any value.
The scout goes down. Bloodr does not have any vision of these very bombable wind stacks.
I think he'll guess where they are relatively accurately, but no, you know what, Lombalab.
No. I mean, dare I say that was his one chance to come back? I don't know.
I think that was the only chance, and Randy had already shut the door before he'd even started building them. I don't see it. I mean, Shurikens are going to give him a fighting chance on the ground. Shuriken's very good unit. Some would argue that maybe they're not the most balanced unit.
Is Classic in chat?
That would be me. That would be me. I would be yelling that from the top of a mountain.
Sorry, it's just...
I hate them.
Classic
I hate
has been
them
very
so much.
audible about Shuriken the last 3 days. I thought that was the reference. I'm sorry.
I have an endless hatred of Shurikens, but Randy is just, I think, so far ahead. And honestly, like, it's not the craziest. 35%, 37%. It's not like game over, but it just feels like this position is unplayable at the moment.
That is what we said the last 2 games. Wind shot back up to 16. A lot of Shurikens popped out for Bloodr. He does have metal in the bank. But the Figs are here. The fighters are here for Randy. All of the Shuriken go down, and now it's just a tank versus
more
tank
medium
situation.
tanks. And Randy's winning the medium tank war.
But Bloodr's reinforcing, and at the moment, Bloodr has more army value.
Randy's commanders back out of the water.
No, Randy, please don't die. Like, this is
that would be the worst way. Nah, there's no way Randy will move too deep far in, right?
Yeah. There's no way. Yeah. He knows this is the only losing condition at the moment. Yeah, he's aware.
He'll keep in the water. He'll just maybe repair his tanks, maybe degun. Ooh, nice little twilight over here that we see. Zeldian pinging. If Bloater chooses the wrong engagement, this could just stun half his tank. I do see this is dangerous with the commander. I'm not going to lie. I don't think I'd be moving forward yet because
considering this is your final, like if you lose this game, this is it for Randy.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure, right? It's a best of 5.
Yeah, this is match point for
for
Bloater, and Randy is out if he loses this. I would not be walking my com anywhere near to anywhere that bad things could happen to it. Knowing me, I probably would, but... but this Twilight... See, Whistler's out here. Randy was definitely biting into the...
Is Randy paying attention to the Twilight? He is! Huge self-D on the Twilight! 10 stun tanks just as he engages. And he has a reclaim command on his constructor.
The only thing that's like not working for Randy is unfortunately his Whistlers hadn't arrived yet. But,
yeah, I was gonna comment.
I mean, the fight is still... I mean, honestly, the stats are like getting closer and closer. How? But this feels like this must start turning into a winning advantage. Wait, Randy's commander?
No, Randy, please.
Randy?
No. He's
Lotus seen it. Lotus calling it.
Please. No. Deagans. No, he's dead.
He's not.
He's dead. No.
No way.
No. The game we had in our hands. No.
Oh, come on.
I am going to cry myself to sleep tonight.
The only way for that to turn around is for that commander to walk out too far.
I actually yelled. I can't believe he walked out. I cannot believe the Randy of the Lake should have stayed in the lake.
This is why Randy needed to be behind.
Yeah.
If Randy is ahead, that's going to happen.
It went right to his head. He was too ahead. He was winning too much. Wow.
Oh my word. Well played to Bloater though, dominating 3-0. No, 2 very dominating games in that 3-0, and then this third game looked unplayable, but he's stuck in there, fought it out, and one mistake by Randy, and boom, game over. But that was so entertaining. Honestly, those are some of the most entertaining games I've ever seen. in the 1v1 tournament. So well played to Bloater and Randy on that.
That was my favorite finals ever. Yeah, that was.
I might agree. That was very enjoyable. I really wish it had gone to Game 5, as that would have been.
For the fact that it's a 3-0.
It
This
didn't
is
feel
by
like a
far the
3-0.
most yeah, it didn't feel like a 3-0. This felt highly entertaining. So well played to both of them. Really, really good games, and really strong play by Bloater in all of these games. Like just so solid, and Randy just being highly entertaining in these games. Crazy, crazy.
Welcome back, guys.
Oh man.
Hello.
Bloater,
Yeah.
how are you feeling after those games?
You know, that didn't go exactly how I wanted it, you know?
Yeah, no, I imagine not. As every game was somewhat stressful.
I feel like the third game, like, if I didn't lose to the D-gun, like, obviously I don't see the entire map, but I feel like I was okay. But then losing 6 incisors to a D-gun.
I've seen that from
It was
Spec.
like pretty equal at that moment. You had army advantage, Randy had eco advantage, and then you got D-gunned.
Yeah.
And you had no advantage.
Yeah, I was just totally dead. Yeah. And the second game was
mistakes though.
I don't know, the story of the Randy in the lake, I think, was probably the funniest thing of this whole tournament.
You
That
know,
was
on all
crazy.
3 games.
Yeah, literally
On
all
all
3
3
games. He found a pond, and he was just a menace in that pond until he went a little too far, you know? Just slightly too far.
Yeah. Yeah, the second one, I don't know, I guess tier 2 sucks.
Yeah, I did not expect that at all. That was crazy. 3%
And I just kind of
The second
forgot.
game was so good.
Oh.
I kind of forgot that you have to bump into the commander
Yeah.
to see it. Yeah, it was really depressing that. I was just there like, I've been hitting him for like an hour. Why is he not dead yet?
Surprised you were not hitting him.
Yeah,
Like watching
Yeah.
him like, ooh, this sucks. This is not working out.
Was it you that shit-talked Turtles earlier, Bloater, and then you were forced to make them in the grand final? That was the most funny. That was so funny. It was absolute
Yeah,
karma.
I did actually.
And then they saved you. You never doubt them.
They did. Yeah. Well, my D-guns were also extremely bad, right? Like, there was no way I should have died there, but then I ended up 3% HP because my D-guns were so bad.
Oh my god, Randy,
Yeah,
how
there
are
was
you
something
feeling?
funny. There was a wasp. Sorry, just really quickly. A wasp that was shooting at some of your base died and landed on top of you and brought you from 6 to 4%.
Yeah, that's fun stuff. Randy, how are you feeling after that? That also had to be, you know, not really the result you were looking for after that you know, start of the set, but
Yeah, disappointing. Seemed like, especially the first 2 games, I just had poor starts and was playing from far behind and never gave myself a chance.
yeah.
Wow, you
that
agree with my
game I
balance
should have
stakes,
won.
man?
No, it wasn't balanced. It was just me playing like an idiot.
Oh, okay.
Fair enough. I
Just
mean,
simple things like on the cold place, I just forgot my radar. I never do that, and these ticks found it so much value because of it.
I mean, I know you definitely made games that should have been unwinnable look like you actually had a chance off of the start, which was kind of crazy. You know, just playing from behind like that. Like, I mean, I don't know, you did quite well, which is, you know, you didn't end up losing, so you know we should congratulate Bloater here, but still, that was you made that a very entertaining three games.
Yeah, they are honestly some of the most entertaining bar I have ever watched, so well played to both of you. Like, it was really fun casting those games, so thank you.
Yeah, I just really wish there was some T3.
I
It's
do
sick.
too, man. One macro game, I wish.
We're just gonna have to play FFA for that.
Look, we just gotta convince this Randy guy to join us. We gotta convince him. But,
Spread the gospel of FFA.
yeah, for sure. Barcast, you have any questions for our two well, entertainers, I guess, since they definitely were entertaining us.
No questions. It was a good showing by everyone. So really nice games. Definitely one to remember for sure. So congrats, Bloater, Andy. You guys played really well.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks for the tournament.
Yeah,
Man, I guess we will call it there, but I definitely hope we get to see more of that and the coming up the upcoming 1v1 tournaments whenever they happen, because that was definitely, I think, one of my favorite ones to watch so far. It was pretty good, and I think that's it for us, and I'm gonna call it there. But thank you guys for watching. Thank you, players. Sparkcast running it. It was a fun day.
And I'm glad my humiliating loss was so entertaining.
Sorry, now Randy's making us feel bad. That wasn't humiliating, dude. It was so good. Oh my god, I wouldn't have done any of the things that you did from behind there. That was crazy. So entertaining.
It was good fun. Any prize money for second, by the way?
You get a firm pat on the back.
Yeah,
Actually,
a lot of pats in the back. A lot of respect.
I'll take it. Deal.
Well, then, with that is it for us. Until next time,